Franklin, you just said in his response,
Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political
is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
Who has defended Hamas terrorists?
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
when
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker. This is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live at Alive. It's 71 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California on stolen Tongva territory. We are live. We are alive. It is 11:04 a.m. on this beautiful morning of Thursday, June 4th, 2026. I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. No China suit today. No, they're at the dry cleaners because they all came in packaged. And, of course, they got smushed up a little bit in the package. But, you know, we'll do it tomorrow, maybe. But we are live. We are alive, ladies and gentlemen. You already know what it is. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. Whoo! You already know, though, I'm a chud-ass loser, as always. End of the broadcast yesterday. And what did I do? End of the broadcast yesterday, and what did I do? Well, of course, I watched New York Knicks take on the Spurs. I watched the game unfold, and let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. For the longest, for almost the entire game, the Spurs were ahead by 10 points, sometimes 7 points, sometimes 13. And then that man, Jalen fucking Brunson, that man, Where does he get the authority? Where does he get the power? What is holding the New York Knicks together? That's the question we will try to address today because I think it's voodoo. I'll say it. I think New York has had it far too good for far too long. Will Neff will say it's the power of friendship. But is it the power of friendship that caused Zohran Kwame Mamdani's electoral victory as the mayor of New York to go up against such tremendous odds? Is that what it is? Is it socialism? Is it the proletariat rising up? What is it that New York gets to have it all? And we here, the tireless, dispossessed masses, get nothing but crumbs. How is this possible? Why? Why? Why is it allowed? Does New York have the mandate of heaven? Not the mandate of heaven, but the date, the Mamdani date of heaven. How do they get to have working public infrastructure, potholes filled, 200,000 new units being constructed, Afghanistan is alive and well. Everyone's having fun in the goddamn city. And what are we doing? What are we to do, the rest of the country? There are hundreds of millions of us, and we must suffer every fucking day.
Is my doctor, he's my engineer, he's my mechanic, he's my subway driver, he's my pilot, he's my dad. Everything I did was for Janet Hudson. Janet Hudson, he's my everything. Because I do believe this here is our year and nobody's telling me nothing. Janet Hudson, he's my everything. Because I do believe this.
It's unbearable, man. Is unfucking bearable. California is left counting ballots to make sure we don't accidentally elect fucking Republican cranks while New York parties in the streets. That's how I feel. That's how I felt last night. Look, I love Wembanyama. I think the Spurs are a great team. I feel like they're the underdog. Like, I have to root for them. It's ironic to say this about the NBA, because the Spurs are objectively not the underdog against the Knicks. The Knicks are the underdog team. Last time they're in the finals is 1999 against the Spurs. Once again, haven't won anything in decades, right? At least the Spurs have a chip, far closer to 2026 than the Knicks do, right? But it is fucked up. It is fucked up how much New York is up. And I'm sick and tired of it. I'll just say it. When New York is up, it makes me feel like we're down. Okay? When New York is up, it feels like we are all down by comparison. Wembanyama struggling against Cat. Where's the Jalen Brunson stopper? Where was it? They tried to injure him. They tried to play physical ball. They tried to destroy Jalen Brunson. Twice. And he said, "I'm Teflon, baby." It's fucked up again. Fucked up. Fucked up. Actually fucked up. Mero, living your dream? Yeah, no, Mero, someone in the chat said Mero brings all his bitches to the same spot is true. Look, you guys might recognize this little corner because Mero has got one motherfucking spot in the city that it seems he brings all of his besties to. Where was my invite, Mero? Guess it got lost in the mail. No, I'm just kidding. I thought we were special. I thought we had something. I thought we had vibes. I thought you were showing me your secret spot. It turns out this spot is ran through. You're taking everybody there. You're taking everybody there. You got Daria Lisa. You got Zoran. Messed up. Both Trump and Zoran are going to be at Game 3. Yeah, you know who else is going to be in the same arena? Me.
It's going to be in town next week.
I will also be inside of Madison Square Garden on Game 3. Donald Trump, Zoran Mamdani, I will be there as well. This will probably be the first time that I am ever in the same area, in the same space as the president of the United States of America, Donald Trump. Ain't no way you getting in if Trump is there. No, that's not how that works. Okay.
For the next game, are you planning to meet with him when he's in town at any point?
You know, I can tell you that I'm planning to go to a Knicks game. I will be at Game 3. I will be in a very different section of the stadium. And I think we look forward to welcoming any New Yorker who is excited for the Knicks to have that chance to win that championship.
President Donald Trump is going to be in town next week. For the Knicks game, are you planning to meet with him when he's in town at any point?
You know, I can tell you that I'm planning to go to...
Don't do it, don't go. James Dolan has you on the list. Three top 5 picks, best players since Wilt Champagne, legacy game, the power of friendship. I mean, it's true. It's true. I mean, look, they did it. They did it. The Spurs were dominant. The Spurs were dominant as fuck. Okay? The Spurs were unbelievably dominant throughout the process, and then third quarter, things start changing. And you're like, how is this? What's going on? What the hell's going on? How did they catch up? And then by fourth quarter, it was, I mean, let's be real. Wembanyama was brick city. I don't know why he was laying bricks. I don't know what the hell happened. Everybody was bricked the fuck up. I've never seen desperation kick in so hard. I've never seen desperation kick so hard for such a successful team. Cat carried them. Wemby is young. Yeah, he couldn't put up. Big purr. Big purr. He did. He did. This also makes Holmgren look so much worse. Chet and Yahoo. This makes him look way worse overall, because like he made Wemby look like a god, which, you know, I mean, he is, right? But it turns out he is defeatable. Like, he is man. He is still man. He is not just a god, an alien, a freak, but he can still bleed like a man. And bleed he did. So we shall see how Wemby comes back. Obviously, anytime he gets hit in the face, he comes back extra strong. He unlocks some kind of, like, you know, secret monk knowledge that he got in a monastery somewhere, where he just like has that dog in him. He taps in and he usually comes back with a vengeance. We saw this with the Thunder. But I will admit, watching Wemby get bitched around a little bit, it hurt. It hurt right here. It hurt in my soul, in my heart, in my mind. I guess we just got to get used to things like that. I mean, I saw my GOAT LeBron get swept by the Thunder already. That was devastating. And now I just have to sit there and watch Wembanyama have to deal with Cat, and it's not great. I will tell you, it's like we already have so little in this country. It feels like New York has everything. Why can't the rest of the country have a little bit? Just the crumbs. What happened to socialism? What happened to redistributive policies? What happened to egalitarianism as a concept? What happened? Why does New York get to have it all? It turns out New York said socialism in one city, socialism in one nation, no international socialism. Socialism in one city, no permanent revolution, no permanent proletarian revolution, certainly no international revolution, just socialism in one place and one place only. We get to have all the goods. We get to have all of the expansive social safety nets. We get to have a walkable city, public infrastructure expenditures. And now, Knicks in the finals. It's unbearable. Folks, it is unbearable. Unfollowing for this trot take. Chill. 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 At least the rest of the country gets to have certain things. Like South Dakota. South Dakota gets to have Toby Dirty in the gubernatorial race in the general, which, as you know, that's my boy. I'm supporting Toby Dirty. And Los Angeles, what do we get? What do we get in the state of formerly known California, now known as California? What do we get? What do we get? Big dumps. A long and convoluted voter tabulation process. Diarrhea forever. Everyone gets a puppy on the one side, diarrhea forever on the other. And we choose diarrhea forever. I guess we get good weather, even though climate change is taking that away as well. Oh, my Lord. What do we get? Why are New Yorkers making everybody jealous outside?
Let me get a brunch of egg and cheese. Hold the dick and balls, you heard? That ass, bro. Make my shit right, you heard? That ass, bro. For me, that's the king of New York, you feel me? Yo, Og, let me get a brunch of egg and cheese. Hold it.
A brunch of egg and cheese. It's true. It's true. Unbearable. Unbelievable. Is fucked up, and I'm sick and tired of it. Check previous. You need to see this. Please watch Bosnia's official World Cup song, most Balkan thing you've ever seen. Okay, we'll look at it in a little bit. House War Powers vote. California dumps. I'm homophobic. Question mark. Lego madness. Epstein's Fury Day 97. War's back on. Knicks won. Get in now. New York Times is about to drop a big story on Platner. Yeah, I know. And the big story, I've gotten some details on. There's some speculation that it's about a right-wing operative, ironically enough. But the New York Times, of course, is gonna. Did you cop one yet? The Means Workwear? Yes, I did. I did cop it, of course. Did you see what happened in Pasadena last night? What happened? Video from Pasadena?
Councilmember Rick Hole here in front of the former St. Luke's Hospital, where the U.S. Army is conducting a training exercise in urban warfare. As you can hear, flashbangs and simulated gunfire are going on. They're going to be going on for the next half an hour, we're told. It's 1 a.m. and we're in the middle of what is normally a quiet residential neighborhood. Homes literally across the street with people trying to sleep. The Ranger helicopter just dropped soldiers on
what the hell?
They're simulating an attack on the building, and this is going to go on for a while. And good luck to the people that have got to get up and go to work tomorrow.
Why are they training inside of American cities? I mean, urban warfare training is a normal part of the process, but why are they training inside of an actual American urban environment rather than simply training at the training facilities where they have set up urban environments? Is that, I mean, maybe it's normal. I don't know. Bro, these motherfuckers really don't give a fuck about poor neighborhoods in California. Goddamn. Wait, Pasadena is not a poor neighborhood. That's why it's crazy. Pasadena is actually a very wealthy neighborhood, not a poor one. Pasadena is rich. Patrick Bet David, the numbers guy, was brain broken by Mehdi. You were mentioned. I know. I am aware. This happened a couple days ago. Mehdi told me already. We will be watching. Don't you worry. I'm a numbers guy gets defeated. I'm a numbers guy gets defeated by the real debate guy who doesn't ChatGPT it, but he doesn't grok it. But we'll take a look at it. You know, obviously, I'm a numbers guy. So yeah, a lot going on in the world. We are going to be talking about it. We are going to be ChatGPTing it. We're going to be doing the numbers. No blast off on Insta. Yes, there is a blast off on Insta 25 minutes ago, as a matter of fact. But yeah, I did hear Democracy Now! Talk about me this morning while I was listening, which was an interesting experience. And I will be on Democracy Now! Tomorrow. So that'll be even more interesting when I hear myself on Democracy Now! Democracy Now! The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Okay. Anyway, we're blasting off, ladies and gentlemen. Before I forget, we're blasting off. Javier Bardem reposted me? Shut up. Pegasus cooked you? Hell yeah. Pegasus is back. Pegasus needs to worry about the Singaporean government coming after him. I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, we're going to do Politico. Hold on. Politico, I did an interview with. Pegasus Dick Riders in the chat. Shameless. Even The Economist was defending you and janking against the UK visa revocation. Yeah, we got the Times article as well. By the way, I don't think you guys understand. This is a very conservative newspaper. The Times is a very conservative newspaper. So the fact that the Times actually had me on their front page and a photo of me with the Queen with X's on her eyes is wild. This is the type of shit that these guys actually do care about. Okay, that's like exactly the type of shit that they care about, that they get mad about. Remember, these are the good times, the golden era of the Hasanabi broadcast. Can we get a gay rights to beat the homophobia? Yes, gay rights and gay wrongs. I do believe that this visa revocation actually backfired, because I think there is a limit. There's a limit to like what these guys find to be appropriate as far as limiting speech. If you do that to like Kanye West, who is like a fairly indefensible figure because of, you know, his admiration, his expression of admiration for Adolf Hitler, obviously, like not a lot of people are going to criticize or complain. But when you do this to you know, a political commentator who has actively fought back against anti-Semitism, against like against right-wing forces in general, I think people look at that and go, all right, this is a bridge too far. This is fucked up. It's super basic. This is one of the easiest bars to clear, and yet, of course, a lot of the right-wing charlatans have not been able to clear this unbelievably simple bar, which is if I'm getting barred entry into the UK, then I mean, what are we doing? Everyone is, right? Javier Bardem reposted Hassan's speech on his Instagram story. Oh my God. We're going places. Yeah, I think the Oxford clip of you calling out anti-Semitism really broke through. They're using it to show how stupid I... They're using that to show how stupid I was? What do you mean you were? You got more publicity than if you were just in the country. Zach Polanski reposts as well. Yeah, because it is stupid. It's stupid. To do this to someone like myself is unbelievably stupid, right? Because, like, I'm not an anti-Semite. I fight back against anti-Semitism all the fucking time. So obviously, when you turn around and you're like, hey, this guy was actually in the country, like not that long ago, and he was supposed to go to the Oxford Union. He was at the Oxford Union not that long ago, a year ago, and he was straight up fucking talking about the dangers of like rising anti-Semitism. All of a sudden, it destroys the counter narrative. It destroys the argument that like I'm this dangerous anti-Semite, because that's what they've been running with, right? Why do you care about the Oxford Union? It's literally just a temple to bourgeois free speech idolization. Do you think the UK would let a trans woman use the women's restroom if she was Israeli? What? Are you okay, chatter? I mean, free speech is still an important value that I care about. I'm not going to just cast that aside by saying it's just mere bourgeois idolization. It's fucking idiotic. Especially because not only is it a value that I care about, not only is it a right that I would defend, but it's also one that we need to have, okay? That we need to maintain. You need to stop being fucking weird, okay? You need to always exhaust all readily available options, okay? And free speech and free speech protections is one of those very important principles that liberal society is supposed to defend. Are you not afraid? Be real? No, of course not. I mean, it sucks. It's annoying, but obviously I'm not fucking afraid, dude. What do you mean? This is my life. This is what I signed on to do, okay? I know that it's not going to be easy. When you're fighting for something worth fighting for, of course they're going to make it as difficult as possible for you. But you can't, you can't give up. You know, you can't give in. It's that simple. I will not let them fucking win. And I hope that the way that I keep pushing through offers more moral clarity and more courage to others as well. You have to be stubborn about these issues. There have been many times. There have been many instances where I've thought about quitting, right? Over the last couple of years. Why the fuck would I do it now? Why would I do it now? When the collective consciousness has shifted on this key issue. Guardian wrote another article. Arwa Mahdawi wrote, why is Hasan Piker not conducive to the public good? Because on Gaza, we punish the witness, not the crime. It's ironic because, again, this is a photo from The Guardian, when they wrote a profile on me in The Guardian. So like all this other stuff that they've written about me is now coming back to haunt the British government. This is why I do all of the media whenever they ask me to do it. This is why I call it terrorism insurance, right? Ironically enough, I know that eventually if you have if you're using your speech in a way that is disruptive to the established hierarchies, that want to maintain the structural violence, want to maintain the structural violence of poverty, want to make sure that the system continues as usual, no matter who is suffering in the crosshairs. Eventually, they're going to come for you. Eventually, they're going to come for all of us. So all of this anti-Semitism insurance, terrorism insurance from ahead of time is now coming back to haunt the British government and maybe the American government as well if they try to move in a similar direction. But it's good. It's important to hold firm in moments like this. Keep fighting for each other and not against each other. Yeah. Anyway, the Times also wrote this article. Hasan Piker, the UK banned me for criticizing Israel, is discussing one of America's most influential left-wing streamers, tells the Times of his disdain at being put in the same category as Kanye West. Hasan Piker, an American socialist influencer with more social media followers than most European newspapers, had his tour of British institutions mapped out: a debate at Oxford Union, a speech at South by Southwest London Festival, then possibly a photo shoot at the tomb of Karl Marx at Highgate Cemetery. That was what I was supposed to do with the Times, ironically enough. We were supposed to do a Times interview, and then they were going to shoot me at Karl Marx's tomb. However, his plans were put on hold when Shabana Mahmoud, the Home Secretary, banned him from entering the country on the basis that his intense criticism of Israel meant his presence in Britain may not be conducive to the public good. Piker is not the first contrarian figure to be given this treatment. In the past few months, the Home Office has revoked the entry visas of a dozen celebrities on the other end of the political spectrum, including American rapper Kanye West, Slavomir Mensin, one of the leaders of the Confederation, a radical right-wing Polish party. However, Piker, who spends 8 hours a day streaming to his followers from a mansion in Los Angeles, is appalled by the implicit comparison. I think it's disgusting because I've opposed the far right and all manner of reactionary thought my entire life, and I will continue to do so, Piker, 34, told the Times. I find anti-Semitism to be morally repugnant. I've spoken out against anti-Semitism extensively and all sorts of bigotries, really, Islamophobia, transphobia, and the like. To be categorized in the same vein as an anti-Semite and a person who's openly stated that they admire Adolf Hitler is disgusting, Piker said, but I think the reason why they're doing that is to create at least some kind of ideological parity. This is something that liberals love doing. They love to make it seem like there are extremists on both sides, and they oppose extremism on both sides. Piker does not believe his views are extreme. Instead, he is adamant that it is precisely because they are not silly that they caused a stir. He would vote for Hamas over Israel. Piker is described by online trolls as the intellectually destitute person's idea of a clever person. To others, he is the left's riposte to prolific manosphere influencers such as Andrew Tate. In the attention economy, controversy is a currency in its own right, and Piker is an accomplished provocateur. He once notoriously said the U.S. deserved the 9/11 terror attacks because of its military interventions in the Middle East, including its support for Israel. He defended the Chinese annexation of Tibet and once suggested that Dan Crenshaw, a Republican congressman and Navy SEAL veteran, had lost his eye to some mujahideen, a brave fucking soldier. However, he's best known for his tirades against Israel, which he described in a previous Oxford Union speech as an apartheid state and a settler colonial entity that was conducting genocide against the Palestinian people. Remember, this is a right-wing newspaper. Of course, they're going to write like this. Why is this on Imgur? Because it's virtually impossible to fucking get the article. There's a serious paywall, and I don't think we can actually boom the paywall at all. The Tibet annexation, really? Yeah, I mean, they're not gonna hold back, you know? They're gonna make me look like a dangerous guy or dangerous radical, whatever. Doesn't matter. Zwing Thomas, thank you for the 22 gifted subs. Cover this vote to fuse Israeli and U.S. militaries in Congress right now? I know. We are. I have covered it already, and I will continue to cover it. Yes. Massively important vote happening. Live link below on the question of effectively merging the Israeli and U.S. militaries. I know. So, where were we? However, he's best known for his tirades against Israel, which he described in a previous Oxford speech as an apartheid state and a settler colonial entity that was conducting genocide against the Palestinian people. Piker also said in a podcast that he would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time. He claimed his remark was a thought experiment intended to highlight that once a group was designated as a terrorist organization, a vague definition to deny habeas corpus in America, the conversation was effectively over. He disagrees with the characterization of Hamas and Hezbollah as anti-Semitic, maintaining that they are nationalist anti-colonial movements. Are there atrocities that have taken place in the hands of Hamas? Absolutely. Are there war crimes? Certainly. Piker said. Having said that, however, there is no analysis that you can conduct about the reasoning behind why Hamas was formed, how it has evolved over the years in its militancy, going from exclusively targeting military targets to civilian targets, to many conversations that have taken place within the Palestinian resistance about the efficacy of targeting civilians beyond the morality of it. I obviously find it immoral unconditionally, but I'm talking from their perspective, right? Piker said he had resorted to provocative language on the subject, such as claiming that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel in the hopes of forcing liberals to discuss the moral balance between Israel and Hamas. He disagrees with the characterization of Hamas and Hezbollah as anti-Semitic, maintaining that they are... Wait, what is this? Oh, this is the same thing. Oh, again. Okay, never mind. UK just as vicious as America. The decision to bar Piker from the UK shocked to him. While he makes no secret of the fact that he is not a liberal, not least because he rejects the notion that people are free to accumulate wealth, he said he thought Europe would have more respect for free expression than Turkey, where he grew up. I've always believed, perhaps falsely, that especially Europe has had a commitment to this fundamental humanitarian principle of free speech, he said. That in spite of the disagreements, no matter what, as long as someone is not genuinely inciting hatred or trying to actively foment violence, that most reasonable people in governments, especially in Europe, will always say, look, these are disagreements that we have, but it's a little ridiculous to deny them their opportunity to speak. After Trump's MAGA movement took power, he said, many conversations in the U.S. shifted towards where people might escape if things go really bad. Hassan's father advised him that Britain could potentially provide asylum. I kept telling him that's not going to happen because they are just as vicious, if not more vicious, than America, he said. This is the country that has offered shelter to many thinkers who were even considered radical at the time. For that country to decide, no, I think you're far too dangerous to come speak here, I think that's a sign of the times. Cockroach Nigel Farage. Piker traces Britain and America's political trajectory to the Thatcher-Reagan era, which he says trapped the left in culture wars, austerity, and privatization while creating fertile ground for populists. That's why you see the likes of Nigel Farage, who almost like a cockroach, he said, you just cannot get away. He's withstood numerous atom bombs at this point that would have destroyed any other person's career. The Brexit fiasco, or even literally almost dying in a plane crash. Reform is an objectively fascist far-right party. That didn't happen overnight. I do think that the Labour Party has played a formative role in the development of fascist politics in this country because of their inability to address the economic crisis that people were facing. The same problems exist in the Democratic Party. Piker claims capitalism has long outlived its usefulness as a progressive force in history and will evolve into either socialism or barbarism. He believes the West is moving towards the latter. Fascists, he says, may preserve the capitalist order only through unbelievable levels of state repression as frustration with wealth inequality grows. Life of a jet setter. He does not see this as a contradiction with his wealth. Parker's Los Angeles home, worth more than $3 million and funded almost entirely through audience donations, sits in an affluent, predominantly white neighborhood within walking distance from the U.S.'s oldest Holocaust museum. He is known for his frequent travel, designer clothing, and dating adult film performers. He acknowledges an immensely privileged upbringing, despite his family's later financial difficulties. As the son of Turkish immigrants, his success reflects a version of the American dream. It feels like I won the lottery. I never thought I would have hundreds of... Where is this? Oh. It feels like I won the lottery. I never thought that I would have hundreds of thousands of fans all around the world that voluntarily give me $5 a month to watch, Piker said. I mean, I work very hard. I live stream every day for 8 hours, 7 days a week. But that's not the reason why I'm successful. I think luck played a major role in this. So I tried to advance a different understanding, a different organization of the economy overall, so that people don't have to be immensely fortunate to actually get a crumb of this American dream. Moving to the mainstream. Until recently, few would have described Piker as a mainstream figure in American politics outside inveterately online sections of the U.S. left. That changed after the Democratic Party's defeat by President Trump in the 2024 presidential election. Also, subscribe to the People's Broadcasting Service, Piker Broadcasting Service, sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. $6 a month in your subscriptions, voluntary donations to support independent media is what sets this, keeps this operation afloat. Just tuned in. Is this a hit piece? Well, it's a right-wing publication, so it's positioned negatively. It's in the story. WAPO racing to get it out as well. I'm hearing it's more than one woman. What is this? They're about to say Plattner essayed a woman. Are you saying this as something you heard will be in the story? I don't think that that's what's going to happen. But I wouldn't be shocked. But we'll get into all of that in a little bit when it comes out. Anyway, let's continue on this. Let's focus up. All right. Where was I? Moving on to the mainstream. While he has no formal affiliation with the party, several of his prominent left-wingers, including AOC and Ilhan Omar, have appeared on his Twitch stream in an effort to court his fan base. This has given Piker's pronouncements a measure of influence over the party, including his endorsement of socialist challenger candidates such as Zohran Mamdani, who invited him to the victory party after winning the New York City mayoral election. Piker has crossed swords with the Trump administration and Fox News, which has cataloged his more extreme statements. My opinion is the majority's opinion, and they can't arrest every single person, right? Piker said. So they try to make an example out of members of the media, prominent critics of Israel, to the best of their ability, to hopefully get others to pay attention and to create, as we like to say in America, a chilling effect on speech. After delivering humanitarian aid to Cuba with the Nuestra America convoy in March, Piker was investigated by the Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control. The agency subpoenaed financial records over whether the trip breached U.S. sanctions. Piker said the probe was politically motivated and intended to circumvent his First Amendment right to free expression by pressuring him into silence. He compared it to the whole counterterrorism initiative that Sebastian Gorka's shepherding, referring to Trump's combative senior director for counterterrorism. People of all political persuasions had encouraged him to run for office over the years, Piker claims. However, he believes that doing so would ultimately be detrimental to his broader campaign to reshape the American left, and that U.S. voters are not ready for his radical brand of politics. I'm the most Oppo research content creator on the planet, he said, alluding to the practice of digging up dirt on rival politicians. I've seen what it takes to actually run and how much time and effort it takes. I feel like I can lend credibility to certain politicians that I like and actually be able to advance the movement rather than to simply run for office for one race with no guarantee that I'll win. Chat, the news didn't even drop yet you're fucking drama spiraling over what he might not have done. Shut up. I'm timing all of you out. Yeah, we're not doing the Graham Plattner Oppo piece or hit piece yet. Everyone needs to fucking dial it back a million times. Okay. Did you think about doing this speech via web call? Easy and effective workaround against their infamous ban? Yes, I will be. I will be doing that, as a matter of fact. I will be doing that with the Oxford Union and with Giannis Varoufakis as well. I'm doing both of those. Those are still continuing. Anyway, my interview with Politico is out. This is by Will Steeken, who is now at Politico. He reports, Hasan Piker declares, I'm not a kingmaker after his candidate struggle. Now, I don't really like the angle of this article as much because he does allude to me, pushing for Tom Steyer or Nithya Raman, which, I didn't do to the same degree as Shoykat Chakrabarti and Hamawi, obviously. But, Yeah, streamer Hasan Piker hands his energy drink to producer Mauricio Miranda before going on stage to speak at the campaign event for Abdul al-Sayed, a progressive candidate in the Democratic primary. Popular socialist Twitch streamer Hasan Piker erupted in excitement to his thousands of live viewers Tuesday night, declaring as the race for New Jersey's 12th congressional district was called, "It's over. Adam Hamawi. Hamawi Mentum. Let's fucking go. Read it and weep. First W of the night." It would be his last of the night. Piker had campaigned hard for Hamawi in the final weeks of the race, hosting a retired U.S. Army combat surgeon, a staunch Israel critic on multiple streams, and appearing alongside him on the campaign trail in New Jersey. Hamawi's win gives Piker, one of the most sought-after political surrogates on the far left, another example to point to that his efforts can help push candidates over the line. But the three candidates he pushed in his home state of California all underperformed and lost their races, revealing some of the streamer's limitations as he looks to position himself as a new force in Democratic politics by working to convert his engaged online audience into wins for progressive and socialist candidates. Piker sought to clarify how he viewed his role after a rough night in which the Democratic establishment performed fairly strong from coast to coast. "A lot of people think I'm some kingmaker," a groggy Piker said in an interview Wednesday morning after streaming for over 10 hours on Tuesday until 11 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time and getting just 4 hours of sleep. "But I'm not a kingmaker, and I'm very clear about that." Yeah, I only endorsed Shoykot and Adam Hamawi, so it's wrong. I did not, but he clarifies it later down. He just buries the lead. Instead, Piker said his goals with campaign is just trying to identify wonderful candidates that are more responsive to the needs of the masses and push for them and get them elected, connect them with my audience. Besides Hamawi, who also benefited from endorsements from major progressive players, including Rep. AOC and Bernie Sanders, Piker also endorsed and campaigned with Progressive House candidate Shoykot Chakrabarti, Ocasio-Cortez's former chief of staff, and hosted billionaire environmentalist California gubernatorial candidate Tom Steyer and Los Angeles mayoral candidate Nithya Raman on a stream in recent weeks. While he never formally endorsed Steyer or Raman, Piker urged his followers to back them to block other candidates. It didn't work. Chakrabarti finished third and failed to advance in the primary's top two primary system. In the party's primary system, trailing the other more moderate Democrats. With ballots still outstanding, it appears that Steyer and Raman may meet the same fate. Piker acknowledged the limits of his reach, and as his nascent excursion into IRL politicking continues to take shape, after years of streaming for hours a day behind a computer, commenting on election results and headlines, the Twitch streamer has become not only a star in progressive politics, but also one of the most derided among more moderate Democrats and Republicans because of his history of incendiary rhetoric, including saying America deserved 9/11, comments he has since said he regrets making. "I'm not able to make someone win," Piker said. "I can push them over the finish line, that is for sure, but there's definitely a bump." That's what they're calling the Hasan bump. "But candidates themselves have to have the fundamentals." Piker hosted Chakrabarti on a stream for an extended interview back in March, repeatedly urged his viewers to support his candidacy, and last month appeared in person at Change the Party event with Chakrabarti in San Francisco that drew hundreds of people. "It is what it is. It didn't work," Piker said on stream Tuesday night, as it became clear Chakrabarti would have a bad night. When asked, Piker chalked up Chakrabarti's poor performance to a lack of local infrastructure needed to withstand a wave of corporate-backed attack ads, as well as not having the support of grassroots. Piker said he even personally made private overtures, San Francisco's local Democratic Socialists of America group, to urge support. Still, the group declined to back Chakrabarti, who doesn't consider himself a socialist. Still, if Tuesday was a ding on Piker's political project, it did nothing to deter him from throwing his weight around in upcoming races. His focus is already shifting to New York's upcoming primaries, where he's working to boost the New York DSA slate. That includes Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, who Mayor Zohran Mamdani has also endorsed against Representative Adriano Espaillat, with events in the works. Now, of course, the resentment from the centrist or the center-right in the Democratic Party or the far right is not because of my fucking America deserved 9/11 comments, right? Elsewhere, Piker's support is shown to be a boost to candidates, including in the Michigan Senate, after throwing his support behind Abdul al-Sayed and campaigning with him across the state earlier this year, injecting a jolt of attention into the progressives' campaign. Piker's involvement fueled a surge of interest in small dollar donations, helping boost al-Sayed into serious contention in the primary, even as it triggered stark backlash from Republicans and more moderate Democrats alike. "I don't have time to feel sad or even experience joy," Piker said Wednesday. "We've got more primaries coming up." That's the article. No Chris Robb mention. Yeah, I wonder why they're angling it this way, but I guess like they're angling it in a way where it's like, what is this? Hasan Piker confirms he will attend NBA Game Finals 3 in Madison Square Garden. Zohran Mamdani and Donald Trump will also attend. Performatively booking even higher nosebleeds than Zohran. Yeah, no, it's going to be the highest of the nosebleeds. This love triangle, he needs to be careful if Trump sees Zoran laughing with him. Okay, I'm not going with Zoran. All right. Anyway, so here's the thing. The narrative that is like shaping now after a sequence of victories that didn't get as much coverage from mainstream news outlets like with Chris Robb or even Adam Hamawi, I feel like some of these guys are basically saying like, oh, you don't have the juice. You don't have the motion. And in an effort to like tie me to candidates that fail, they will obviously focus on Shoykot, but then they'll also slap on like Nithya Raman or Tom Steyer, who are very different than the types of candidates that I actually align with and actively push for. Melot Kiros is a great example of a candidate that I will be campaigning alongside. Daria Liza is another. Claire Valdez is another. The New York City DSA slate in its entirety are exactly the type of insurgencies that I identify with and align with ideologically. Shoykot, as a matter of fact, is in the category of a candidate that's not backed by the local DSA. It's unique. He was unique in that regard. And the point that I was trying to make is that due to ideological differences, due to a lack of trust with grassroots on the ground, there just wasn't enough support. There are people that I have on the broadcast that I do not endorse. There are people I have on the broadcast that I will be very critical of and will have significant disagreements with. Tom Steyer is one of those people, right? Like I didn't endorse Tom Steyer. I didn't rally with Tom Steyer. I had an opportunity to do so and I didn't do so. Like there were certain things that I was expecting from Tom Steyer that I think would have helped him out as well in the long run. And I still, I still hope that he makes it into the top two. I hope he actually pushes out the Republican, right? And here's the other side of the story. I don't just back candidates that I think are going to win. I back candidates that might be a long shot. Shoykot was a long shot, right? And I think a lot of people don't understand that, where they're like, oh, dude, you're just supposed to fucking back candidates that you know are going to win so you look good. It's like, that's not what this is about. What this is about is working to actually change the Democratic Party's internal, it's different caucuses within the party, right? To create some kind of movement, as long as, the Democrats allow us, right? Shouldn't Palestine give up and surrender to Israel? Why is Hamas sending people? I know you're a Ukraine supporter, and that's the reason why you're bringing this up. I know that you're pro-Ukraine and anti-Palestine, and that's why you're bringing this up. And I maybe you haven't heard me talk about this before, but I'm in favor of a cessation of hostilities in both Ukraine and also in Palestine. The problem is that, I'm making you anti-Palestine. Oh, so you're pro-genocide now. As a pro-Ukraine guy, you're pro-genocide now because of me, because of a Twitch streamer? Interesting. Kind of feels like you actually were not that invested in the lives and livelihoods of the Palestinian population, and now you're simply looking for an out. In any case, the point is, or rather the difference is in this circumstance, that Ukraine is a sovereign state that actually has a standing military and has been able to successfully push back against the Russian forces, which is great, right? And I'm in favor of it. And Russian irredentist action in Ukraine is completely unjustifiable, and I've opposed it from the beginning. And I've been talking about the immorality of the Russian invasion. You, on the other hand, I don't think give a shit about the Israeli incursion, especially when the Israeli investment or the Israeli interest. No, I just poke you with your own hypocrisy. There is no hypocrisy. It's your stupidity. You don't understand. Israel has a different interest with the Palestinians than Russia has with Ukrainians. Okay? That's just the truth. I think the Russian invasion of Ukraine is also immoral and unjustifiable. I don't justify it. I think it's fucked up. Do you understand? But Israel is not simply trying to stop the Hamas scourge. Israel is very actively trying to ethnically cleanse this land. This land that it occupies already as a sovereign state. Russia does not occupy the entirety of Ukraine as it's carpet bombing Ukrainian cities. You know, there's a difference, right? Well, I guess there's no difference for you because you're a disgusting little gremlin who actually doesn't care. I do care about Ukrainian lives. You don't care about Palestinians. That's the difference. Have you already seen this from Politico about you, by the way? What the fuck is this? Yes, I just read it. I feel like this is engagement bait. He's not a kingmaker. He's never claimed to be, just a voice of reason and rational thought. Yeah, there is no like Russian Kojat that actually calculates the amount of calories that every individual Ukrainian gets to eat. Okay? There is one for Israel. Israel has hermetically sealed Palestine. Israel has militarily occupied Palestinian existence and ethnically cleansed hundreds of thousands of Palestinians over 80 fucking years. There's no real comparison between the two. Now, the real problem here is whether Russia is invested in a genuine, long-standing ceasefire with Ukrainians or not. That's the real question. I don't know. In any case, it doesn't really matter. That chatter wasn't actually invested in the truth at all. That chatter was just in here to show people how fucking immoral he is. Like he thinks this gives him moral permission, right? Russia is trying to absorb Ukraine and wipe out Ukrainian identity, but it wants to do so by making Ukrainians into Russians. Israel wants to take over Palestine and kill and expel every Palestinian who lives there. Exactly. Most are immoral, some of the worst crimes of the modern day, but they aren't identical in the dynamics. Exactly. Exactly. This doesn't justify the other, by the way. This is not a justification for Russian irredentist action. Not even a little bit. Okay? But there are differences. But regardless, that person doesn't care about my interest in this at all. That person doesn't care about anything, as a matter of fact. He's just in here to talk shit. He's in here to be like, see, this is why I no longer am anti-genocide. Okay, well then you're a fucking piece of shit. If you are willing to entertain your lack of support for a people that are being genocided in broad daylight with unlimited support from the Western world, support that could have gone to Ukraine, mind you, but is now being wasted away in Israel in this offensive genocidal conquest, right? If you're that invested in Western supremacy, if you're that invested in murdering Muslims wholesale across the board, no matter where it's happening, then you don't need my permission. You don't need me to tell you that you're fine. You're allowed to hate the Palestinians. You've already decided that you're a fucking piece of shit anyway. You're a monster. Anyway. Where else? What was I going to talk about? What else was going on? Oh, here. Do you guys want to know why fucking California takes so long to count votes? Here's Alex on the scene of the crime.
Why does it take so long to count ballots in California compared to other states? Well, essentially, California leaders have made the decision that it's more important to give more people more time to make last-minute votes than it is to count quickly, where other states have said it's more important to count quickly and not necessarily give people as many options to vote at the last minute. So in California, you can turn your ballot in up until the very last day. As long as it is postmarked by Election Day, there's up to 7 days for that to come to a vote processing center like this one to be counted. Also, we mail ballots to every single registered voter in the state. Right now, about 80% of voters return their ballots by mail. Each one of them has to go through a signature verification process. If there's a problem in the signature verification process, then you're alerted and you have 10 days to fix that process to come what's called cure your ballot. All that takes time. Eventually, all those ballots come here where they are officially counted. But the whole process takes about 3 weeks, which is longer than most states who don't do most of that, and by the way, have a lot less people. LA County alone has 5.9 million registered voters, which is more voters than 41 other states. So there's a lot of vote by mail, there's a lot of steps to prevent fraud, and all that takes a lot of time, which is why California moves so slow. To speed up that process would include changing the laws in order to make that happen. But because of that, we haven't changed the laws. Right now, we do not know who's advancing in the race for LA mayor or the race for California governor.
It is pretty wild. It is pretty fucking wild. Dude. I guess it kind of makes sense because it's so large, right? The state is so large. It's so vast that it takes like 3 weeks to fully figure out who won anything. It's also tough to try and project the winner too. I guess they can for someone who's like very clearly like Karen Bass is already projected to advance, right? And also projected not to hit 50%. So that's why there's a runoff. What I sent to my dad about California voting, if you vote in person or on election day by poll close time, that's the moment your vote leaves your custody. A mail vote postmarked by E-Day or dropped in a box before poll time leaves your custody at the exact moment as well. There's absolutely no reason to restrain certain methods of voting at arbitrary points because you're then implying that an in-person vote is more valid than a mail or drop-off vote, which adversely discriminates. Okay, yeah. Okay, nerd, we get it. How does your dad feel about you actively door knocking for a vicious anti-Semite? Huh? Well, you're also a VIP in the community of another vicious anti-Semite. Anyway, Marshy Moo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Yeah, rebellious face for MAGA phonics. So yeah, that's the California vote tabulation system. And it is very, very long and convoluted. Hasan Piker and Yanis Varoufakis banned for insufficient support of genocide. Yeah, this is tomorrow. Tomorrow at 12 p.m. Pacific time, I will be doing this convo with Yanis Varoufakis. Anyway, let's get to this. The Knicks, baby. I already covered it earlier, but here, we'll just watch it again, I guess. Fucking New York. You know what? Actually, I'm skipping it. Fuck that.
It's a bad time for free speech in Britain. Last weekend, 2 controversial American left-wing influencers, Cenk Uygur and his nephew Hasan Piker, were blocked by the British government from entering the country.
Of course, it was supposed to be in London today, but as you might have heard, that didn't work out that way.
No matter what your thoughts are on what these men stand for, Britain was wrong to ban them. It's a bad look for a country that sees itself as the birthplace of free speech. The Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, claimed that the presence of Piker and Uygur may not be conducive to the public good. This extraordinarily vague standard appears to be increasingly used to ban commentators whose views the government simply doesn't welcome. In April, it was used to stop Kanye West from performing at a music festival because of his history of unhinged Nazi ramblings. And in May, it was deployed to block several far-right influencers from participating in a rally organized by the white nationalist Tommy Robinson.
I got banned from England by Keir Starmer and all of the corrupt politicians because my words have more power and influence than any of their policies ever will.
The Home Secretary is afforded a lot of discretionary power in these decisions. It should be used sparingly.
And there should be a transparent process. Like that's what's so crazy about it, right? That's what's so crazy about it, where people are just like, why did this happen? And we're forced to speculate. And obviously, like in my instance, it's like pretty pretty obvious what took place. And it's the same with like Kanye West. Obviously, he was literally pro Adolf Hitler and shit, right? But like but even then, like the reason why transparency is a must is because if they were to turn around and be like, oh, because he's a vicious anti-Semite, look, that's why we banned Kanye. Well, all of a sudden, you now have an argument, which means we can counter it by posting the Oxford Union speech to be like, oh, really? That's interesting because here is 45 minutes of him talking about the dangers of growing anti-Semitism in the UK, inside of the UK, at the Oxford Union. Kind of ridiculous to say this guy's a fucking anti-Semite, no? But the lack of transparency in this process is what allows the British government to continue getting away with doing shit like this. And it's very dangerous because this is a huge move. Mahmoud unironically believed that allowing Maccabi Tel Aviv fans into Birmingham was perfectly fine, by the way. Luckily, they never made it there. I know. They fought hard to ensure that the Maccabi Tel Aviv hooligans are allowed in, even though they're notoriously dangerous and do actually cause violence wherever they go. They do like pogroms and race riots wherever they fucking go.
Of course there's a line. Direct and deliberate incitement to violence is rightly unlawful. But hurtful, disturbing, disgusting views do not meet the bar. Hasan Piker has many opinions that reasonable people might find offensive.
I'm a harm reduction voter, I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time.
Or simply bonkers, but he does not pose a threat to Britain.
Bonkers!
Britain gave sanctuary to Karl Marx.
Yeah.
We should not be frightened of one of his more superficial disciples.
Superficial disciple? What the fuck?
The UK is not the only country that uses visa bans to keep out speakers its government dislikes.
Yo, I hate this new meta of right-wingers going on their newspapers, their like reactionary newspapers, and be like, yeah, I fucking hate this guy. He's an idiot. He's a dumb phony, a real piece of shit. Also a radical terrorist, but we should still let him speak. That's fucked up. You're not even a real communist, but they would say that about Karl Marx too. Today's tender leftists would literally say that about Karl Marx. They'd be like, oh, he participated in the stock market? Oh, wow, that's fucking counter-revolutionary. The fuck do you mean? He had stocks.
America, Australia, Germany, and many others do the same. But that's no excuse. The government should stop using its powers so casually. And in any case, preventing controversial people from entering the country will not stop Britons from hearing their views. Google searches in Britain for Piker and Yuga are already higher than they've ever been. Ultimately, the government's job is to keep people safe from actual violence, not to try to shield them from words that might upset people. With free speech under siege around the world, it's shameful that Britain wants a battle.
Ultras as of today would have been all up Engels' ass for being a hypocrite who deserved the gallows. Yeah, of course, Engels, a factory owner. I mean, he was bourgeois. It's fucking ridiculous. Karl Marx, also not one with the streets, an academic, a thinker. Who gives a fuck? That's obviously not a real working class revolutionary. Get the fuck out of here. All he did was freeload off of his factory owner, best friend, and possible lover. Fidel Castro was a lawyer. Che Guevara, doctor. These are people who are, you know, they're well educated. It's fucking bullshit. What was Che doing? Driving around? He's Argentinian driving around on a motorbike? They don't know shit. Yeah, they were PMC scum. Fidel Castro and Che Guevara were professional managerial class scum.
Bastion of tolerance and vigorous debate is now trying to stifle it.
We can speak now to Cenk Uygur, who joins us from Los Angeles.
Marks and Engels were in at parties and Democratic process fucking phonies, yeah.
Of course, you're not on our time zone because you're not here and have stayed up late for us. Good evening to you there. Good morning from London. Can you tell us when and how exactly you learnt about this decision?
Okay, I'm skipping this.
And welcome to Hannity. And tonight, President Trump's cabinet on Capitol Hill delivering what is a master class on how to deal with unhinged radical Democrats. Marco Rubio, Scott Bessent, absolutely embarrassing several left-wing radical lawmakers. We have the highlights of that all coming up straight ahead. And later, I'll give you my take on so-called journalist Scott Pelley, who was fired by CBS News and is now free to be himself.
Dude, these guys have totally dropped all notion of you know, ideological consistency, any investment in like their peers, like defending their rights of their peers. I do feel like it is now a bygone era where newscasters would at least be like, well, you know, I disagree with Scott Pelley's statements vehemently, but I will always fight to death his right to say what he feels is true. Like, it's now a knife fight. It's this partisan knife fight where everybody just goes, nah, fuck him. Fuck him. It's crazy to see this. Like, this is a well-respected journalist that was the face of fucking 60 Minutes for a decade plus. What do you mean? It's totally valid to just shank him like this. Like, it's expected because these guys are charlatans. They've always been charlatans. But even then, I'm kind of shocked. It's shocking to watch it unfold, even if you expect it to happen. Yes, I saw Javier Bardem shared it. I saw. I can't believe I would see the day. I guess it's good that I got banned from the UK. It was worth it at the end. Anyway, he noticed me. I DM'd him again. I had DM'd him prior. He noticed me, but did not see my DM. Weren't you at a party with him? Yes, I was at the Vanity Fair's Oscar after party, and I was too shy to talk to him there because I love him. A titan. We got to get him on the pod now. What I don't get is why they're comparing Hasan and Cenk is doing. Going to a university to give speeches even comparable to right-wing influencers traveling abroad to go to protests, like protests that aren't their own country but their own country. Yes. Yes, protests that are designed specifically to foment violence against certain marginalized groups too.
Our left hack in love with himself. Maybe MSDNC is next. But we begin tonight with the troubling news for the Democratic Party. Across this country, Democrats, they are now desperately counting on a very strong midterm election so they can stay relevant and not completely lose their sanity. But a big new poll from Marquette, it should serve as a dire warning to Democrats. In just 1 month, the Democrats' lead on the generic congressional ballot has been completely wiped out, a 9-point swing in favor of Republicans. The only apparent reason, Americans are now slowly learning about some of the extreme candidates the Democrats are not only running, but protecting and defending and endorsing. Now, we'll get to some big developments surrounding Graham Plattner and James Tallarico in a moment, and we'll get reaction from Pennsylvania Senator, seemingly the only Democrat with common sense left, John Fetterman, who just called Plattner a creep. And he is. But first, I want to introduce you to
the only Democrat with some common sense remaining is a guy whose brain faculties are just not working. Like, and his brain is doo-doo. His brain is mush. He can't even speak. He's a stroke victim. And his faculties have diminished in a way that we can see, in a way that we can observe.
A congressional candidate from New Jersey's 12th district who just won last night's primary. His name is Adam Hamawi. Now, he might well be the new face of the Democratic Party, backed by AOC, the Squad. He is a devout socialist with an obsessive hatred for the world's only Jewish state. And that's not all. In 1994, Hamawi proudly volunteered for an organization detailed.
He didn't mention me, and I think there is a reason for that. Maybe he will later in the video. Oh, he does. Okay, never mind. I wonder if he will bring up the fact that we are supposed to debate, because he's ducking me right now. He's ducking me. Sean! Stop ducking me, Sean!
Oh, and that report, it was called the 9/11 Commission Report, as a group that, quote, covertly provide.
It's pretty crazy, by the way, because like my man, Adam Hamawi, was a 9/11 first responder.
Provided financial and other support for terrorist activities. Now, during a raid on its offices overseas, government agents, quote, uncovered weapons, letters from al-Qaeda leaders, and a photo of Osama bin Laden himself. Now, before Hamawi's involvement with that organization, he became associated with a notorious al-Qaeda operative. You might recall Andy McCarthy prosecuted this case, the blind sheikh case, who was ultimately a guy that died in prison, but not before Hamawi testified on his behalf in court. And we'll have more on that in a moment. More recently, in 2024, Hamawi volunteered at a hospital in Gaza, just months before Israeli forces located a key Hamas tunnel system directly under the hospital building. And tonight, in a statement, Hamawi's campaign referred to reports about his alleged extremist ties, gross and bigoted, and cited his military service and rescue efforts after 9/11. But keep in mind, Hamawi just appeared with Hasan Piker. America deserved 9/11. Remember that guy? And called for the American military complex to be dismantled, along with ICE, of course. Take a look.
Yeah, American military industrial complex must be dismantled. That's not like, why would you say that out loud? That's not a bad position. That's not a radical position. That's a good position. That's a fair position. And same with ICE. It's like a popular fucking position. The MIC being dismantled, unironically, is one that transcends beyond political boundaries too. Like, it's not partisan. It's bipartisan amongst the masses. It's bipartisan in Congress that it must remain intact, and there's bipartisan support amongst the masses across party boundaries.
We are spending $1 trillion, on our defense / Department of War / Department of War crimes now, and what we need to do is spend that in healthcare and spend it in
I think
education.
it's pretty wild, by the way, that the next, congressperson from New Jersey 12 is a person that has literally said, like, we are doing war crimes, right? Like, it is now the Department of War is now the Department of War Crimes. Like, that kind of stuff moves the needle in a pretty dramatic way. I think we are forgetting that even the most bold, most radical Democrats, they rarely say stuff like this. It's true, but a lot of Democrats shy away from actively criticizing the military-industrial complex or the actions of the military in general, right?
We need to abolish ICE. And so not only do we need to, abolish it, but we need to dismantle the DHS completely.
Now, the Democratic Party has never been more extreme, and it's about to get even worse. Here now with a full report, our very own Kevin Corke. We give him the...
This guy's awesome.
Well, challenging assignments, examining the mindset of crazy people. But anyway, that's my commentary, not yours. Kevin, in D.C. tonight.
Great to see you, my friend. Now, Hamoui did win a crowded Democratic primary in New Jersey's 12th. He's obviously the heavy favorite to win in the general come November. But the victory, Sean, is renewing scrutiny about his past relationship with, among others, Omar Abdel Rahman, a.k.a. the Blind Sheik. The radical cleric convicted on terrorism-related charges, whose followers, you may recall, carried out the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. Now, his critics, Hamouis, say voters deserve to know why a future lawmaker, most likely, chose to support a figure at the center of one of America's most infamous terrorism cases. Worse, he's backed by the so-called squad in Congress, adding to an increasingly troubling pattern within the Democrat Party. Here's a party, Sean, where there's an operative who allegedly volunteered with an al-Qaeda-linked group. There's also a Senate candidate in May.
Yeah, by the way, it's really funny to do this when, Jolani is in the White House shaking hands with the president. It's like, big dog, you know who else actually is hyping up former al-Qaeda operatives, directly? Working with them directly? We are, the American government, always, but certainly as of late. You're literally shitting on a doctor who saved the lives of thousands of victims of Al-Qaeda in 9/11, on 9/11, okay? That's what makes this so insane. It's just it doesn't matter. You can straight up be a superhero, okay? Because Adam Hamoui is, right? And even then, none of that matters. You're Muslim, you're anti-Israel, you're a fucking terrorist. This dude was dodging IEDs, okay? Was literally sewing back together thousands of American soldiers that the Republicans and many of the Democrats sent overseas to go fucking explode, okay, on Iraqi soil. He saved the life of Tammy Duckworth. And it doesn't matter. None of it matters. When Zaid is right, he's right regarding Muslim candidates. One solution to all of this is Democrats only nominate overachieving Muslims from now on because with the bar so high for brown candidates, Syed and Mamdani have no actual scandals. Yeah. It was supposed to be a scandal that Mamdani didn't march in a parade for a foreign country that hates him. That's how desperate they are for scandals in New York City right now. The one woke thing I agree with is that a true minority has to be better than a white person to hack it at many jobs because they're judged with a double standard. Ain't no black or brown Trump. An Indian man finally spent some money on clothes and is grooming, and this is what he gets. Yeah, he's gay as hell. That beard ain't fooling no one. Also, as far as Ilhan Omar's quote unquote litany of scandals goes, it's the same faucet of misinformation and unlimited barrage of attacks that she has been the recipient of for almost a fucking decade for the crime of being a hijabi Muslim black woman who happens to be on the right side of history. Okay? This is how it always goes. They will say some of the most heinous shit about you. And it's doubly fucked if you're also visibly Muslim, if you're a black woman who's also a hijabi, you're gonna receive unlimited attacks. Okay? That's it. That's it. It's just like, this is why I always have stood by. This is why I've always stood by people like Ilhan Omar, especially, not only because they are ideologically closest to me, but also because I know that they are being viciously and mercilessly attacked by not just reactionary media, not just Fox News, not just New York Post, but even from liberal media as well. Either liberal media will overlook these attacks and will allow it to continue with no pushback, no counter messaging, no counter signaling whatsoever, or they will participate in it. The expectation is always that you are supposed to be perfect. And even if you are perfect or close to perfect, I mean, Abdullah Sayed, pretty close to perfect, right? They will still try to find something. They will always do everything in their power to just be like, no, you can't trust this guy. He's not trustworthy. He's brown. He's Muslim. Not trustworthy at all.
We'll talk more about him later, who allegedly had what many have described as a Nazi-inspired tattoo. Another popular Democrat, a mayor of God.
Unfortunately, it works too. It works with the masses, right? It works. That's the other thing. Because if you were to ask the average normie about Ilhan Omar, they would probably, because of the residual hate farming and manufactured outrage campaigns that she's withstood for a decade, there is a residual amount of additional scrutiny, or maybe a little bit of lack of respect towards someone like Ilhan Omar, because most people hear that. Most people in the margins, most people who are normies, they hear this stuff, and it eventually makes its way to their timelines, and they just remember Ilhan Omar not as like a wonderful, kind, progressive force in American politics, almost like a lone beacon of progressivism at times. But instead, they remember her as, you know, a person that has a colorful past with numerous scandals, right? That's just how it goes, unfortunately. It's hard for me not to feel, obviously, additional sympathy towards Ilhan and many others, because I'm also the recipient of similar attacks all the time. And therefore, that's the reason why when you go out and, you know, talk to your friends and you say like, oh, I watch Hasan, they go, ooh, Hasan, well, isn't he bad? Isn't he bad? Here's the inverse. Here's what's happening on the other side. The people that are launching these attacks are never met with even a fraction of the same scrutiny, while they are responsible for actual heinous crimes, right? People will talk about Ilhan Omar as though she is this radical Islamist or whatever, right? Horribly racist takes. Meanwhile, Ken Paxton is letting every pedophile inside of Texas free, okay? He's letting every pedophile in the state of Texas roam fucking free. Ken Paxton's never met a pedophile he doesn't like. And they get away with that shit because even the liberals are too focused. Even the liberals are too focused on hitting their left flank. That's it.
Who has refused to attend the Israel Day parade, first time that's happened in over 60 years, and countless other examples of heated rhetoric from other Democratic lawmakers toward the Jewish state, and some have even argued seemingly sympathetic toward radical Islam. I mean, who could forget some people did something? Now, again, tonight, Homili's critics say voters deserve answers about how he ended up basically volunteering for this alleged extremist, and of course, what that says about him and the party backing him come this November. Now, you mentioned we did get a statement. I just want to share a very, very quick line here at the bottom. It says, this story, talking about his ties to an alleged extremist, this story originated on a designated hate group's blog. These bad faith, guilt by association attacks on Muslim and Arab candidates are nothing new in our politics. They say he's a patriot. They say he'll stay in the race. But it does say a lot about his party, seemingly so, Sean.
All right, Kevin, thank you for that very informative report. Very bad news for Democrats. They are backing the most radical and extreme.
No, this happens every time. No liberal I've talked to who doesn't watch you trusts you. No, I know. And if they did, they would understand where I'm coming from, and they would probably become fans. This happens more commonly than you think, though. There are a lot of people that actually finally make their way to the broadcast after, hearing about these fucking attacks and only seeing me through this like negatively framed, clip compilations. And eventually when they make their way here, they're like, wait, hold on. This guy actually, I agree with completely. Why the fuck were people, why are people making him out to be this like a genuine villain? Everyone I know and talk to about you are the opposite. They all think the articles have literally been insane. Yeah. I do think, I will say this. Oh yeah, the suits are working. I know. I went to put on a Hasan video on my grandma's TV, and it was the one where he wasn't wearing a suit, and she said to put a different one on. Oh, both my parents and my grandma watch Hasan's YouTube now because according to them, he's a little vulgar, but handsome and smart and just say things a lot of us think every day. I'm telling you, dude, it's the suit meta and it works. Nobody I know knows you. Good. Now is your opportunity to present me to people that haven't been negatively antagonized, negatively polarized against. It's a good thing. Suit meta is successful. Everyone who I talk to hates you, dog. I have to defend you a lot. I usually defend you and convert them. One of my friends was like, he did not, like, did he shock his dog or something? And I was like, who cares? Are you a tree-hugging vegan or not? Anyway, there's always something that works. Bro, every day is getting crazier. I just saw this on the Atlanta train. Arch-communist Hasan Piker, new leader in the Democrat Party, calls to overthrow America. Communism was created to destroy the two-parent family, and capitalism, engine of production, to destroy the human race. The Democrat Party was the Confederacy during the Civil War. Today, the Democrat hierarchy is communist. They plan to turn America over to the Chinese Communist Party if they get back in the White House. Yeah, this is one of the unfortunate side effects of drawing the ire of the Republican media machine. It's that there are a lot of insane people, like objectively insane people, that now think I'm responsible. I'm the puppet master behind, everything that's going on. This is also the type of people that, the New York Post wants, New York Post wants these types of people to come to my house, basically. Zohran Mamdani. Last week, Mayor Mamdani launched Code to do what Doge could never, actually make government work efficiently. Tonight, I'm joining Mayor at 7 p.m. on Twitch and YouTube to talk about it. Make sure to join and ask questions. Nice. Hopefully they got more moderators this time. I'm from Israel and my friends think you're a literal terrorist. I mean, yeah. They're Israeli. Anyway. Terrorist. Let's continue.
Candidates. So in California, by the way, our friends Steve Hilton and Spencer Pratt are both advancing to the general election, barring...
Well, we don't know that yet. We don't know that yet. Big dumps. We're still waiting on bigger dumps. God, these guys are going to January 6th it if the Red Mirage doesn't hold. Or if the Red Mirage holds and the liberals advance in the top two and push out the Republicans. It's going to be awesome.
Of course, any shenanigans from the local government, they expect to be counting votes now for days. There are 3 million uncounted votes in California. Days, not like tomorrow. How is that possible? It is yet another California and Gavin Newsom disaster. Now, in fact, in the governor's race, Republican Steve Hilton is now in the lead. And in Los Angeles, Spencer Pratt easily bested a radical far-left city councilwoman who was left in tears during last night's results. Back on the East Coast, there might be soon more tears from Maine's Democratic Senator Graham Plattner, who is now embroiled in yet another scandal. The far-left Senate candidate who once claimed his Nazi tattoo was a mistake and he had no idea what it meant, just got caught in a now-deleted social media post admiring the cool German helmets of Nazi-allied soldiers in World War II. We did reach out to his campaign for comment on the new revelation. I don't know. They haven't got back to us. It seems like someone with a deep appreciation for World War II and history would understand the significance of an SS tattoo. Now, meanwhile, after getting caught, bragging about cocaine use while on leave during his time in the Marines, along with, of course, the news about a sketchy, shirtless social media profile on this very sketchy...
Dude, there is nothing funnier. There is nothing funnier than the Republicans being like this guy is literally, Graham Plattner and his background is literally every fucking Republican candidate in the heartland, okay? Pretty much every Republican that they run has done all of this plus, actual sexual assault allegations and shit like that, okay? So it's really funny for them to turn around and hit the decency politics angle at the Fox News broadcast. I guess when you think about it, we really do. I mean, dude, Pete Hegseth. Dude. Pete fucking Hegseth was not only a Fox News anchor, he was the anchor for the weekend show and is now the Republican-appointed Secretary of War. Pete Hegseth is a literal fucking rapist, dude. An alcoholic rapist. And he was at Fox News. That was your fucking co-host, Sean. That was your co-worker. And now he's in charge of the military. What are you talking about? Fox News has defended Roy Moore, who was such a prolific pedophile rapist, allegedly, that he was barred from entering his local mall, dude. Pete Hegseth was such a vicious, rapacious, drunk rapist that his mom wrote him a letter being like, you have to stop. You're doing too many rapes, she said. Oh my God. I feel like we're an upside down world, dude. What the fuck is going on?
website, a stated love of pleasure.
Yeah, even down to the tattoos. I feel like this is an angle that we haven't really talked about that much. Pete Hegseth is the Secretary of War. He literally has Nazi tattoos that he hasn't covered up, okay? He has Nazi tattoos that actually got dinged by the National Guard. That's what's so crazy. At least with like Graham Plattner, he has plausible deniability because he can turn around and be like, I've never, no one ever fucking shit on me for my tattoos. I've done full body checks and whatnot. Pete Hegseth has been stopped by the National Guard. Pete Hegseth has literally, the National Guard has seen his tattoos and went, that's a Nazi tattoo. You can't do security detail. You cannot do security for the inauguration. You have Nazi tattoos. What the fuck?
Himself in porta potties. Well, Graham Plattner still has his defenders all over the Democratic Party. In fact, crazy Bernie Sanders is not worried at all about his character, just if he's devoted to socialism, statism, communism. Take a look.
Are you worried about anything else coming out about him?
I don't know. All I can say is, look, I'm sure he's not a saint. And by the way, let's not forget, he has acknowledged this guy served 4 tours of duty in Iraq and Afghanistan. He went through some very bloody and horrible situations. I just think, and by the way, I met his wife, Amy, who is a very lovely young woman. She is standing by her husband. And I think it's better for this country that we start focusing on the enormous crises facing working people, a corrupt political system, than spending so much time worrying about, the personal life of an individual.
Now that he's an avowed communist, how could Bernie be against him? President Trump, he had a very different take. Take a look.
Now, the Democrats have got a huge problem. Graham Plattner in Maine is one example, that terrible Senate candidate.
Well, he's a major sleazebag. I mean, you look at him.
Yeah.
Can't imagine that but yet he's up in the polls against Susan Collins. But she's always down in the polls, and, she survives. But
they have James Tallarico in Texas. They have
I think
Tim
he's one of the
Walz.
worst. Actually, I think Tallarico is worse. You want to know the two of them? I think Tallarico's probably worse.
Now, tonight there are very real...
Why is James Taller... Hold on. What are the standards? I mean, I know there are none, but what are the standards that makes James Tallarico worse than Graham Plattner? Because, I need to understand this. Is it... What could it be? Because, his red flags are that he's fucking vegan or was vegan at some point. What does that... he's pro-trans and was vegan at some point. I guess he was never vegan. Oh, sorry. Worse. He has a vegan girlfriend.
Fears that Plattner, Tallarico, other radical Democrats are now running the party's, apparatus from top to bottom, and nobody dare take them on, and that they are really in control of the party at this point. All right, thanks for watching. Check out my new podcast, Hanging Out with me, Sean Hannity.
Yeah, I was supposed to check out the podcast, Sean.
This now is the Will Cain Show, and it was a big primary night in California. Yes, Election Day was...
This guy hates me the most, by the way. I feel like out of all the Fox News anchors, he fucking constantly puts me on blast.
Yesterday. No, California still doesn't have a final count because in a fact that could make Somalia blush, it could take up to a month to count or manufacture the votes in California.
Oh, we manufacture.
Who know Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass is headed to a November runoff, but who is to join her? Spencer Pratt and Nithya Raman are battling for that second spot, and Pratt says he is ready to go.
This idea that I don't represent Democrats and Republicans and independents, anyone that's just a Los Angeles citizen that wants basic quality of life, I'll be able to show that in 5 months. Right now, the media likes to say, oh, he's this. I'm not that. I'm an Angelino who said enough is enough, and I had to step up. I didn't know I'd be here tonight, but this is obviously God's plan, and I'm going to go all the way, and I'm going to show everybody that I'm their mayor.
To the governor's race, former Biden HHS Secretary Javier Becerra and Republican Steve Hilton are leading, and millions of ballots have been counted, but many more, of course, have not in California.
Yeah, there's like fucking 3.5 million ballots that need to be counted still. So this race could go in any direction, depending on the areas where votes are coming from, depending on the tendency of later voters and their tendency to be more progressive with who they vote for. So this race is still up for grabs for Timothy Steyer, okay, and also for Nithya Raman as well. So there is still a world where, and it's actually better for Nithya Raman than it is for Steyer, from what I understand. But there is still a world where the gubernatorial runoff is one where the Republican is blocked out, and the LA mayoral runoff is one where the Republican is blocked out. So we'll see.
Ballots can arrive days after the election, weeks, and still be counted. So the numbers can and probably will move. Political analyst Nate Silver says, like, honestly, it's going to take several weeks to tell you who won the election. This is failed state S and should be much more stigmatized. Perhaps the biggest takeaway is, how do 35% of voters in LA choose Karen Bass? How do 25%?
So, an hour or two ago, that total was updated. It's not estimated that nearly 10 million votes were cast. It was 9.1 million yesterday. The estimated outstanding ballots, especially in LA, went up today. LA probably has 1 million left all in.
Percent of voters in California pick Javier Becerra. Hell, 19,000 Californians still voted for Eric Swalwell. And that's really the story across the country. Democrats in the country are on the verge of sending a new wave of far-left candidates to Washington. If you want to know why, well, in part, follow the endorsements. Let's go together to the wall. Let's start with the Justice Democrats Party. It was founded in 2017 by former Bernie staff members. They have helped elect AOC and Ilhan Omar, and they have an agenda that includes many of the far-left wish lists like Medicare for All and the Green New Deal. They also are looking at primarying most establishment Democrats. Most candidates identify as Democratic Socialists. One of their endorsees, by the way, Adam Homowy, also endorsed by AOC and Bernie Sanders and Rashida Tlaib. He just won the Democrat primary in New Jersey's 12th district. Now, this is despite the fact that he has past associations with a terrorist who inspired the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. Omar Abdel Rahman, who's also known as the Blind Sheikh, was a radical Egyptian cleric. He was linked to that 1993 bombing, and he was convicted of terror charges in 1995. He ultimately died in prison in 2017. But why is this important? Because Homowy was connected to the Blind Sheikh. He served as a translator. He took a cross-country road trip to Detroit with the Blind Sheikh, wherein he testified at the Blind Sheikh's trial that Rahman had said enemies of Islam include Israel and the United States, thus encouraging jihad. But Homowy is now headed to November. He's seeking to represent a district that is just miles from ground zero. Next on our endorsement list are the Democratic Socialists of America. They're the largest socialist political organization in the United States, a very similar agenda to what we highlighted a minute ago: Medicare for all, fight police brutality, voting rights for non-citizens. Now, the New York City chapter is backing Daralisa Avila Chevalier, a Mamdani-backed candidate running in New York's 13th district. Now, she's facing scrutiny over past posts calling to abolish the police. Here's some examples. In June of 2020, she said, in response to being asked what would be better than a slogan of defund the police, she said, F you. We're going to defund and abolish. You don't get to water down our movements. That same year.
Notice Will Kane isn't saying Zoran was DSA too. Yeah, I mean, that's different. That's Trump's bestie. He doesn't want Trump to be sympathetic to the Democratic Socialists of America, maybe. You know? F you, she said. How dare she?
She said, no, it means ending policing, full stop, period. No more police at all, ever. No gray area here. She says it's all very harmful.
Peak BLM. Dude, Woke One was crazy, but it was also kind of dope. It's kind of funny because a lot of people would yell at me all the time when I would be like, I'm not a police abolitionist. Like, those who were in here during Woke One remember me dialing in on some of the excesses and then getting yelled at endlessly. I will say, however, I want to give a big shout out to the anarchists that stood by me regardless of the significant ideological differences at the time, because there are some of them in here still who would get so mad whenever I'd be like, look, I'm not in favor. I understand the spirit of prison abolition, okay? But like, I'm not in favor of like full-scale abolition. I understand it. I understand where you're coming from, but like, this is my worldview. And it's really interesting because, you know, there were a lot of moments where I would be like, if you recall, if you go back to the old videos, I have read Angela Davis. Yes. Listen, if you go back to the old statements that I used to make in peak woke during the Minecraft era, where Minecraft stands were unbelievably woke, like so woke that they would get way overboard, right? They would get way fucking overboard with like the stan culture and how they would like constantly pepper their fucking their favorite content creators with like accusations that they were not being performatively woke enough for them or whatever. If you recall in the Dream SMP era, I used to always say I would much rather have the radical annoying mob be hyper woke like this and try to rein them in to the best of my ability than to have them be Nazis. Because from my experience, I remembered a time from the 2016 era onward until peak woke where the most annoying mobs were fucking Nazis. They weren't hyper woke, they were hyper anti woke. And if you recall, I always said, look, these guys are annoying, they're a nuisance, and they should definitely dial it back. But this is still far better than having the opposite side, like having, you know, Richard Spencer and Nick Fuentes fans be running the internet. And guess what? We live in that now. Okay? We live in that world now. We live in that universe where Twitter is... obviously, Twitter is that world. In a matter of a decade, in less than a decade, it went from hyper woke with hyper woke mobs constantly fucking yelling at content creators and shit like that to hyper anti woke mobs that are, you know, doxing and harassing and swatting random people for being like, gay people should survive. The pendulum swung back super fucking hard. And yes, I would rather have to deal with like the hyper woke mob than have to deal with the Nazis.
And she works with black abolitionists and has been doing so for decades to dilute this movement. If you're not fully on board, she says, it's just fine. Just say that. Going back further, she's even called to seize the means of production, which of course is really the defining characteristic of a socialist. And then finally, we have the Working Families Party. That's a progressive third party. It often endorses Democrats and runs on their own ballot where they're allowed to. They back the same type of issues: universal health care, canceling student debt, buying out oil and gas companies, higher taxes on everyone. And they've endorsed our favorite Democrat, Graham Plattner, who got, by the way, a very warm welcome in Washington yesterday.
Plattner is a creep. Plattner is a creep. Plattner is a creep.
Well, porta potty Plattner or not, Bernie Sanders is standing by his man, even if it's next to a porta potty.
All I can say is, look, I'm sure he's not a saint. And I think it's better for this country that we start focusing on the enormous crises facing working people, a corrupt political system, than spending so much time worrying about, the personal life of an individual.
I think we can all agree on that point. He's not a saint. Evidence? There it is all for you again. Sexting, Nazi tattoos, communist, called the police officers, I don't know, I can't even read that, there's too many stars. Called rural Mainers racist and stupid. Suggested rape victims bear some responsibility. Called the Virgin Mary a skank. Quite a CV.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One. All right, over in New Jersey, Adam Hamawi, a Democrat with ties to a convicted terrorist, is likely on track to winning a House seat after securing the primary win in a reliably blue district. Hamawi previously testified on the blind sheikh's behalf and is now saying he was performing his civic duty. Former Assistant U.S. Attorney Andy McCarthy weighing in here.
It wasn't like I subpoenaed him. It wasn't like the government brought him in as a hostile witness. He volunteered to testify for this guy. He knew exactly who he was. What he ended up saying on cross-examination was that the blind sheikh talked about jihad all the time, and in fact, at that conference had talked about making war against the United States. So everybody knew who this guy was.
Eric Sean has all the details for us. Hey, Eric.
Good morning, Jackie.
They got their Hamawi talking points downloaded overnight. Yeah, it's pretty crazy that they're just like they're pummeling this dude. But I think the Democrats have to 100% obviously push back against this stuff, because like when I saw the New York Times immediately dive headfirst into that same racist slander, I was very frustrated. The reason why I was very frustrated is because like the liberal media is supposed to push back against like these very clearly racialized attacks, right? Someone has to. Like in mainstream discourse, the expectation from the right is obviously to be, unlimited racism, is obviously trafficking unlimited racism and vitriolic, odious sentiment like this. But Democrats are not supposed to participate in that at all. Democrats are supposed to push back against this kind of odious commentary. And it's totally ridiculous that they're not. They have to stand with Adam Hamawi. They have to stand. Did Twitch cap you at 30K? No. What do you mean? There's just 30,000 people watching. Just as it was yesterday. Yeah. And this goes to show like how fucking silly this stuff is too, because it's Ari Fleischer, right? Ari Fleischer is one of the people that's saying he traveled to Bosnia where he volunteered for Al-Qaeda offshoot, right? Ryan Grimm says, Hamawi served as a combat sergeant in Iraq, which we invaded based on lies told by Ari Fleischer. Hamawi told me yesterday that on heavy days of battle, he'd operate on as many as 30 to 40 American service members, triaging where he had to. Okay? Ari bears significant responsibility for every single one of those maimed men and women that Hamawi worked to save. Now, to have the balls to link him to Al-Qaeda is not remotely the most shameful thing he's done in his life, but it has to be in the top 10. The guy who lied to send men and women overseas to wage war in Iraq is now shamelessly fucking turning around and attacking a guy who worked to save those lives. Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't matter if you have tirelessly work to save people's lives, including Tammy Duckworth's life. Doesn't matter if you've gone into conflict zones, into the crosshairs of a genocidal apartheid state to save little children's lives. At the end of the day, as long as you're Muslim, as long as you're anti-Israel, none of it matters. They will do everything to disparage you. And we have to push back against this, okay? And yes, liberals also have to push back against this. You can't sit by idly and allow these reactionary forces to disparage and destroy genuine good people like this. It's all in bad faith, and we must oppose it. We can't let this kind of commentary slide. I'm serious.
Abdurrahman calls Adam Hasan Hamawi. With those words from the blind Sheikh's attorney in 1995, the now Democratic candidate for New Jersey's 12th district.
Yeah, meanwhile, you got Representative Tom Suozzi, Democrat from New York, and Representative Adam Gray from California launching what they hope will act as a rallying cry for centrists, declaring that we are capitalist, not socialist. Who is this for? At some point, you have to realize that this is a rallying cry not against the growing force of socialism within the ranks of the Democratic Party. This is a rallying cry against democracy itself. Because they're not yelling at just the newcomers, the insurgency campaigns that are running and winning all around the country. They're yelling at their base of support. They do not want to face their voters. They do not want to face the reality that people demand change. That's it. Ridiculous.
Was called to the stand as a defense witness for one of the nation's most infamous radical Islamic terrorists. Born in Egypt, Adam Hamawi was a 26-year-old medical student at the time and testified in the terrorist trial of Rahman and his members of the terror cell. They were charged with bombing the World Trade Center in 1993 and plotting to blow up
Moskowitz is
New York
another
City.
one. We'll get him out. Representative Jared Moskowitz, a Florida Democrat, told the Free Press that he is concerned about Adam Hamawi's past. The idea that we've expanded the tent to the point that we're putting people that are clearly not in line with our values, I think is a really long-term mistake, he said, adding that questions about which committees Hamawi might join will need to be addressed after the general election. We have to get this right-wing charlatan out of Congress. Support. Moskowitz, who famously said he's to the right of Marco Rubio when it comes to defending Israel's interests. Imagine if Obama's New York Times subheadline read, he faces scrutiny over faking his birth certificate and insists he was not born in Kenya. Yeah. Adam Johnson asks, has anyone in Dem leadership, Jeffrey Schumer, anyone spoken out on defense of Tlaib or Hamawi after the racist attacks targeting them yesterday? Any major pundit, liberal nonprofit, any editorial board? Republicans smearing Muslim electeds as terrorists is simply a non-story. Yeah. It's totally ridiculous, man. This is exactly, I can't stress this enough. This is exactly what allows fascism to manifest on the right. If you don't push back, if you don't actively try to counter message against this kind of odious, racist attack towards those in your ranks, because you find it opportunistically the right moment to be quiet and allow those attacks to take shape, you are letting fascism in, okay? There is no difference. There is no difference between, Plattner's story is out. We'll take a look at it. Several women who dated Graham Plattner recall unsettling behavior. The Democratic candidate for Senate in Maine could be charming, women said in interviews, but some found his actions intimidating and disturbing. Okay? There's no difference when Adam Hamawi is called a terrorist. There's no difference between, saying slurs about a Hispanic Congress member on the Democratic Party side, and we oppose that. There's no difference between, Donald Trump presenting Barack Obama and Michelle Obama as monkeys in an AI video, and we oppose this, right? Universally, we oppose these horribly racist depictions, right? It's ridiculous to not oppose this line of racist attack and maybe even support it just because you don't agree with their fucking worldview, just because you worry about the insurgencies that are being that are winning races all around the country. It's fucking ridiculous. Anyway, we'll get to the Graham Plattner story in a second. I'm moving on from.
All right, chaos around.
I'm moving on from this because there's another racist attack that took place. House floor thrown into chaos after GOP lawmaker ties Tlaib to Hezbollah. Okay? This is another insanely racist attack. Stop infantilizing the Dem Party. They know exactly what they're doing. They're not misguided. Guys, shut the fuck up. Okay? I know. That's why I'm yelling at those who are deliberately letting this happen and hoping that this kind of narrative, this kind of push will cause some of the Democrats that are listening, or at least some of the staffers that are listening, to at least release some kind of statement of pushback. Okay? God damn, then act like you know. Oh my God, you guys are so fucking stupid. Remember yesterday when we were watching Reckless Ben's video, and I was like, I wonder if he's doing this naivete. I wonder if he's demonstrating himself as a naive actor here, simply as a narrative device, or if he's genuinely this silly. Sometimes it's better to drive home a fucking point. You have to think, why is Hasan saying this? Does Hasan not know that there are Democrats who he has openly stated are opportunistically staying silent in this moment? Some of you are fucking babies, dude. You just want me to say every Democrat is a racist Islamophobe, and that's the reason why they're not speaking out against this, so you can fucking masturbate in your corner about how radical and revolutionary you are. Shut the fuck up. That's why you win over 0 people, okay? Shut up. We get it, man. You're the most leftist. Here, I'll fucking give you my stream key after this stream is over, okay? I'll give it to you because that's how it works. It's Highlander style. The only person, the most left person is the one that gets the fucking platform. So thank you for coming here and showing everybody, myself included, that you're the most leftist motherfucker out here, okay? Why do I have to literally soft serve everything to you? How do I have to spoon feed every single thing that I'm fucking doing? Stop backseating my fucking commentary. I've been doing this for 13 fucking years. While you were in your goddamn Pampers going goo goo gaga, this is what I was doing. Let me do what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Fuck.
On the House floor yesterday after Republican Congressman Max Miller of Ohio accused Michigan Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib of advocating for terrorism.
So Chief Congressional Correspondent Chad Pergram is
You yelling at chatters wins over nobody either? Okay, well,
morning,
good.
Guys.
Then I'll just ban
It was
them.
a debate over war powers and Lebanon. That's when a verbal fracas erupted. Ohio Republican Max Miller accused Michigan Democrat Rashida Tlaib of siding with terrorists. Tlaib is Palestinian American and often opposes Israel.
Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, from the gentlelady from Michigan, and its members are butchers that you like to, hang out with to a certain extent. No nation can be fully sovereign when an armed group.
What? Bitch. Oh, fuck out of here. Gross.
Operates outside the authority of its elected. Oh, I'm sorry. Are we getting a little emotional?
Gentlemen will suspend.
Tlaib is one of the most controversial members of Congress. She yelled at Miller, accusing him of attacking her character. But Miller dialed it up a notch and chided Tlaib.
I certainly believe you advocate for that.
This is the same fucking Congress that has literally censured Rashida Tlaib, by the way, for saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And I assume no censuring will take place for Representative Max Miller, who has accused Rashida Tlaib of not only advocating for terrorism, but also directly, aligning with members of a organization that the American government has designated as a terrorist organization. Now, your own personal feelings about Hezbollah or mine are totally immaterial in this conversation. This accusation is one that is done to disparage what Rashida Tlaib is trying to do here, which is to stop or to force America to restrain Israel in an effort to abide by the ceasefire negotiations. That man literally poured boiling water on his daughter's mother. Wait, what? Oh my God. Wait, what? Hold on. Max Miller? Representative Max Miller of Ohio faces domestic abuse allegations from his ex-wife, Emily Moreno, who claims he threw steaming hot water at her chest during a June 2024 argument. Miller filed a defamation lawsuit against Moreno, but an audio leak was later submitted to the court in which the congressman appears to admit the scalding incident. Apology letter. Moreno's legal team presented a handwritten all-caps note where she claims Miller wrote on the day of the incident apologizing for failing to protect her. What the fuck? Reputational self-immolation. Congressman Max Miller leaks audio admitting he scalded ex-wife, torpedoing his own defamation lawsuit. He's Bernie Moreno's ex-son-in-law? What the fuck is this incestuous nonsense? In a leaked audio file, he admitted to it? There were photos, by the way, so it's not just even hearsay. Buddy, do you understand why I find it so fucking annoying where liberals across the board, like if you have a D next to your name, you have to be of infallible moral character. Meanwhile, these guys are like drunk rapist wife abusers. Some of them are direct pedophiles. Many of them have at least defended pedophilia on principle. And then they fucking turn around and they're like, whoa, this Democrat. Like think about Adam Hamawi again. Okay, going back to Adam Hamawi. They'll be like, that guy's an Al-Qaeda terrorist. Meanwhile, Adam Hamawi's at fucking ground zero as a first responder in a fucking field hospital, and they get to call him a motherfucking terrorist, dude. It's so ridiculous. They'll be like, oh, Graham Plattner is sexting people. Or I guess his former partners are saying they recall unsettling behavior, and liberal media will champion it too. Ohio is the state that brought us Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan, when he was the athletic director of Ohio University, or is it University of Ohio? I don't know, fucking one of the Buckeyes one, okay? He literally hid the fact that his wrestling coach was raping the fucking students. Ohio State, sorry. Like, there is not a single Republican politician in this country that hasn't done insane shit. Like criminal shit. It almost feels like you have to be a pedophile to become a Republican congressperson, or at least like defend pedophilia in some way, shape, or form. Except for Toby Durden. South Dakota governor, the next governor of South Dakota, Toby Durden. Toby Durden. Toby Durden. Sorry. But it's just like, it's fucking crazy. Yeah, we don't need no Dusty Johnson. No Dusty Johnson talking in my backyard. Toby Durden's going to stop them illegals from coming in over the border in North Dakota. Toby Durden. Okay, sorry. It's just crazy. Like, where are the fucking standards? There's no parity. There is no moral equivalence, both on the policy making front, but certainly there's no moral equivalence in the character of these fucking politicians either. Except for Toby Durden in South Dakota. Sorry. Don't diss Toby Durden. Yes, I'm not going to read Red Star Caucus's elections, not electoralism argument right now while we're in the middle of covering some fucking breaking news, okay? I apologize, chatter. I know it's probably a great article. I'm just not going to read it right now, okay? Stop spamming it.
Yes, you advocate for terrorists on a daily basis.
The House will be in order.
Tlaib exploded. House rules bar members from impugning the motives of fellow lawmakers. The House decided that Miller violated the rules and was out of order. Miller refused to apologize.
The gentleman from Ohio may not speak for the remainder of the day.
Very good. I recognize myself for as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for a further 20 minutes.
I'm going to deliver a message from Representative Miller of Ohio. Yes, I said it, I own it, and I stand by it. And I'd like to submit this for the record.
Now, Miller could have continued had he withdrawn the offending remarks. House Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Brian Mast tried to insert into the record articles about Tlaib and terrorists. But Tlaib objected. Guys, back to you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox.
Well, you join us live.
Anyway, Brian Mast debate lording Rashida over Lebanon.
This resolution.
I mean, this guy literally wore IDF garb to the motherfucking halls of Congress, okay? And you can't do the dual loyalty trope because he's not Jewish, okay? He's a Christian man who volunteered for the IDF. And because he didn't have legs at the time, he couldn't serve in a combat position. So he was stuck making like med packs for the Israeli occupying forces, okay? Literally. That's how much of a fucking freak he is for Israel. Not even a dual loyalty trope at that point. It's a single loyalty trope. Not a trope at all. Wait, didn't have legs at the time? Wait, does he have legs now? Okay, he still doesn't have legs. But he didn't have legs by the time he wanted to serve the Israeli occupying forces.
It's reckless and it's unserious. You're asking to remove U.S. troops in a country where we are not in conflict. Israel is killing terrorists, who I just listed off all of the attacks that have gone on just since early April, but we are not in conflict there. So you're saying we can't keep any military there. I would actually engage in a colloquy. I'd yield my colleague a little bit of time. Can we leave no military there? Representative Tlaib, I'd yield you 30 seconds or 10. Can we leave no military there?
I would like to know if Ms. Karam, a university student from the Christian village of Akala in South Lebanon, she wasn't a terrorist. She was murdered on Monday. She was returning from home after completing her exams at the Lebanese University in Beirut. Look it up. The Israeli bomb targeted her family's car, killing her alongside her brother Tony, her father James, and who was a dental surgeon in the community. He wasn't a terrorist. Our country must stop aiding in these killings. To me, she was not a terrorist. She was a human being who should be alive today.
Apparently,
a promising young student. My colleague should know she's a promising young student.
I'm going to take back my time here,
literally
but I will
erased.
give you some more time to debate. As you can see, I'll definitely give you the time.
I like that he just said, prove it. Now, you guys need to understand something, okay? First of all, proof needs to come before the murder from the Israeli side, which we know is not going to happen regardless. They don't need it. Obviously, this entire conversation is about Israel needing to, prove why they're doing certain actions. But it's really fucked up because prove it means that every Lebanese person, every Lebanese civilian is a terrorist until they prove otherwise. And that is the kind of racism that most people don't even recognize in American Congress, in the American media. It's sickening for this fucking bald dipshit to sit there and act as though a little girl could potentially be a fucking terrorist. Why? Because she was in the crosshairs of Israeli rockets.
It's tough to understand you when you're yelling. But to my colleague's point, please stay standing because I'll yield you more time. It's just got to be a back and forth. Apparently, they're not terrorists. Apparently, everybody that Israel was killing in Lebanon, they weren't terrorists, according to my colleague over here. It wasn't terrorists that were firing 1,729 rockets there, 1,680 UAVs, injuring 283, killing 15. Apparently, it wasn't terrorists that were doing that. But I would yield you time again. Will you answer my question? Can we leave no military there?
In the meantime, can I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record May 29th article from Reuters?
Can we leave no
11
military
children killed, injured every
leave,
24 hours in Lebanon. Are those children Hezbollah?
I'd love to
Are
talk
those
about
children
your
terrorists?
policies.
This is from the United Nations.
Is there objection to the request? Without objection, so ordered.
Rashida Tlaib and the winner of the New Jersey 12 primary, Adam Hammaoui, were casually smeared as terrorists by mainline politicians and commentators over the past 24 hours. Will we get panic trend pieces about Muslim safety and the alarming rise in anti-Muslim racism? We will not. Of course not. Of course not. While both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are hateful ideologies, they're bigotries that are completely unacceptable in mainstream society, one is welcomed. Islamophobia is welcomed. This is the double standard. Anti-Semitism is growing. However, there is still no institutional permission for anti-Semitism, whereas there isn't just institutional permission for Islamophobia. It's actually promoted. It's welcomed. It's rewarded.
Cared about the people of Lebanon, which it's clear they don't, they would cheer on.
Anyway, I have the Plattner piece. I have it. It failed by voice vote, meaning Section 224 likely survives and goes to the floor. Massey has said he will introduce an amendment to strip it out of there. Where were we? Check logs, please. Most of those are casualties in Lebanese territory. Can you look at this? It's the funeral the girl Rashida spoke about. She's Christian, by the way. Yeah. Jesus told us to forgive our killers, but this is too much. From the funeral of Theodosia Karam, her brother Tony, and their father James in Klaya, southern Lebanon, the family was precision drone strike by Israel in order to use their blood to fuel the Lebanese political narrative that Hezbollah brings danger to Lebanon. This is how America, in partnership with Israel and the Lebanese state, blackmails the Lebanese people and manipulates their ideas and conscience with terrorism. On our side, they unleash Israel to commit the most heinous war crimes on civilians. And on the other side, they tell all the Lebanese officials to blame Hezbollah for what Israel is doing. The goal is to commit enough terror on the Lebanese people in an attempt to turn them on Hezbollah and create the ground for a future civil war that will save Israeli soldiers in South Lebanon from Hezbollah's drones. They are trying to actively foment a civil war in a very diverse country. Lebanon is a very diverse country. Okay? There has been sectarian tensions inside of Lebanon in the past, and Israel has actively fomented this sectarian tension inside of Lebanon when they invaded Lebanon, and they're doing it again. And last time they did this in 1982, that's when Hezbollah was formed. Okay? That is when Hezbollah, that is why Hezbollah was formed, and that is when Hezbollah was formed. And they successfully purged the Israeli occupying forces from the boundaries of the state. Okay? They saved Lebanon. Unfucking believable. Anyway, Channel 4 is inside of Tehran. What do Iranians want from a Trump peace deal? Let's take a look.
Here in Tehran, as Israeli bombs continue to rain down on Lebanon, and President Trump suffers a blow in Congress which will potentially hamper his efforts to end his war with Iran. Now, we'll be live in Beirut and Washington shortly, but first here in Iran, they may have lost dozens of senior political and military figures in the war that's further damaged an already struggling economy. But the Islamic regime has survived. And today, people have been marking two very significant moments in Iranian history. A special holiday twice over in Tehran today. 37 years since the death of the Islamic Republic's first supreme leader.
Dude, you don't have to send me the gifted article. I already have a New York Times subscription. Well, I use someone else's, but I have one. But thank you. What is this? Is it purely an interest of not losing your position that you refrain from calls to violence on evil actors like this? Wait, what are you talking about, man? What are you, the fucking federal government? Are you tuning in from Langley There's literally a chatter in here who's like, why don't you call for action, violent acts? Are you fucking stupid? Where's your brain? Brother, sincerely asking here, what is the point of the Lebanese army? Yeah, if you ever feel worthless, remember that the Lebanese army exists, okay? If you ever feel like a worthless piece of shit, remember, there's something even more worthless than you out there, and that is called the Lebanese army. They withdrew from southern Lebanon ahead of the Israeli invasion. That tells you all you need to know about what utility they have. Okay?
Ayatollah Khomeini, and going back to the 7th century, the day Shiite Muslims believed the Prophet appointed Imam Ali as his successor. But
to be fair, they're so worthless that they're not even like a reasonable force against they can't even work against Hezbollah too, because like the Lebanese government at times has tried to get the Lebanese military, including in this last incursion, to get the Lebanese forces to fucking fight against Hezbollah. That's how cowardly the Lebanese military is, by the way. And ironically, or the Lebanese government is, ironically, the Lebanese military at that point was like, no, we're not going to fucking fight back against Hezbollah at the behest of a foreign occupying force. Like, what are you, insane? So, you know.
Street celebrations, they are more gripped by contemporary events and not above teaching children who to hate. There's a cue to fire darts at the enemy, complete with anti-Semitic cartoons of Netanyahu.
Anti-Semitic cartoons of Netanyahu? Oh my fucking God. Channel 4, fuck yourself, dude. Jesus Christ. As opposed to like literally killing these children, which is what America and Israel are doing. Fuck!
Popular target, Trump or Netanyahu?
Trump.
We're not warmongers, we seek peace. But there should be a war. There has to be a war. America and Israel should be annihilated. They should be wiped off the earth.
In any war, don't both sides lose?
They are the losers. Iran is not the loser. Iran will never be the loser. Iran is victorious. The losers are Israel and America.
This is a Shiite religious festival, so you would expect the people here to be conservative, supportive of the authorities and the war effort. But there's something else going on here as well, clearly, which is that after 3 months of struggle, people want a reason to feel happy. The food and drink.
Dude, I cannot stand it. I saw a story about some effigies in Canada being anti-Semitic, and I looked at it from other angles, and the faces were pics of Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir and Donald fucking Trump, and they said it was anti-Semitic. Fuck. Excuse me. Mark Levin said Donald Trump is the first Jewish president of America. So yes, as an honorary Jew, an effigy of Donald Trump being burned is an act of violence against every Jew around the world. Okay? Clearly. Clearly.
Is all laid on at a time when treating the kids is getting too expensive for many. A Shahid drone takes...
Jews hate you, motherfucker. You are Muslim. These are your master who you defend, you cuck. Fuck off, you cunt. You are a dog. Wait, just now, someone from Netherlands has been harassed and his pregnant wife got pushed in the ground for being Palestinian. You are a dog to them. When they tell you bark, you do it. Fuck off, you cunt. These cockroaches hate us Arabs and Muslims. They hate you. How many campaigns have they did against you, call you a terrorist? Are you going to tell me it's Christians or Indians? You coward cunt. These are your masters who you defend. Zionists like Tom Sayer. Jews hate you, motherfucker. You are Muslim. That's a guy, I think, who's who's saying, like, in order to be sufficiently anti-Israel, you have to be anti-Semitic, and that you are serving the Jewish overlords and the Jewish masters for combating anti-Semitism.
Pride of place on one of the stands. Do you think people in Iran feel like celebrating right now?
Yes, we are. We are sad because of our loss of our great leader. We are sad of losing our...
Madhaba, can you repeat everything you just said for the last 15 minutes? I wasn't paying attention. Well, guess what? You don't have to have me repeat this for all 31,000 people who are in here. You can just subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. Of course, if you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, you can just rewind. Subscribe, be kind, rewind. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, the Piker Broadcasting Service is independent media. Support independent media by subscribing. Your voluntary contributions in the form of a subscription or gifted subs for others allow me to maintain my editorial independence. There will never be, there will never be ads on the Piker Broadcasting Service. Anyway, I've talked about this a lot, and I will continue repeating myself every single time. I don't really care much for people saying that I'm engaging in Jewish exceptionalism or leaning into Jewish supremacy because I oppose anti-Semitism. I think it's a very stupid argument to make. And the reason why I say that is because I oppose all bigotry unconditionally and across the board. And it's also wrong, right? Not just like morally wrong, which it is, but it's also an incorrect assessment. To assume that any people is monolithic in their approach and their understanding to any issue is ridiculous. People will constantly turn around and say, well, Jews overwhelmingly support Israel. How can you say this? Israel is a genocidal country. Israel is an apartheid state. All true. Israel is an apartheid state. It is a genocidal country. And those who defend Israel are wrong. They are defending a Nazi country. It doesn't matter if they're Jewish. I will always say the truth. Okay? But another truth here that also must be said is that no one is monolithic. If that was the case, if Jews were operating with a monolithic understanding of Israel, then there wouldn't be so many young Jews that oppose Israel, right? There wouldn't be a need for Zionist groups to spend millions of dollars trying to indoctrinate young Jews living outside of Israel to be committed to the goals of the Israeli state. Except for billionaires, truly the only monolith that wants to control the world and its peoples? No, that's not true either. What billionaires and millionaires and capital owners do is engage in class interest. Okay? But that doesn't mean that they will forever be loyal to their class interests. There will be class traders and collaborators. But that's class interest. That's different. Not a monolith regardless. It's just someone abiding by their own interests. I don't do that. I don't play those games. I don't say, I don't lean into any of these racist, like any of these like bigoted assessments. What happened to your sis? Looking good, my boy? Oh, thank you for noticing. I got shot with cortisol or cortisone, sorry. And it went away, at least for the time being. You do the Jewish exceptionalism. I hear you talk about anti-Semitism more than Islamophobia or anti-blackness. Asada Major, it's really funny that you watch a fucking unwashed, disgusting little fucking Argentinian or Australian Cypriot creature living in Argentina to come to a Muslim American socialist anti-imperialist commentator's fucking stream when I'm the recipient of maximum Islamophobic attacks, and you fucking have the audacity to tell me that I talk more about anti-Semitism than Islamophobia or anti-blackness, institutionalized bigotries in this country. Okay? That's not true. I talk about anti-blackness and Islamophobia quite a bit. As a matter of fact, earlier, if you were here, if you were actually a subscriber, okay, you would have seen, or if you're not a subscriber, you can subscribe and then you can rewind to go back and listen to my last 2 hours of talking about how there's a double standard between anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Like 5X Weekly. You kirked your pimple? Nice. Yes. You are getting you're getting your notes from dumbass people who are not initiated with this conversation. I've been here since 2021, like 5X Weekly. If it's offensive to you that I talk about anti-Semitism every now and then when it gets brought up, you're it's fine if you're offended. But don't fucking come in here and act like I don't talk about Islamophobia, dumb fuck. I get it from you and it's not offensive. I don't do Jewish exceptionalism. As a matter of fact, I talk about Jewish exceptionalism as well. You're just stupid enough not to hear that and tune it out, I guess. There's a difference between calling out every single Israel First institution that masquerades as Jewish institutions, right? And what kind of damage that does to broader consciousness about Jewish people as a whole, versus turning around and just saying anytime you fucking mention anti-Semitism, you're engaging in Jewish exceptionalism. It's fucking stupid, especially considering that I also explain that while anti-Semitism is, increasing, much of that information, much of the anti-Semitic incidents are actually simply anti-Zionist acts and are just simply being presented as anti-Semitism increasing. And on top of that, I always clarify that anti-Semitism is not the same as anti-blackness or Islamophobia or violence, like systematic violence and discrimination that black and brown people face in this country. There is no institutional anti-Semitism. There is no stigma associated with being Jewish in institutions of power in the same way that there is with being Muslim, for example. And I literally just spent the last 2 hours talking about that distinction. So you're a fucking moron. Oh my gosh, shaking my head. Okay, I can't believe this time you pull my chat up like I defend you so often. Okay, just because you defend me in other instances doesn't mean that you're not making a stupid statement, because the timing of this could not have been worse. Okay? The timing of your statement could not have been worse, because for the last 2 hours I have talked literally about how there is no institutional stigma against Islamophobia specifically. The groiperization of some on the left is so fucking annoying, because I know that they're not even like anti-Semitic, okay? But they just want to be fucking edgy, and it's so unproductive. It's so frustrating. And you're being duped. You're being duped by people that simply want your attention, okay? They don't care about offering any solutions whatsoever. They don't care about organizing at all. They openly oppose it. And they try to fucking moralize it and try to make it seem like this is a radical political act. It's ridiculous.
Civilians, I lost some of my friends. We're sad inside, but we are happy that this sadness is not staying with us.
How do you think this will end?
I think this might be a generational gap thing. I see a lot of Gen Z voices that grew up in online spaces where anti-Zionism was the norm. They don't realize just how out of the political mainstream this space is. Yes. At the end of the day, here's what it is, okay? At the end of the day, I mean, I make jokes about Zog and shit too, right? Like, I get edgy with it too. Don't worry. Ooh, I'm safe edgy, right? But at the end of the day, you will never catch me making an argument that is identical to fucking Jonathan Greenblatt, because Jonathan Greenblatt wants to associate Israel with Judaism. Jake Tapper wants to associate Israel with Judaism. Randy Fine wants to associate Israel with Judaism. Okay? They want that merger to take place so they can then turn around and say, see, you're anti-Semitic. What the fuck are we doing? No state acts at the behest of a religion. Saudi Arabia's actions against Yemen are not a part of their is not a part of their religious understanding. Okay? They're not doing it for Islam. When they bomb Yemen, when they put Yemen under a blockade and cause famine in Yemen. Okay? You already lost this battle, brother? No, I didn't. I didn't lose shit. Buddy, you guys are fucking oblivious to what I do if you think I'm just going to fucking shy away from telling you what I think just because its popularity has gone away. When have I taken a popular fucking stance? Most people look to positions that become popular and then turn around and say, oh, he must be saying this because it's popular. Bitch, I've been saying these things for the past fucking decade. You think this shit was popular a decade ago? Fuck no. I don't say things because I think it's going to win me favors with the crowd. I say these things because I believe them, because they're true. Okay? For the last 13 years, I've been an advocate for Palestinians. I've been a socialist. I've been an anti-imperialist. You think this shit was fucking popular? It's not even popular right now. It's just popular in some of our, seedy corners of the internet. That's why it's always laughable whenever motherfuckers would be like, oh, he's bastardizing Lenin. Any sort of revelation, any sort of mention of Lenin in the affirmative is unique in American politics. Lenin is seen as like a butcher. They don't know anything. Americans don't even know anything about Lenin. They think he's like Adolf Hitler. They think Karl Marx and Lenin and Stalin are responsible for far more deaths than Adolf Hitler. They think these are worse figures. The average American's understanding is literally that these are worse figures than Adolf Hitler. And you're over here thinking that this is like a broadly popular figure that draws tremendous amounts of support, and I'm just like bastardizing this broadly popular figure's historical approach in an effort to win favor with the crowd. It just... Why were you writing weird, obsessive messages about Pokemon? What? The fuck are you talking about? Is this the new stalker meta? Are we now approaching new... What the fuck are you saying?
This will end when the world gets free from the Zionists. This is the time that we are living. The whole world is angry, is actually at the maximum anger and hatred toward the Zionists. We believe the whole world will live in peace when the Zionists go away. Not the Jewish.
Go away where?
Look, not the Jewish. The Zionism. The ideology of the Zionism that they feel they are superior to everybody, even to the Christians.
Despite weeks of Israeli and American bombing, you can drive for miles in Tehran without seeing any obvious destruction. But in the east of the city, we came across this. The clear-up is well underway in this mostly residential street. The people who once lived here still searching for things to salvage 3 months later. This was residential property and it is devastated. But the reason it was caught up in this is because this was the headquarters of the local Basij, the paramilitary force loyal to the IRGC who keep order in areas like this. So the people who lived here in residential property were all caught up in it. But this was the target.
When the first missile hit, I was here. I was thrown against the wall, and then I ducked here.
So this is what happened. Mahia lived across the street. He's lucky to be alive. A few meters away, a friend was filming, looking on in horror.
I love my country and my land. I love Iran. I love the people of Iran, but I don't want them to be in this situation.
Do you want change?
Oh my God.
These questions.
Oh my God. Trump appears to be completely passed out, asleep during his 3 p.m. Oval Office announcement. What the fuck?
Of a job, an economy, a community, a family.
Oh, he woke up.
For too long.
Never mind. Back to sleep. Motherfuckers honk-shoeing and me-meing. In the Oval Office, dude.
Are a bit complicated. If you ask me if I want change, I would say yes. But what kind of change? Reforms have to be made. My job is painting furniture. If my worker tells me, master...
You know what's really funny about the Trump sleep shit is that, like, he doesn't need to do these major announcements every day. I don't know why he still chooses to do it and then just fucking falls asleep during them. Just don't do it. I don't know. You don't have to do it. It's like a flex, you know? He's just like, he's like, nope, I'm going to fall asleep and no one's going to talk about it. He's like a baby. You know how like a child refuses to go to sleep at nap time? That's Trump. Instead, they're like, Mr. President, it's nap time. You don't have to do this. You don't have to do this announcement. And he's like, no, I'm going to do it. And I'm going to do nap time while I'm doing it. I can do both.
You made a mistake here. I have to admit that I have made a mistake.
As they save what they can, the government has told them these homes will be demolished and rebuilt. But the neighbours explained the value of real estate near military or official buildings will not recover. Without the change Mahia speaks of, there's little confidence a peace deal now will prevent them being bombed again in the future. Well, with me here is Professor Mohammad Marandi, who is from Tehran University and was also part of the Iran negotiating team for the JCPOA nuclear deal negotiated under the Obama.
Dude, Marandi in the flesh is crazy. Marandi in the flesh? Zay Squirrel? Zay Squirrel in the flesh, dude? That's crazy. The professor. I don't think I've ever seen him outside of like the home that he does interviews from, you know? This is a new experience. This is a rare Marandi. Rare Professor Marandi just dropped.
Government. Where are we?
Wait, he's Zay Squirrel? No, we just jokingly say Professor Marandi is actually secretly Zay Squirrel because they have the exact same smoke.
tonight. I mean, Israel has held off Beirut, but is still hitting southern Lebanon. Does that satisfy Iran's demand for the ceasefire in Lebanon to meet?
Speaking of Morandi, he defended you. Genocidal Zionist Israel first Randy Fine, a sitting member of Congress, has now repeatedly called on Hassan, who's a U.S. citizen, to be arrested for his speech. I looked to see if there's any precedent for this, and the only similar case I could find is Steve King calling on Glenn Greenwald's arrest over his Snowden reporting in 2013, and there he cited the supposed leaking of classified material. Randy Fine is merely citing Hassan's criticism of Israel, which he defines as being in support of terrorism, as the reason to arrest and jail him. This is the most serious and extreme assault on American citizens' free speech rights by a sitting member of Congress in modern U.S. history, and no one in the media and political classes cares. I have not seen anyone denouncing it, at least of all of those OMG, I am a free speech absolutist grifters from Ben Shapiro to Barry Weiss. In fact, Michael Knowles, the Zionist slave of Shapiro, who just came out to also call on his arrest in the name of Zionism. Zionists are trying to normalize the criminalization of speech critical of Israel. By the way, Michael Knowles, Ben Shapiro's Daily Wire slave, is now in the UK talking about the Islamification of the country and rage ranting about the evils of Muslims and Pakistanis. Starmer and Shabana Mahmood did not ban Knowles despite his long history of being a rabid racist Islamophobe. Why? Because he's a slave of Zion. Okay. See, this is why I mean. It's like I was waiting for Professor Morandi to say some shit. 2 hours before this, Professor Morandi attacked you again. Yeah, it's not surprising. It's Zay Squirrel has a critical support for Zionist slave Hasanabi Piker attitude nowadays.
Something? No, not at all. For that has stopped Iran from firing missiles at the Israeli regime. The Iranians have said that if they strike Beirut, because what the Israeli regime wants to do is to level the city, and the Iranians said, if you do that, then we strike Israel. What would lead to a ceasefire, or what would lead to an agreement between Iran and the United States, one element would have to be an end to the war in Lebanon.
Pretty sure Zay Squirrel is Nardine Kiswani. No. They're not Nardine Kiswani. Nardine Kiswani is much nicer to me than Squirrel is. Look, I respect their takes. I mean, maybe they get a little overzealous sometimes, but the situation is obviously unconscionable. It's a genocide after all, and there is a tremendous amount of influence in American institutes of higher learning and the American media that is like unbelievably pro-Israel. So it's like one of those situations where like you can't really get too mad, especially if someone has been there for decades at that point, as opposed to dumb fucks who are dumbasses who are like very clearly trying to clout farm or engaging in advocacy that I find to be unproductive. I don't know. I'm agnostic towards Squirrel. I think they occupy an important space, even if I sometimes disagree with their takes or maybe feel like they go a little too hard.
But also an end to the killings in Gaza.
I mean, isn't the basic problem that there is absolutely no trust between either side? And certainly the Iranians don't trust the Americans because of what happened during previous negotiations. If there is no trust, how can you have a deal?
Well, it's only one side. The other side has no claim to mistrust. They waged 3 wars against Iran. In 1980, they pushed Saddam Hussein to attack Iran, gave him chemical weapons to use against us.
Against him, literally. Like, by the way, he survived it, which he's going to explain now. I mean, Morandi's a crazy story. Like, born in Virginia, flies back as a child to Iran to defend the country against the American proxies, withstands chemical attacks and shit like that. I mean, it's just, as a child soldier, literally at the age of 16, he was like, fighting back against an American proxy battle.
Survived 2 chemical attacks. Last year, we're nearing the anniversary of last year's war and this year's war. Both of these wars were...
Well, you're making my point.
Yeah.
So, I mean, why would Iran trust what the Americans say they will do?
We don't. So the facts on the ground are important. One major problem that we had during the nuclear negotiations and the nuclear deal in 2015 was that the Iranians, after the agreement, the Iranians carried out their commitments and the Americans didn't. So what the Iranians are doing this time round is they're saying we will only carry out commitments when the other side carries out its commitments and we see action on the ground being taken.
Now, I mean, I'm here after a couple of years, and there is definitely a different feeling from the people we've been speaking to, the people we saw at the festival today, and people talking about change. You know, that a new supreme leader, a new set of people at the top may mean that the government technically is what it was, but there may be a different future for Iran. Do you see that yourself? Do you accept that?
I've lived in Iran my entire adult life, except for 3 years when I was in the UK for my PhD. And there's always been change. Iran is a very dynamic society, very unlike the narrative that you have in the West. So there's going to be change, there has been change, and that's natural for Iran.
But I've also seen where people are reluctant to talk to us because they're afraid. There were besiege officers nearby. You know, they didn't want to appear on camera because they perhaps were more critical. There are lots of people we would like to talk to here. We practically are people who are protesting earlier on in the year. I mean,
RGC cut the feed.
Do you think these voices,
the government, these services,
what is happening? Why?
Into Iran, how all the brutal the West blasting in from the West with Western government support, they've seen a new reality.
What is this? New York Times story on Graham is frankly one of the most pathetic smear jobs I've ever seen. The claim is just unsettling behavior, and they cite a literal Republican operative he used to date. As far as I'm concerned, his biggest crime is dating a creature as loathsome as a Republican. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the summary notes, and I'll read most of it. Will you be talking about the UK Times article at all? I haven't read it behind the paywall. Think it's fantastic. Get the Times readers thinking outside of their comfort zones. I bet that lunatic Melanie Phillips is freaking out. Yes, I did read it. I read the Times UK article earlier. Since you're a subscriber to the Piker Broadcasting Service, you can rewind and watch me read the article. New York Post is smearing you as well. They're calling you porn addicted and homophobic. Lamau, yeah, I know. It's really funny because the New York Post reporter that wrote that article is literally openly anti-LGBTQ. It's funny. Dude. Look at this guy. The guy, I retweeted someone who looked at his background. New York Post was like, Hasan Piker engages in homophobic rant. And the homophobic rant is, by the way, this is the article. This is the ratio. This is the homophobic rant. It's just fucking rich liberals who just want homo-fascism in the country. That's it. They want gay fascism. They want gay techno-fascism. He insisted without explaining what those terms meant, which I did. I did explain what those terms meant. I was talking specifically about like the California liberals and the extent of their liberalism, right? But the guy who wrote the article, his name is Titus Wu, California privacy and tech policy correspondent for Bloomberg Government, Bloomberg Law, focused on state legislature. Titus Wu, LGBTQ groups are demanding California lawmakers cough up $26 million in funds for access to gender-affirming care despite a multi-billion-dollar state budget deficit. Titus Wu also reposted, if a male actor shared his private sex life with an actress, women would cancel him in a day, but women could gossip about man's private life without his consent and nobody cares. It's just very funny that guys who are, yeah, he's also doing that to me, my private life, ironically enough. Thank you. No. Gaia, sit. Gaia. Okay. Okay. He just did the thing he hated, I guess. Yeah. Trying to sub through Prime. It's the New York Post. You don't even need to look at the author. It's true. In this case, it's funny, though. It's funny that the author himself has complained about exactly what the New York Post is doing to me. There's no such thing as techno-fascism? Wait, what? What are you talking about? Yes, there is. Peter Thiel? Palantir? Palmer Luckey? Hello? What the fuck do you think Silicon Valley is? Mussolini. They're not fascists, they're libertarians and liberals. Buddy, at a certain point, you got to come to terms that they are moving on with their evolution, right? Fascism is an idealist statism promoting the ethical unity of the nation, harmonizing classes through cooperation. Oh my God. Wait, this guy is unironically a Mussolini fan? What the fuck? Oh my God. I thought you had a joking name. I didn't realize you were like sincerely in here. Why wouldn't I be? No, Chatters, you don't understand. He's literally defending the honor of fascism and getting mad at me that I'm like saying Peter Thiel's a fascist. Why wouldn't you be a Mussolini was a revisionist. So wait, there are people who do this? There are people who actually get mad that Mussolini wasn't a real fascist? The inventor of the fascist movement, who is your idol then? Like who is the pure fascist that you that's your North Star? First of all, Mussolini was an opportunist, but what would be the purest expression of fascism that's ever been implemented in your mind? Giovanni Gentile? Oh my God. This is awesome. I didn't realize that there was literally ultras for fascism. That's fucking sick, dude. That's kind of cool. I mean, it's insane. But this is the one time where I feel like this guy is so out there. This guy is so out there that like he's not even like a sincere threat. You know what I mean? Fascinating. A threat to who? A threat to those who are always going to inevitably be in the crosshairs of a fascist movement. We are socialists. National boundaries or nationalism is a thing we oppose. National boundaries are irrelevant. sectarianism on the basis of nationhood, ethnicity, race, or religion is utterly immaterial and pure idealism. You know what actual idealism is? Well, I do. Violent, no matter how violent it might be, both in theory and also in practice. At a certain point, you got to be a little practical and point to real life examples, right? And I know you can turn around and say, well, as a communist, don't you think that this is like a little silly for you to say? People always present communism as a dangerous ideology. But in theory, there is no danger. Whereas any sort of national purity or ethnic purity, because it's purity politics at the end of the day, requires cleansing. And there is no way to engage in the act of cleansing of that sort without violence directed at groups that haven't done anything. I can't believe we're arguing on the theory of fascism at the Hasanabi broadcast. Anyway.
Brutal the West has been to Iran, how all the Western countries refuse to condemn the United States, and instead they condemn the victim in 2 wars. And right now you have a siege on Iranian ports, basically a starvation siege. So a lot of these young kids who used to think that the West, maybe it's our fault, maybe it's Iran's fault, and the West, they are good, and they see the world very differently. Not everyone, but the mood has changed in Iran.
As fuel prices rise for American drivers, so does public opposition to the war there. And last night, led House of Representatives added its voice. 4 Republicans joined Democrats in approving a war powers resolution to block Donald Trump from continuing the conflict without congressional approval. A vote Trump, of course, says is meaningless and that he will carry on doing whatever he wants. Our U.S. editor, Anushka Astana, looks at the state of play.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
Operation Epic Fury. The supreme leader of Iran is dead.
Iran then saying it had closed the Strait of Hormuz.
First came the strikes, then the retaliation.
Iranian attack targeting the Al-Udeid air base.
Now Americans say this war is over and that they've won.
Their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, everything's gone.
But almost 100 days on, the Strait of Hormuz is still closed, and there is no deal.
The yeas are 215 and the nays are 208.
So as Congress finally votes to limit Donald Trump's war powers, how did we get here, and when will this end? Many think it started here on February the 11th with a visit from Israel's Prime Minister. But the former National Security Advisor, who was in the room for similar meetings during Trump's first term, is not convinced.
Do you think Benjamin Netanyahu persuaded him to go to war?
I don't buy that argument. I think Netanyahu made exactly those same points in the first term, and Trump simply didn't buy it. I can't imagine Netanyahu came up with something new or different in the second term. There must have been some other factor. I can't explain it.
He can point to one key factor, Trump's confidence after taking out Nicolas Maduro. But from Venezuela to Iran?
I know the Pentagon well, and they could give you a list of 30 reasons why Venezuela and Iran are different, which they are.
Because it turned out that Iran could punch well above its military weight. Forcing shut the Strait of Hormuz rippled out all the way to American petrol stations and has caused a political headache that Trump's Secretary of State has had to grapple with this week.
Did you warn President Trump before the Iran war began that this conflict would drive up cost on gas, food, travel, and shit?
The president,
yes or no?
The president and the full administration was aware that there would be consequences to action, but the consequences of Iran having a nuclear weapon were worse.
John Bolton is the ultimate Iran hawk. He believed in military action to oust the Iranian regime despite those same warnings. But not like this.
He didn't make the case to the American people, what I think is a pretty impressive case why regime change is necessary. Nor did he make the case for any other objective in launching the strikes. He just didn't.
It's just so funny that John Bolton is obviously a war hawk, and he has advocated for regime change in Iran his entire professional career, and yet finally there's an attempt. Finally, there's an attempt that takes place. And he can't even nut. You said he 100% nutted. No, he can't. You want to know why? Because he's also a lobbyist for MEK. And the regime change that he wanted is not going to happen. Monkey's paw curls. John Bolton gets his dream. But MEK is nowhere near. MEK has no support. Obviously, it's never had support inside of Iran for obvious reasons because they're literally fucking mercenaries. They're like a psychotic. They're a psychotic gun for hire cult. But that's not the only problem. The other problem is that this sets back, if not utterly destroys, any further attempts of delegitimizing the IRGC and delegitimizing the Islamic Republic. So now, victory is even further away.
Prepare the people, which is sort of politics 101. Similarly, he did not prepare Congress. He didn't brief our allies, not just NATO allies. He didn't brief the Gulf Arabs.
The worst thing for Bolton is it's the same regime. So now it's all about that nuclear deal. And Trump is a deal maker.
They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal too. We have to have a deal. We've been called by the other side. They'd like to make a deal very badly. I mean, Iran is dying to make a deal. I can only tell you that. Hopefully those people will make a deal that's going to be great for everybody.
But unfortunately for the president, the art of this deal is proving elusive.
We're working on a deal, and if that happens, fine. If it doesn't happen, that's okay too. We'll do it the other way.
So can his negotiators, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, force a breakthrough?
Well, I don't understand why Jared and Steve Witkoff are involved in this at all. I think it's Marco Rubio's job, and I think Rubio probably thinks it's his job too.
Do you know that?
I don't, but if I were Secretary of State, I certainly wouldn't want two New York real estate dealers negotiating nuclear questions with Iran.
Last night, 4 Republicans joined Democrats to try to limit Donald Trump's war powers. The president says he's bored of negotiations, isn't thinking about American finances, and doesn't care about a vote in Congress. But what he cannot dismiss are the very real consequences of his war. And look, in many ways, Donald Trump is right. That vote is merely symbolic. It's still...
God, it's so fucking annoying. It's so goddamn annoying that he gets away with this shit. It annoys me every day. Like, because it reminds me of the fucking double standard here. Like, obviously, I'm no Democratic Party loyalist, right? But it is genuinely fucking frustrating to see this guy openly be like, I don't give a fuck about anything. Fuck you. And I don't care about the prices. I don't care about the cost of living crisis. I don't care about any of the shit that you dumb fucks voted me into office over. And things are only going to get worse. And his fandom, I don't even want to call them voters at this point because it is literally a fandom or a cult. None of them have a peep to say. They don't have any negative feelings about Trump. So frustrating. I guess it's just like, it's how my haters think I operate, you know? They think I'm constantly getting away with it. And that's why they have a tremendous hatred towards me, even though I'm like not really getting away with anything. But in this circumstance, Trump literally is getting away with it. Are you calling the U.S. a cult? I'm calling the Trump movement a cult, which is not even I mean, that's not really a shocking revelation, is it? Have you encountered a Trump voter in the wild? Do you not know a single Trump voter? Talk to them, and you will very quickly arrive at that conclusion. Talk to a hog in the wild, and you'll see.
Needs to go through the Senate, and even if it does, which is unlikely, guess who needs to sign it? Donald Trump himself. Now, you heard in my piece from John Bolton, I should stress he has very much parted ways with Donald Trump. In fact, the president tried to prosecute him over the mishandling of sensitive documents. There has actually been a plea deal today. But when it comes to Iran, Bolton has been absolutely critical. He was the one who persuaded Trump to leave Barack Obama's 2015 Iran deal, the one you've been discussing. The critique was that the inspection regime was too lax. But
yeah. By the way, there you have it. Yeah, Brad Lander said he cut ties with DSA for promoting a controversial pro-Palestinian rally the day after Hamas attacked Israel. Dara Liza Avila Chevalier attended that October 8th rally. Yeah, that's why she's my goat. This is kind of funny because this is supposed to be like an attack against Dara Liza to show that she's a radical. Except it misses that mark because it just shows that she's morally on the right side and has been consistent. Right? If anything, this makes, ironically enough, it doesn't even make Brad Lander look bad because he's so beloved in that district. Even though the reality is it should make him look bad. But yeah.
New York?
Yeah, they just released this ad last night. It's awesome.
We know anything's possible with a great team.
I'm Brad Lander, and I'll block billionaires from buying our elections.
I'm Maria Elisa Avila Chevalier, and I'll defend New York by abolishing ICE.
I'm Claire Valdez, and I'll stand up against bad landlords and greedy corporations.
Like, low-key, I love them more than Zoran. I actually, not even low-key, high-key. Fuck it, I'll say it. I think they're way cooler than Zoran. Both Daria Liza and Claire are genuinely cooler than Zoran Mamdani in every way, shape, and form. I am so fucking stoked. They are better than him on foreign policy. They're more knowledgeable. They're so incredible. Oh my God, I cannot wait I cannot wait to have them in Congress. Bro cares about New York City more than LA. Just fucking move already, big dog. Chill. I am a Los Angelino to the goddamn bone. You're now banned from New York City? Don't lift them up by pushing Zoran down. I mean, I already like Zoran. It's not a fucking secret. I'm just saying they're that cool. '22s are like my anti-Zionist dreams team, and also Brad is there. Yeah.
Get out and vote. This is the team. This is our year.
I'm Brad Lander.
I'm Claire Valdez.
I'm Maria Elisa Avila.
Low key, Brad being there is kind of good though. Like, dude, it's just him being there makes the other people look less radical. It's like, you know. From a sports fan point of view, please form a government in exile that you can use as a springboard to liberate the Istanbul of America in an objective sense and form. From the point of view of furthering my political agenda, it is really funny how electing Zohran Mamdani was a genuine fix everything moment for New York. Barr started cheering again, and I thought Jalen Brunson was back on the screen, but it was in fact socialism. Brad is the designated white friend? Yeah. Yeah. I just wish he was a fucking rabid anti-Zionist. A guy like that, if he was just like aggro as fuck about his anti-Zionism, he would be so perfect. Because he's like a old goober, you know? And he's not. He's a liberal Zionist. He is probably the most you're going to get out of someone who is like a liberal Zionist who is still not dissimilar to Bernard Sanders, like very open about coalition building with the likes of actual anti-Zionists. You know? I'll go so far as to say he's better than... I mean, once you said you wanted the Spurs to win, it was overdue. Spurs bandwagon ass bitch. We outside, Hank. We outside, Yo Hasan. I need to call you about the trip in New York real quick. Wait, hold on. I'm eating. Let me finish eating first. Let me finish eating and then I'll call you. Okay? I'm almost done. Oh. Something shifted in me, chat. I'm going to be up close and personal with you. You don't want to hear this from me, but I'm going to say it anyway. Back in the day, I used to poop once a day in the morning, right? And you guys know this. I've had this poop schedule for like literally almost a decade plus at this point. Nowadays, when I eat in the middle of the day, my bowel movements have changed. Like I also need to go use the restroom sometimes, and it's really fucking annoying. Too much information? I know. Whatever. Getting old, brother. That's probably what it is. Anyway, let's continue with this video now.
In Trump's words, it involves sending pallets of cash to the Iranians, which is why, as Bolton put it to me today, the president is in between a rock and a hard place. Because yes, he's degraded the Iranian military, but the regime hasn't changed. The faces are different, but the ideology is the same. So perhaps still the nuclear ambitions, and they have the same demands: money. Pallets of it, perhaps, which is why this is so tricky for Donald Trump, because he desperately wants a better deal than Obama. But many think that the best he can hope for is what Obama got in 2015 without a war.
Yeah, he's not getting that.
They carried 6 coffins through the village of Wardaniya. Father, mother, and 4 children killed by an Israeli missile strike on their house in the south of Lebanon on Monday. Just 1 child in the family survived. Just 1, spared by God for his desperate grandfather.
I talk to God, please leave me one person from him. One nation. Okay, my God, okay.
Rose petals for the martyrs who gave their lives as part of Hezbollah's resistance to Israel. Is it worth it, all this pain, all this sacrifice?
نعم نعم تستاهل الشهداء وبعد بدها تيجي تقتل تضرب تشرف نحن حاضرين.
The mosque bears the picture of Ayatollah Khamenei, the Iranian supreme leader killed by Israel in February. To these mourners, the dead are martyrs to the cause of resisting Israel. But elsewhere in Lebanon, they say...
Dude. Shame. Please have it. Try to express a little bit of humanity. What the fuck? Everything has to be presented through this Orientalist framework. Like, look at these barbaric Arabs celebrating their martyrs. Each individual death is welcomed as long as it's towards the cause of destroying Israel. What the fuck? You're literally standing in a crowd of people mourning their loved ones that Israel unjustifiably murdered in the middle of the goddamn day. Yes, these Arabs are defending. Like you're at a fucking funeral, man. I'm sorry, you would never get away with doing this shit at like a Christian setting. Can you imagine doing this in like Israel? Oh my God. These Jews, for these Jews, each death is welcomed because it is a death in favor of territorial expansion.
No, this is not our war. It's being fought on behalf of Iran, not our country. Here, most support Hezbollah, the party of God. Shia families are part of the struggle. You fired into Israel after the Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader, was killed. This war you started for his death.
نعم وفاء للقائد ولكن أيضا لحظة مناسبة حتى نغير هذا الواقع اللي موجودين فيه اللي سنة.
Yeah. This war you started. Hey, just because you weren't paying attention when Israel was literally continuously killing Lebanese people for the last year, does not mean that like the war ever ended for them. And yeah, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is also obviously an important religious figure too for these Shias. So there is also that. But once again, it's like you're like they were looking for an opportune moment to restart the resistance efforts because Israel was already fucking destroying their lives nonstop with no coverage whatsoever.
So women are dying for the war that men are fighting.
المرأة هي مصنع المجاهدين، هي مصنع الرجال. بالإسلام نظرتنا إلى المرأة أنها هي تصنع الرجل، هي تصنع الرجال، هي أم
Dude, girl boss liberalism. This is the fucking logical conclusion of girl boss liberalism. This is the final boss of girl boss liberalism. I mean, I think it's bad practice in general to try and fucking debate lord like religious figures potentially affiliated with Hezbollah amidst the goddamn funeral of yet another Shia family that was slaughtered by Israel. I wish these people had a little bit of shame. Unfortunately, they do not. But then also the arguments that she's using are so stupid. You know what's funny? This is one of the least Islamophobic. No, I know. This is Madam Hezbollah. Yeah. You're right. That chatter is right. This is literally one of the least Islamophobic reporters from England. It's not even a joke. Her and what's her name? Yalda. I mean, Yalda's, I think, like literally Afghan. Sky News, the other lady. What's her name? I'm talking about. Hamawi maps are out. Yeah. Their team. Yeah, Yalda Hakim. Yeah. Anyway, for the Hamawi maps, there was a real Hasanabi bump. There was a real Hasanabi bump in the areas that were door knocked after the rally. So good job, guys. Straight up. I went back to the motherland, baby, and the results were fantastic. The Sunni counterweight to Shia New York City. I know we need to keep the Shia 12er Zoran in check. New Jersey is now the Gulf. Iran is under the Shia hypnosis of Zohran Kwame Mamdani. So we needed to put our forces in place in New Jersey. The Sunni militias. So the Trump administration seems to be taking it seriously. The ceasefire in Lebanon is a requirement for a deal with Iran, but they don't actually want to restrain Israel in any way. So they basically just goaded the Lebanese government into re-upping November 2024. The reason Hezbollah accepted we cease you fire in November 2024 is because, one, they were militarily in disarray. Two, they feared the rest of Lebanese society turning against them. But one is different now, and two is kind of baked into the cake at this point. It's an open question whether Iran will accept a face-saving retreat from a real ceasefire in Lebanon. It seems Iran is treating Lebanon as a test of whether Trump will screw them over on other issues, though that's not exactly reassuring for the Lebanese. Yeah, I've been saying this, by the way. I have been saying this already. Okay, we'll look at the big data dumps in a second. Lebanon, stop Megaphonics. We'll look at it in a second. Lebanon is very important for the Iranian side, not because they care about Hezbollah, which, I mean, I'm sure they do, right? But more so because it requires restraining Israel. This is the reason why it's the most difficult one to get across. As I've said over and over again, the most difficult and also the most important condition on the memorandum of understanding for a long-term and successful cessation of hostilities is the requirement placed upon America to restrain Israel in Lebanon. Not sure if they will be able to get it across, but it's perfectly reasonable for them to make this demand, especially because in the absence of this demand, Israel can continue punishing proxies and eventually punish Iran and destroy Iran. Brandon is here. What is this? Trump. What does reject mean? They didn't reject. Look, they're looking. I think Hezbollah, I will tell you, they called us and they said, how about stopping? And I think you're going to see things happening over there. What the fuck? Is he Brandonizing? Wait, let me see the video. Let me see the fucking video. Is he Brandonizing? You got it? Exclusive. New video obtained by CNN makes a clear fire that burned aboard USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier as it took part in operations against Iran was more severe and damaging than the Navy suggested publicly. I seriously thought we were going to lose the ship. One sailor aboard the ship told CNN, describing how he felt while fighting the fire. It's either fight or die. Told you. Guys. I'm telling you, free officers movement, free officers movement, free officers movement. It's either a laundry missile, okay, many such cases, or free officer movement, nothing in between. Because I feel like this is way, way crazier than expected, right? This is why you got to clean the lint trap. I just don't think it's a fucking lint trap situation, man. Anyway, let me call Willard Neff. Let's see what he has to say. Yo, what up? Mush mush.
Oh, I don't even get a call on Discord. I see how it is.
Oh, you want me to call you on
phone calls.
You want me to call you on Discord? I didn't even know you were on Discord. I can call you on Discord.
Oh, yeah. Is it because I'm so old I don't know how to use Discord? Why don't you call me on my fucking rotary phone? Okay? Why don't you just make a signal fire?
You're obviously in a good mood, partially because the Knicks deployed ancient, antiquated dark arts last night, which we all saw.
Did the Knicks win last night?
Oh. Oh, well, we were watching the game and also your reaction in real time. So, yeah.
Yeah,
they did. And it's crazy because the Spurs were so dominant the entire time. And then, like I said, I'm not going to blame like the referees or anything, but I am suspecting some cheating. I will be honest. I don't know.
On behalf of the Spurs.
No, on behalf of the Knicks. On behalf of the Knicks, because
Victor Wembanyama karate chopped Cat in the face.
Yeah, okay, dude.
I saw players jumping on Jalen Brunson's ankle like a trampoline.
Dude, the way you described that injury made me think that, like, that actually was in some way, shape, or form the Spurs players' fault. It literally wasn't.
Listen, you know what I know. Adam Silver and the bigwigs at the NBA, they want Wemby to win. They have their new superstar. They have their new Michael Jordan.
He's 22.
Jerseys.
He's 22. He's 22. They don't care.
Buying Wemby jerseys. The Knicks are not good for business, but you know what?
Yeah, right. The underdog story of all time.
I'm going to tell you right now, okay? Listen, Jalen Brunson, he grew up in the Garden, okay?
Wait, I know. You know, we're both.
For Villanova, they said he's good, but he's not athletic enough. He's not big enough. But you know what they couldn't measure? The size of his fucking heart. So you better get a bigger Frenchman. Get an 8-foot Frenchman. Fuck, get a 9-foot Frenchman if you want, because that's the size you're going to need to stop these Knicks, baby. That's how you're going to need to put Wembanyama on your shoulders, a Frenchman on top of a Turk. Get the whole world together to stop New York, baby.
Okay. Listen, Brunson is, a New Brunswick-born American individual like myself. So I am, I have my sympathies with him. Some might even say I'm the Jalen Brunson of political commentary. Someone who's been consistently undermined, overlooked at times, who kind of came out of nowhere and is a real fucking fighter and will pop off in a moment's notice and surprise people. So, like I said, I don't have any smoke for Jalen Brunson. He's fine. He's a New Brunswick boy like me. But I do think that there is alchemy potentially at play. There's dark arts and dark magic because the whole point,
what those dark arts are. I'm gonna tell you what those dark arts are.
The power of friendship. I know. But team chemistry and the power of friendship.
Yeah,
I know.
You already know. It's the power of fucking friendship.
I don't even understand it because Spurs were so dominant. Like first half, Spurs are dominant. They're killing it. They almost killed Jalen Brunson, which, was not a good moment, but accidents happen, right? And then all of a sudden, I don't know what the fuck Jalen Brunson did. 13 points in the fourth quarter. He discouraged Wembanyama. Cat also locked his ass down, which was not great. And Wemby started bricklaying. I've never seen him like that. I've never seen him frazzle like that. And I think genuinely,
it's because just like Luffy D Monkey, Jalen Brunson called on his crew and they rose to the occasion.
Yeah,
they followed the Pirate King into battle.
Yeah, well, all I'm saying is his dark arts. He doesn't miss like that. He's a lights out shooter, and his performance was actually kind of surprising. And I think it's alchemy or possibly poison. I wouldn't put it past the New York Knicks to try and poison our boy Wembanyama.
Listen, I just want to offer something to you because you've been steadfast in your political career and your views. I really admire that. I admire that you're not a flip-flopper. You're not a waffler. You've stuck to your guns. But if you go to New York still rooting for the Spurs, I can't protect you. I can't protect you from those Knicks fans because there's a Knicks storm in New York City right now. Okay?
Oh, no, I know.
They're smoking on that pack. All right?
I know. They want to kill. Yes, I know. Mero's talking about killing the corgi that predicts the games. He wants to kill the corgi. He said he wants to put the corgi in a pillowcase full of stones and drop his ass off in the Hudson.
Yeah, he shouldn't have put on the jersey, Hasan. That dog should have left the basketball to the experts.
Yeah, no, it's a little terrifying. Anyway, even if I wear the Knicks jersey on the outside, you know where my heart lies. Okay.
Okay. Fair.
That's all it is.
Dude,
also,
I'm
we're
so
going to
excited
both
about
of
the
the
New York
we're
City
going to
train.
both of the games, by the way. Game 3 and game 4. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, we're doing both. We're going crazy.
Is it because you want to dap up the president of the United States?
Well, Benjamin Netanyahu's not going to be there. just
I really shouldn't be rooting for the Knicks, but I am, Hasan.
Yeah,
I'm
no.
gonna be front and center next to my buddy Timmy. Rooting for the Knicks.
I find that to be so strange because, like, I don't know why Trump thinks he's going to get a positive reception at Madison Square Garden right now of all times.
I've got a beautiful building in New York, Hasan. And on Tuesdays, we serve taco bowls.
Oh, my God. I'm watching someone literally chase down a dude wearing a Spurs jersey. And it's a Duncan one too. Come on, Duncan is an OG. He's a legend. You can't be chasing motherfuckers wearing a Duncan jersey. God damn.
You're so big, too. They're going to be able to see you wearing a Wemby jersey.
I'm not wearing a... No. I'm not that brave. Listen, I'm brave. I can oppose the nation state of Israel. I can be under the crosshairs of the United States of America and the British government as well. But no, I am not crazy enough to fucking wear a Wemby jersey amidst the fucking finals in New York City. Are you crazy? No shot. I'm not doing that. No.
We gotta get you a deep cut Knicks jersey like Eddie Curry, so that people are like, oh, he's a real head. He's got a bad Knicks player.
Yeah. Someone in the chat said he'd have an easier time wearing Hezbollah merch. Let's be real.
Knicks storm, baby.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, did you tell the chat? Last thing I'll tell them, Knicks fan aside, I'm dragging this man to a Broadway show. We're going to see Rocky Horror Picture Show at Studio 54, baby. Let's go.
Okay. All right. Let's not leak more details of our trip, though, because, you know.
Okay, I didn't say what day.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it is Will. Oh, Austin's here, too. He's like, oh, of course. He wants his moment in the spotlight.
Hey, Will. How you doing?
Hey, Austin. We're booking that trip right now. I just have one thing I want to say to you.
What's that?
I see you shiver with
anticipation.
Oh, he just hung up.
Rocky Horror.
He hung up on you.
Rocky Horror. Okay,
yeah, I see that. I love your outfit. Come on, it's Pride Month. I would never.
He judges me.
I would never.
You judge me like Queer Eye.
I would never.
Every time I come in,
I would never.
You don't like it.
I just wish you would wear suits every now and then, you know?
I have 2 suits, Versace and Gucci.
It'd be nice if you... You're such a handsome boy. You're such a handsome boy, and yet you never wear suits. He said, next time I come on your stream, I'm going to outdress you. As a Lakers fan, I was almost victim to a Knicks fan pogrom some time ago. Yeah, dude, they're vicious out here. Another homophobic incident? Oh, yeah. What is it? I'm so jealous y'all got Mamdani. Man, oh my God. It's so funny because I'm pretty sure he doesn't know that much about the Knicks or gives a shit about the Knicks like that. He's a gooner through and through. The NBA title was promised to us 53 years ago. The Knickba? That's crazy. Okay, stop. Don't out him. Stop the slander, bro. I got news for you. Knicks fans and New York City fans are not violent against other teams. Seriously, that's the type of shit they do in Boston, but not in New York. I just watched a pogrom take place. I don't believe you. I've seen the way the Knicks play, and I've seen the way the Knicks fans operate. I will be honest, though. I genuinely think if the Knicks win under Zoran's leadership, we might implement full gay space luxury communism in the country, maybe internationally. Yeah, this is crazy. That's a crazy fit. At least he didn't tuck it in. New York sports fans are more civilized than Philly or Boston fans. They will whoop your ass, but it's like hockey rules. Anyway. Where the fuck were we? Oh, the big data dumps. The first sizable drop yet where Steyer's beaten the 15.5 target we think he needs. His shift minus Hilton's in this is in this Sonoma drop is 16.4. Very good sign for Steyer, but only if he can duplicate it in larger counties to follow. We got some new Israel PackWatch polling. Most people across 36 countries have negative views of Israel and little confidence in Netanyahu. Yeah, bro, keep yelling about me, New York Post. I'm sure this will actually, this might satisfy the donors, but it's not changing the fucking reality and the outlook for Israel. Best data point for Hilton with 239,000 late votes counted. Becerra is winning 57% of the Becerra-Steyer vote, slightly above his 56.4 share in the early vote. Best dynamic for Steyer, the outstanding vote appears to be very large in number and may get bluer over time. Need Felix T. Biederman on the stream. Majority Report had him on today. Whoa. Felix did Majority Report? California governor's race update. Not good for Steyer. 2:25 p.m. unless overperforming in difficult terrain. Of the 40,000, he's below what he needs to get into top two. In this batch, only allocating percentages for top three candidates. 33.34 means getting more than average, trending towards winning. And Tom Steyer is... Wait. Oh, Tom Steyer's at 25. Oh, Blowback was on MR, not Felix? Y'all are fucking so stupid. All right. All right. Well, I'm getting conflicting reports, but here's some good news. Here's a real drop. What is this? The gays are plotting? It seems the latest right-wing smear against Hasan Piker is that he's a heterosexual man. I look forward to confronting him about it together next week. Me too. It's been something that I've been meaning to address with him for quite some time. Yeah. That's a guest reveal, by the way. Matt Bernstein. Ron is flexing the Knicks.
It has been 27 years since the New York Knicks have been in the NBA Finals.
Let's go Knicks! 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 Let's go Knicks!
What is it about the Knicks?
It's basketball.
That's crazy. No follow back. It's the New York City mayor account. Why would the New York City mayor account follow me? It was fucking not that long ago. It was the real Turk. Keep this aura stealing loser away from the fucking Knicks.
Really great. They're a great team. And I'm happy for Jim because Jim has really been fighting hard to, produce such a team. So you never know. The answer is yes. He's invited me. I'm going. I'll be.
Have you decided, sir?
Say it.
Game 3, game 4. Are you excited?
It could be Monday. Yeah, Monday.
Mr. President, speaking in New York.
Maybe I'll do both.
You mentioned your meeting with.
They.
I got the men's workwear fits. I did. Or the means workwear, sorry. I got them. I got both the Momdanistan shirt and I got the Wemby Revolutionary Sun shirt. Oh. Anyway, guys, stop spamming weird shit in the chat. Okay. Large majorities in most countries have negative views of Israel. Canada, very unfavorable to somewhat unfavorable, 38% to 27%. US, 28 to 32, which is weak as fuck. Pakistan, Zindabad, 87%, very unfavorable. 87%. Oh my God. Total unfavorability rating in Pakistan, Zindabad is 95. Malaysia, 89. Where the fuck is Turkey? Oh, 97%. 97% unfavorable.
Bruh.
Malaysia used to have the highest negative approval of Israel around the world, and now Pakistan is cooking. West Bank, East Jerusalem, 85%. Bro, that's crazy. Turkish people hate Israel more than the Palestinians in the West Bank do. That is crazy, bro. Where's Japan? Oh my God, 83% Japan. Australia, 79. Bangladesh, 79. Singapore, 72. South Korea, 70. Philippines, 64. And then India, oh God. India, 28%. India is the only country that has a higher approval rating of Israel than a negative approval rating, a disapproval rating. And then, of course, yeah, Kenya is 47 to 50. Nigeria is 41 to 47. And Ghana is 36 to 49. Ugh. That's the evangelical vote in Africa? Yeah, I know. It's Christian evangelicals. Yeah. It's a myth that centrists are overwhelmingly supportive of Israel and liberals are divided. Over 80% of liberals and 2/3 of centrists have a negative view of Israel. But politicians and American media pundits act like it's only a fringe group when it's 6 out of 10 Americans. We still got to get those numbers up, though. I guess India is just purely anti-Islam, right? Is that what it is? Indian chatters. Is the India support for Israel just straight up because they're killing Muslims? Is that what the... India is over 1 billion people. Okay, but this is still a poll. It's not like it's fucking... I'm sure that they've sampled adequately, you know? All right, we got Mehdi Hasan. But before we do Mehdi Hasan, let's look at the New York Times article. Okay, the New York Times was gearing to drop this fucking bombshell, okay? This explosive ordinance, the mother of all bombs, on Graham Plattner, okay? And you will probably hear quite a bit from both liberals and certainly the entirety of the far right, entirety of the Republicans, about the dirty laundry of Graham Plattner, which, by the way, Chris Hayes Hasanabi head, friend of the show, Chris Hayes, will be talking to Graham Plattner and the New York Times story at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. 5 p.m. Pacific. So we will tune in. What is this? The New York Times journalist who wrote this hit piece and a number of other hit pieces on Plattner was a co-president of her Students for Israel chapter. It's Katie Gluick. Isn't Katie Gluick, what is it? Katie Gluick was the former... No, it's not who I'm thinking of. Never mind. Did you say you're going to be talking to Platt? No. No, I'm not. Anyway, let's just read the article first. Several women who dated Graham Plattner recall unsettling behavior. Okay? The Democratic candidate for Senate in Maine could be charming, women said in interviews, but some found his actions intimidating and disturbing. Holy fuck, it's a 20-minute long article. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm not gonna read the whole thing. That's crazy. Rumors spread from Portland and Potomac about Mr. Plattner's messy personal life. Look, the short and sweet of it is he dated a bunch of women. This is a string of women that he dated from, I believe, 2012 to 2016. And one of them is a Republican operative, okay, like a far right Republican operative. That one is the one that actually revealed a lot of damning information. Yeah, it's mostly just like his former girlfriends talking about the complicated nature of the relationship, not just the GOP op, he's Heritage Foundation. Yes. New York Times couldn't corroborate the claims their GOP operative source made up about Plattner from when they dated in college, but printed them anyways. Mr. Plattner strongly disputes any claims of physical intimidation or altercations his campaign said. The Times could not independently corroborate Mr. Fifi Field's account of the altercations. But yeah, it's in extensive conversations over the past 2 years, or past 2 months, 3 other women who had been romantically involved with Mr. Plattner offered a far more complicated assessment describing volatile and toxic relationships that were unsettling at times and emotionally wrenching. I swear to God, dog, if you defend this abuse, fucking hell. Wait, what? I'm not defending anything. What are you... Like, the relationships that are described in this article are with the exception of the one former Republican operative, the relationships are described as, like, you know, emotional and turbulent. Mr. Plattner, 41, a combat veteran, has spoken openly about grappling with post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, and drinking that he said resulted from his time in the military. His revelations about him has surfaced, including his dismissive remarks online about rape and derogatory comments about women, as well as a tattoo that is widely recognized as a Nazi symbol. Jesus Christ. He has said his past behavior does not reflect who he is today. Mainers, he has urged, should not judge him for the worst thing I said on the internet on my worst day 14 years ago. Critical accounts provided by 3 of the women interviewed by the Times, who were each in romantic relationships with him for years, give a fuller picture of Mr. Plattner's life. They shed light on an earlier era when he has acknowledged intense struggles, but also raises questions about his more recent years in Maine, which his campaign has presented as a period of healing and personal redemption. The disclosures last week, Mr. Plattner, now married, was exchanging sexual messages with women as recently as last year, have complicated that narrative and unnerved Democrats who see the main seat as a key to their efforts to regain control over the Senate. Lindsay Fififield, 40, a Virginia conservative who has worked for right-leaning groups and Republican campaigns, recalled him as a cavalierly contemptuous of women's emotions, of our weakness. Miss Fififield, who dated Mr. Plattner from roughly 2013 to 2015, said that his offensive online post reminded me of just how much he hated women. Oh my God. Oh, again, a woman who worked for the Heritage Foundation, just so you understand. Like, at least they mentioned that she's a Republican operative in the fucking article instead of being like, this is a random person. Jenny Rakicott, 41, a Maine Democrat who said she dated him casually on and off between 2019 and 2021, said the post deepened her belief that he did not respect women. When I saw the old comments that he made online, she said, I recognized the version of him that I had experiences with. Some of the women also raised questions about his trustworthiness. Mr. Plattner's insistence that he did not know that his tattoo was a Nazi symbol until it became a campaign issue last fall was simply not true, Mrs. Fifi Field said. After all, she said, he had taught her the word for it years earlier, referring to it as my Totenkopf. Again, this is the Republican operative. So all the juice that comes from this article that corroborates, that creates the idea that he knew what the Totenkopf was always, that basically leans into his him being an immoral actor that knows what he is doing, all come from the same person. The rest of the stories presented are that he was a dude struggling with PTSD, among numerous other things. Like, there's no corroboration for any of the other, there's no corroboration for any of the things that Miss Fifi Field said. And the reality of the matter is, if there's like full knowledge of, there was full knowledge of the Totenkopf, which there could be. Again, I don't know. I have no dog in this fight about the Totenkopf. I've said that was a massive red flag for me too. I mean, he has a fucking Nazi tattoo. The other Fifield, not Fifi, Fifield, whatever. The other people that he dated would probably say something similar, right? Jenny Rakicott, 41, Maine, recognized the version. Okay, some women also raised questions about his trustworthiness. His campaign story denied that he knew what the tattoo stood for. And in a statement to the Times, Mr. Plattner said he had too often self-medicated with alcohol and was a far from perfect boyfriend during what he described as a very dark period of my life. I take responsibility for all that, and I wish I had been better, he said. Any characterization beyond that is false, and I believe politically motivated. I'm not proud of who I was then, but I am proud of the work I've done since and the movement we are building in Maine. This article is based on the interviews with more than 24 people, including 6 women who had been romantically involved with Mr. Plattner. The Times spoke with friends or acquaintances of several women, reviewed contemporaneous texts and social media messages, and saw some of Miss Fifield's diary entries. Mr. Plattner declined to be interviewed for this article. The women who described difficult relationships with Mr. Plattner knew him at different points in his life. Miss Fifield said she dated him starting when they were both in their late 20s in Washington during a time where Mr. Plattner has described as challenging. Miss Rakicott knew him in Maine when they were in their mid-30s, and he was living in Sullivan, Maine, and working on his oyster farm. The third woman, a Democrat from Maine, who spoke on the condition of anonymity, had a long-distance relationship with Mr. Plattner on and off for years, recently as 2016. The 3 described him as similar terms. Spending time with him could be exhilarating, they said, but they also recounted patterns of heavy drinking and womanizing. Asked to sum up how he treated her, the third woman said she felt like collateral damage to the world that is his. When Miss Fifield first met Mr. Plattner in 2013, he was a student at George Washington University, and she was working on veterans issues at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and beginning to make a name for herself as a conservative activist online. Their roughly 2-year on-again, off-again relationship, as Miss Fifield texted her in 2016, according to a message reviewed by the Times, "You are literally, Lindsay, I love you in a way that I can't even describe. You are literally everything to me." She says she recognized that Mr. Plattner was struggling with the aftermath of his military service and thought she could help him. Miss Fifield, who was navigating family challenges at the time, recalls that period as emotionally rocky for her, too. Mr. Plattner could be rough with her, Miss Fifield said, particularly when they were drinking, leaving her shaken and sometimes afraid. In the interviews, Miss Fifield grappled with how to process her experiences. She was quick to note that he never hit me, he never punched me. But she said he regularly grabbed her by the shoulder, sometimes hard enough to leave marks, and on one occasion yanked her out of a cab by her wrist after an argument when she wanted to stay in the car. During one argument, she recalled, he twisted her arm behind her back, shoved her into a bedroom, and held the door closed from the other side so she couldn't get out, telling her to remain there until she was calm. Eventually, Miss Fifield said she fell asleep and left the next morning. It hurt, she said, but she added, it didn't cause an injury. It didn't break my arm. Mr. Plattner strongly disputes any claims of physical intimidation or altercations, his campaign said. The Times could not independently corroborate Miss Fifield's account of the altercations. Miss Fifield also recalled that Mr. Plattner's displays of weaponry and discussions of violence sometimes left her uneasy. She said he kept an AR-15 lying around his apartment on Capitol Hill and was sharpened an axe, a relic from his time working on the Appalachian Trail before he enlisted in the Marines while watching television. He had what she described as a warrior ethos and would fantasize about killing people he deemed a threat, she said. She said he told her that rape was about power. It was something that stuck with her through the years, Miss Fifield said. He said this a lot. If anybody broke in here, I would rape them, she recalled, saying that he added that it would not be in a sexual way, not in a gay way. He was like, I would rape them to show them that I'm dominant, she said. Asked about those remarks, the Plattner campaign official did not dispute them. A friend who knew Plattner and Miss Fifield during that period said the comments sounded out of character. Mr. Plattner, who had overlapping relations with other women while he and Miss Fifield dated, also referred to women as hatchet wounds. Miss Fifield said, a crude term for the female anatomy. The Times reviewed the text between Miss Fifield and Mr. Plattner, along with Google chat exchanges, texts, and Facebook messages between Miss Fifield and her friends during and after the relationship. Oh. He showed up, girl's house drunk, randomly in this article, drunk. There are multiple victims, not just Heritage Foundation person. The Times also reviewed some of Miss Fifield's diary entries from after the relationship had ended and spoke with two of her friends who confirmed that the pair had an emotionally volatile relationship but could not corroborate the physical altercations or most controversial comments she described. Miss Fifield says she did not expect her friends to offer that corroboration because she did not tell anyone at the time, saying she had been embarrassed. The impact of the relationship on Miss Fifield's life lingered for years, she said. She referred to him in a diary entry in June 2016 as the most toxic, literally abusive man on earth who destroyed my life. Those close to her encouraged her to move on. Do not call Graham, a friend messaged her that year. Miss Fifield, who was affiliated with Independent Women, a conservative group, insisted that her political beliefs had nothing to do with her choice to come forward. She worked briefly on Nikki Haley's 2024 presidential campaign and before that for the Heritage Foundation, a conservative think tank. Miss Fifield said she had not been paid by any campaign or political entity since Miss Haley's campaign. Mr. Plattner's campaign said in a statement, let's be very clear, this is a lifelong GOP operative who's dedicated her career to electing Republicans. Ms. Fifield said she had no connection to the campaign of Senator Susan Collins, Mr. Plattner's likely Republican opponent. She acknowledged that Independent Women had been supportive of Ms. Collins, but said she had not been active with the organization recently. I know it looks like a bitter ex-girlfriend of a Republican trying to take down a Democrat. It has nothing to do with that, Ms. Fifield said. If he was running as a Republican, I would be doing this exact same thing. I am sorry. Look, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't think that she would actually come out against the Republican. I mean, here's the chair of the Independent Women's Forum, the right-wing group where Lindsay Fifield is a fellow, bragging about helping draft Susan Collins' remarks when she voted to confirm Brett Kavanaugh. Fifield is New York Times main source and the only one alleging anything physical.
I will tell you, I'm extraordinarily proud of IWF. It's not well known, but after Jeff Flake got caught in the elevator, a moment I think none of us will ever forget. Absolutely paralyzed by the activist asking him questions and not knowing what to say.
That took literally 3 seconds, by the way. That's incredible. Like, I disputed this purely on the basis that this is a Republican operative. Okay? I disputed it purely on the basis that she's a Republican operative. And in literally less than 3 seconds, we found a story of the institution that she's a part of that directly drafted the memo for Susan Collins when she had to explain why she voted for Brett Kavanaugh. That's crazy. It's the Heritage Foundation. By the way, I do also want to remind people that when Roy Moore was outed as a pedophile, the Republicans didn't turn around and go, oh, we should actually drop Roy Moore. Okay. What they did instead was look for a know you opportunity. And lo and behold, who was in the crosshairs of that know you projection opportunity? Al Franken. Al Franken was the guy that they chose to dump on. And who did they utilize to dump on Al Franken? A right-wing Republican Fox News radio host who claimed after the fact many years after the fact, that Al Franken taking like a photo where he's like doing this over her sleeping body, wearing a military vest when they went on tour, was actually, very inappropriate. And Al Franken literally, alongside Kirsten Gillibrand and numerous other Democrats, was forced to resign. He literally apologized. He resigned. Democrats pushed for it to happen. You know what didn't happen? The Republicans advocating for Roy Moore to drop out of the race. Okay? Do you not believe 6 women? Did I say I don't believe any of these women? I did not say that. I think that there is a high bar for a Republican operative that has worked on campaigns defending other people being outed as rapists, and then having female congresspersons, including Susan Collins, who's literally running against Graham Plattner. They've written fucking notes on why it was justifiable to vote for why it was justifiable to appoint Brett Kavanaugh. Like, believe women means do not reflexively disbelieve women. I'm not disbelieving any of these women, but it doesn't also mean believe Republican operatives unconditionally across the board. Okay? My standards for like random people that he's dated and aspects of their personal explanations and their personal statements, especially if they corroborate some of the things that Fifield is saying, will have a much higher will be applied with a much higher standard of veracity than a fucking Republican operative. To me, Miss Fifield, I put in a totally separate category. Okay? If there are other women in this article, even like Republican voters, it doesn't matter. If they're Republican voters, it doesn't matter. But if they're like random people that he has dated in this article that corroborates some of the aspects of Miss Fifield's sentiment, then I think there's reason to not be so skeptical of what she's saying. But a political operative is very different. A political operative that worked for the Heritage Foundation, that worked with an institution that directly wrote Susan Collins's fucking statement as to why she had to vote for Brett Kavanaugh. There's an inconsistency there that's important, right?
We were approached and they said, can you tell us how to talk about supporting Kavanaugh without alienating the Me Too movement? We wrote a memo. It was used by a lot of members of the Senate and the House and Fox News and elsewhere. But most important is Susan Collins told me that without that memo, she could not have seen how to support him. And if you look at her speech that she gave on the Senate floor, it is entirely the playing out and architecture of how we said to structure the argument and what to say and how to say it, which is just so gratifying.
People are trying to discredit Lindsay Fifield for her history as a right-wing operative, but if she were a mere partisan hack, she could have been a lot more bombastic with her claims. Also, believe women doesn't end on a partisan borderline. No, I don't think so. I think the more bombastic claims would have probably met like actual legal scrutiny. And therefore, this is the perfect level of because none of these claims are saying like, oh, I was like. She literally openly will say, oh, he never actually like physically hurt me, right? There were times when things got a little physical and I was scared or I was conflicted, but she very openly will be like, he never hit me, he never hurt me. So it's actually very fair and balanced in that sense, which is it doesn't reach the standard of like legal repercussions. Anyway, Carrie Lucas, Carrie Lucas, the president of Independent Women, said Ms. Field had never been an employee and was last paid by the organization in 2022. The total amount she was paid, Ms. Lucas said, was roughly $15,000 over 2021 and 2022. Mr. Plattner's campaign arranged interviews for the Times with 3 other women who dated him over a period of 7 years and all support his candidacy. They described a very different kind of relationship. Caroline Lemp, who dated Mr. Plattner for several months in 2013, described him as a gentle giant. She said he never made her feel unsafe or showed signs that he was struggling with the physical or mental effects of his military service. He was a great boyfriend, said Miss Lemp, 36, who now lives in St. Louis. He was super kind, very nice, fun. The others who spoke on the condition of anonymity said Mr. Plattner was never physically threatening. One, a nurse from Belfast, Maine, who dated him for a couple months after return home from Maine, described him as responsible, intelligent, and supportive. Another who dated him in Washington between 2011 and 2013 said she witnessed some potentially problematic behavior, referring to his heavy drinking, but she felt really safe with him, she said. My totem cough. Last fall, a few months after announcing his campaign for Senate, Mr. Plattner said that he had learned from news media inquiries that the tattoo on his chest was widely recognized as a Nazi symbol, and he moved to cover it. Mr. Plattner said that he hadn't known what the image was, other than a terrifying-looking skull and crossbones, on the wall of a tattoo parlor in Split, Croatia, where he and the other Marines in his unit had it done in 2007. It was not until I started hearing from reporters and DC insiders that I realized what the tattoo is. Miss Field called that a lie. Mr. Plattner, she said, knew when they were dating years ago that the tattoo was a Nazi symbol, and he called it my totem cough. I would never have known what that was, she said. He would joke about it being a Nazi tattoo. Miss Field said she told her that he and the other members of his unit selected the tattoo because they were like a death unit. They were the killers, and saw a parallel between their unit and the Nazi Schutzstaffel, or SS unit, that used the skull and crossbones image. They literally deliberately selected it because it was relevant to their military unit, she said. Mr. Plattner strongly disputes Miss Field's account of what he knew about the tattoo and what he told her, his campaign said. His campaign noted that he had not hidden his tattoo since receiving it, taking it off his shirt in photos at the beach and at the gym. I lived my entire life like a regular person with a skull and crossbones on their chest, he said on a liberal podcast in October after showing videos of him dancing shirtless at his brother's wedding. At no point in his entire experience of my life did anybody ever once say, hey, you're a Nazi. In a private chat group last summer, months before Mr. Plattner acknowledged the tattoo himself, Ms. Field told friends that her ex-boyfriend turned Senate candidate has a Nazi tattoo on in his chest. It's a totem cough, she told him on August 20th, according to a screenshot she shared with the Times, an actual one. So there's no text messages corroborating that he knew, but there are text messages that she was sharing as a Republican operative with other friends of hers when he was announced. When he announced that he was running, but before he acknowledged the tattoo himself, a Republican operative told other people that this person actually had a totem cough on his chest. I will personally go campaign for Collins, she wrote. 2 of her friends reacted with a crying, laughing emoji. The comment was a joke, Miss Field told the Times. Records show no evidence of any relationship between Miss Field and the Collins campaign. Throughout his campaign, Mr. Plattner has presented his life as a story of recovering and personal growth. He's described himself as self-medicating and drinking heavily and becoming very emotionally distant during his time in the military, which ended in 2012, he says. The years immediately afterwards, a relationship with a girlfriend while he was serving in the Marines totally fell apart because I was just a wreck of a human being, he said in an interview with the Times. Then in 2016, he returned to his small hometown, Sullivan, Maine, with therapy from the Department of Veterans Affairs. He got a treatment for PTSD, anxiety, and depression, began to build a new life. In 2018, he took over an oyster farm from a family friend. Still, he stayed active on Reddit, offering a glimpse into his unvarnished thinking in more than 1,400 messages between 2016 and 2021, when he says he stopped posting. Many of his online messages indicated that Mr. Plattner was still processing his experiences in the military. Others focused on oyster farming and the joys of life in Maine. By 2021, he wrote he no longer believed in any of the patriotic nonsense that made him want to enlist and had become a firm believer that the best thing a person can do is help their neighbors and live a loving life. I'm a vegetable-growing, psychedelics-taking socialist these days, he wrote. Still got the guns, though. I don't trust the fascists to act politely. He has since said he abhors political violence. Again, this is, by the way, the most commonly shared perspective, by Second Amendment lovers. Second Amendment enjoyers, when they're Republican, get to say, why do we have the Second Amendment? Because we want to overthrow a tyrannical government if they ever choose to engage in tyranny. That is the exact same thing, but he's saying it while also claiming that he's a socialist, and therefore it's obviously objectionable, immoral, perhaps the most violent thing anyone could ever say. Remember that. Remember that. Republicans will always say that they have the Second Amendment to protect the First. They believe in the Second Amendment because they will overthrow a violent fascist government, a violent tyrannical government, right? No Republican to this fucking day I have ever heard from a single fucking Republican that has turned around, dog, shut the fuck up. This chat sucks ass. Plattner dick riders in the chat. This has absolutely nothing to do with Graham Plattner. This is a totally separate principle that I oppose. The idea that when Republicans say, I believe in the Second Amendment, everyone goes, well, that's a patriot right there. But when someone says, I'm a socialist and I believe in the Second Amendment, everyone goes, you're a fucking terrorist. Okay? Just remember that. No, I like them. Chatters can complain all they want. But his relationship with women have remained complicated. In November 2023, Mr. Platter married Amy Gertner, former teacher from near his hometown. 1 year later, an anonymous Facebook user went on a private page called Are We Dating the Same Guy? And shared an image with Mr. Platter, smiling broadly, sporting a t-shirt with the line, drawing of oysters. Ghosted me in the past, read the message. Then popped up on a different dating app. I'm concerned he may have a significant other out there. Comments drew replies from at least 6 women, several of whom noted that he was married, according to screenshots posted by the Main Wire, a conservative media outlet. Miss Rakikot, who was one of the other women who commented on the chain, confirmed that the post was real, as did the second woman who commented on it. Asked about the post in a follow-up interview in this spring, Ms. Rakikot, who said she agreed with many of Mr. Plattner's policies, says she had an off and on relationship with Mr. Plattner and had positive memories. But she was not shocked, she said, when she saw the incendiary comments he had made about women that have surfaced during the campaign. I was like, that makes sense. This person does not respect women. Ms. Rakikot also said that in 2021, he arrived at her house drunk. After she had asked him not to come over, she declined to elaborate, but says she cut off contact soon after the episode and found his behavior reckless and unsettling. Last week, the Wall Street Journal and Times detailed Ms. Gertner's efforts to warn his campaign staff about some potentially explosive information in the early days of his candidacy. Her husband, she said, had been exchanging sexual messages with multiple other women. Mr. Plattner sought to discredit aspects of the report, but acknowledged that Amy and I went through something hard because of me. And Ms. Gertner, who had become more visible presence in his campaign in recent weeks, posted a direct-to-camera video defending her husband and her marriage. No marriage is perfect, and I don't want a perfect marriage, she said. I want my marriage, and I want to be married to Graham. On Tuesday, Mr. Plattner was asked by Democratic senators, wait, this is the end of the article? That's it? Okay. There were a lot of chatters who I don't think read the article. There were a lot of chatters who I don't think read the article and simply claimed that there were some there were corroborating information from other victims. Virtually every other victim, with the exception of one that said, I didn't like that he came to my house drunk, basically said he was fine. He was like, you know, maybe a little bit of a womanizer, and said misogynistic things that correspond to some of his misogynistic statements. And the only damaging information in this article actually comes from the Republican operative. There's no sexual assault allegations. There's no, even the Republican operative is like, he never physically hurt me. There were times when he When there were times when he got physical, but he never physically, like, he never hit me. I want to specify that he never hit me. Like, there's no, I'm confused. Did the chatters not read the article? You guys made it seem like he was fucking engaging in rampant abuse, like rampant abusive behavior to like all of his girlfriends and all this shit. No, but I'm going to read it now because you refused to read it on stream. Wait, what? You didn't fucking read it? I read the entire article. What the fuck are you talking about? Did I skip any parts? Did I miss something? You just watched me read the whole article. No, you didn't? Are you baiting? Or are you fucking being serious? Like did I miss something? Maybe I genuinely missed it. Like I didn't read the last two paragraphs. Hold on. On Tuesday, Mr. Plattner was asked by Democratic senators in Washington in private meetings if there was anything else controversial in his background. He assured them there was nothing, but he predicted his adversaries would lie about him, according to a person familiar with private discussions. On the campaign trail, Mr. Plattner had consistently worked to reassure voters who had been rattled by what they have read about his messy personal history. He has said he had not lived a very complicated life. I have a lot of ex-girlfriends, he told voters at a town hall in late April. They're all still my friends. This is what I've been saying. It's highly built in an explosive bombshell, and yet the big headline is that Graham is an unsettling behavior. It's not the wave away everything, but it isn't what the New York Times wants it to be. I bet chatters saw how above the fold this was and drew their own conclusions. Wait, why is that chatter saying I didn't read the whole article? Yeah, the parts that I fucking skipped are the first couple of paragraphs that were just like introducing Graham Plattner, not like the actual meat of the article. It was just this. Rumors are spreading, and I briefly glanced at too. Yeah, amid the turmoil, Plattner worked the phones. Interview with the New York Times Wednesday, several women did just that, describing Mr. Plattner as a fun and caring partner and saying they felt safe with him. Some remain friends with him to this day. Years after their relationships ended, 3 other women who had been romantically involved with Mr. Plattner offered a far more complicated assessment, describing volatile. I started reading from this point on. All you did was dismiss everything everything said and say, well, he didn't hit her or rape her, so it's not that bad. Dude made comments on Reddit about rape and is a chub, but of course he didn't actually abuse anyone because Republican women lie. Wait, what? Okay. You need to be very clear, Mythic Dreamweaver. Did you want him to rape someone in this article? Like, is that, or are you saying that he actually raped someone, but this article didn't show? Like, I'm confused. Be very specific about, because I did read the entire article. Now you're saying, okay, you read it, but you dismissed it offhand. Be very specific about your criticisms right now. Dismissing a woman because she's a Republican is nasty. You're being unserious now. I'm not responding to that. Dismissing a woman because she's Republican is nasty. This is not, did you guys not hear what I said? There are, if this was a regular, like, Republican voter, which I said, that had a bad relationship with Graham Plattner and revealed it, I would not make the same exact assessment. This is not just a random Republican. This is a Republican operative who has worked for a foundation that not only has taken away women's rights, but also a foundation that has specifically been involved in writing messages for Susan Collins and every other Republican that would allow them to do PR for people voting for Brett Kavanaugh, who was once again, and I need you to understand this, responsible for lying to the American public and continuing to take away abortion rights, which Brett Kavanaugh and every other Republican that was appointed in that same time frame said was a super precedent. This is one of the dirtiest smear jobs I've ever seen. Completely unsubstantiated claims from a clearly biased person with zero, and I mean zero, corroborating details. Does the chat believe that Joe Biden's a rapist? He was directly accused of sexual assault, and that was not published in the New York Times. This is crazy to see the New York Times or Washington Post. This is a weird and out of the usual level of proof required for an article like this. Yeah. I think glazing over, showing up drunk to someone's house is a little sus, but that's my only problem. This has the potential to be a very terrifying experience for a woman. No, I agree with that assessment. I think that is the, outside of the claims being made by Fifi Field, which, for the record, are definitely emotionally abusive at times over a long and extended period of time, that Graham Plattner says was a time when he was like drinking heavily, self-medicating, things of that nature. The only other instance that you could potentially, point to as corroborating is that he showed up drunk to someone's house, which led to her breaking up with him, and that's it. That was a different woman? No, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that could be seen as corroborative of him behaving in a manner that is consistent with someone who doesn't care about the feelings of their partner, of their female partner. Tell me what this article claims any of the other 5 women are claiming. The smooth brain idball chatters here are saying all 6 are being ignored. What are the consequences here are being claimed by anyone other than the operative? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The other people just said he was misogynistic, or rather said that he, when they saw his Reddit post being unearthed, it reminded them, they said that it was like consistent with his worldview. This is yet another instance, I feel like, where, they interviewed six of his former partners. One was the Republican operative. The other one wasn't. The other one said that there was one instance where he showed up at her house drunk when she said, "Don't come over." That's fucked up. I agree. No defense of that whatsoever. And no defense of any of the other claims that the Republican operative is making either. But they interviewed 6 women, and the other 4 all said that he was a gentle giant. It was a complex relationship, but ultimately they still remain friends. The way that this article was presented, why is being misogynistic not disqualifying? Do you live in the same planet that we live in where, are you familiar with the American Congress? Or do you come from a matriarchal society where the matriarch runs the show and you just actually landed on U.S. soil? By the standards set forth by the average American congressperson, we just looked at a Republican that boiled his wife with boiling water, okay? Boiled his wife with boiling water. A Republican congressperson that is unimpeded, totally fine, and is in Congress, and earlier today accused Rashida Tlaib of being a fucking terrorist. A Republican congressperson from Ohio torched his fucking wife with boiling water and then tried to sue her for defamation, and then had to drop it because it came out that there was an audio note where he openly admitted to it, and also a written note where he apologized for it. The president is Donald Trump. Donald grab him by the pussy Trump. The president has been in a civil trial found liable for sexually assaulting E. Jean Carroll. As far as like a fucking PTSD-addled veteran goes, or as far as like the standards set forth by the average Republican or average Democrat congressman, right? Or even fuck it, congressperson, really. I want to put Katie Porter on the on stage as well. Katie Porter also abused her husband, ironically enough. Graham Plattner is you know, he's not even up there in terms of like what Republican and Democrat congresspersons have done. Senator Whitehouse says he's not impressed by the allegations against Graham Plattner. Seems like a lot of nothing. I mean, the only one who had anything to say seemed unsettling was a woman who works for right-wing political operations. Now, every goddamn Republican on the planet is going to be like, oh, Democrats love rape. This story is going to turn into, just like with the New York Post shit, right? By all the fucking psychos, the story will literally turn into Graham Plattner actually sexually assaulted all of his girlfriends. They're all actually demanding that he be jailed, and the Democrats are defending him. And some of you chatters will go along with it because you already didn't like him because he was a fucking Blackwater mercenary. So then you're also going to advance it. See? Boom. Democrats have a Me Too problem.
Have a Me Too problem.
Dude, I'm going to be honest. I think American politics will never advance in a positive trajectory as long as liberals personally step on rakes and keep slamming their heads into the fucking concrete, directed by the most cynical, disgusting, amoral, vulturous Republicans you've ever encountered. They could literally be murdering children in broad daylight. They could be choking children and then turn around and go, well, this Democrat actually talks shit about a child. How do you think child abuse is appropriate? While in the process of choking out a baby, a Republican operative could turn around and go, well, that Democrat actually said kids have bad vibes. You like child abuse. Let me murder this fucking child first. You like child abuse. And every fucking liberal that thinks that there is like any moral equivocation here will turn around and go, you know what? Republican operative that's murdering a child right now in front of me, choking the child to death, maybe even putting their thumbs in the child's eyes. You're actually right. That guy is the fucking villain. And in order to maintain some kind of moral purity, in order to maintain some kind of parity here so that everybody understands I'm the most intellectually honest person of all time, I'm going to actually fucking disavow the Democrat that actually said children have bad vibes as the highest version of child abuse. And then people will turn around and say, guess what, sweetie? Two things can be wrong at the same time. No, these two things are not on the same fucking stratosphere, okay? They presented this bombshell story as Graham Plattner is sexually assaulting all of his ex-girlfriends. And then the most the New York Times wrote about this was that a Republican operative that worked for the Heritage Foundation claimed that she was scared of him at times. Okay? And then the other girlfriends of his said that his misogynistic sentiment on Reddit corresponds to his personality. Meanwhile, Democrats brought Jeffrey Epstein's best friend Clinton on the fucking campaign trail. And those very same Democrats that did that because they thought he was an impossible to ignore titan in American politics. So they trotted his ass over to motherfucking Dearborn, Michigan. Those same Democrats and their operatives are turning around and being like, Graham Plattner, oh my God, I can't believe it. Oh. I don't even care necessarily about Graham Plattner all that much. I do worry that this tendency of liberals and leftists to fall into Republican-led traps with the hopes of maintaining some sort of moral purity or impossible standard. Not on this issue, because then people will will abuse my fucking words and turn around and say, oh, you're saying that it's an impossible standard not to be a fucking abusive psychopath or whatever the fuck. That's not what I'm saying. But broadly speaking, it's very frustrating that there is a tendency among liberals and leftists alike to consistently play into Republican traps. Okay? You have to stop doing this. Look at the issue. Look at the actual claims being made. Apply scrutiny if necessary. Okay? And move on. As far as Graham Plattner's behavior, the claims being made, they're toxic and they're unacceptable. Okay? But no one is irredeemable, and his actions in that relationship, albeit toxic and fucked up, especially if he's no longer demonstrating this kind of behavior, are not irredeemable or disqualifying. It bothers me that allegations are pretty much treated as equivalent regardless of severity. Someone who's accused of being a bad partner is canceled in the same way that a rapist is. I don't get that. Yeah, like... Yeah, when the New York Times interviewed Ken Paxton's former partners... Throwback to when they endorsed Cuomo. If necessary, ask yourself what's the alternative, and one will quickly understand why Plattner's still the move. Bro, you're just a journalist. They're not going to listen to you. What do you mean? Dude, they were talking about this as like the biggest oppo dump of all time, that this is like Eric Swalwell style situation. Once again. To be a nothing burger if even when Senator Whitehouse is defending Plattner, but they won't stop the Republicans from crying like babies. Just ask about the Epstein files every time they bring something up. For the record, I'm seeing Reddit neolibs defend Plattner here. Let's see what he says on MS Now later with Chris Hayes. Yeah. So unless there's something else coming, the big New York Times expose is that Plattner was a bad boyfriend to some women, but also a good boyfriend to other women. Yeah.
And here we go. It's the big question haunting Democrats.
I don't always agree with Cassie, but I think she's pointing out something real about activists and normie definitions of violence and domestic abuse. Yeah, I hate to say it. It's a bad reality, but the assault allegation of the Plattner piece will not register as domestic abuse to most Americans, in my opinion. The thing to remember here is that axiomatic, bright line definitions are actually not the norm. If anything, in anything, people tend to have fuzzy Bayesian mental models for basically any category of thing. Most people cannot give you a coherent, axiomatic, biologically valid definition of, say, a tree or a fish, but they instantly know one when they see one, because human cognition is tuned for finding similarities between many related examples and intuitively grouping them together. Coming up with the bright line, axiomatic definitions that make these categories rigid enough for the law or scientific rigor or other modern institutional applications is actually hard for us and non-intuitive. This also applies to activism. High information activists with strongly held beliefs and political programs seek to establish clear axiomatic positions on social categories like domestic abuse. Because activists are thinking in terms of application, enforcement, the state. You need the rigid definitions for governing. Activists also tend to have a more rigid and defined and coherent moral frameworks generally. Fox News host literally just said the article doesn't detail any abuse. I don't even think they will try to spin this too far to what Cassie is saying. No, they will. They will. Because Republicans have never shied away from, on the one hand, decrying cancel culture when they are doing literally criminal things, while simultaneously applying a false standard of morality that they do not actually fucking abide by to their opposition. This is a consistent hurdle for those who want to advance humanity. If you are on the left, not only do you have to abide by your own moral standards, always, even though human beings are complex individuals and oftentimes fall short of what they want to do, right? What they think is the best possible way to operate. But if you are on the left, or if you're a liberal in comparison to the Republican, if you're just like further to the left than your opposition, you not only have to abide by your set of standards, but you have to abide by their set of standards that they apply to you that they will never follow through. One great example of this is when people would turn around and tell Trainwrecks or XQC that they were bad for doing gambling ads, as opposed to what they were claiming I was bad for, which was their understanding of my worldview. Not my understanding of my worldview, but their understanding of my worldview that dictated that as a socialist, I was supposed to fucking wear a barrel around my chest and create socialist systems personally, regardless of the impossibility of doing so under a capitalist framework. And when people would turn around and go, but you're fucking doing gambling ads, they would say, well, it doesn't matter because I'm bad. I'm a capitalist and I'm not a good person. And therefore, I don't have any moral standards. I can do whatever the fuck I want, but my opposition is presenting themselves as good. That means not only do they actually have to be good by their own definitions and their own standards, but they have to be good by the standards that I set for them. Okay? This is the reason why Donald Trump gets away with basically murder all the fucking time, and yet the average liberal will be caught in crisis. Not even my allies. I'm talking about liberals. Center-right Democrats will be considered engaging in heinous acts in comparison to the motherfucking Republican or every single to the motherfucking Republican president or every single Republican that has done heinous shit. Okay? This is a real hurdle. This is a real hurdle that liberals and the left especially, because the left also eats this from both liberals and the Republicans alike, because if you are further to the left than the center-right Democratic Party, then they're going to apply the standard to you. And the Democrats themselves will consistently have to deal with this standard being applied to them by the Republicans. The further right you go, the more bandwidth you have to be openly fucking evil. Okay? The New York Times was up in here in Maine for 6 weeks. They have been on the Plattner ex-girlfriend beef for months and left no stone unturned. If there was anything else, they would have put in the story. Barrel making is a lost art and trade. We could start a factory unionized from the start. They're in high demand for brewing and for future fashion for the super depression. Al Franken is the reason that is the story and the example that I deployed here, specifically so that liberals and even people who see themselves as abiding by a much higher moral standard than the average person understand exactly what's going on here. Okay? Roy Moore was a child rapist, and they Me Too'd Al Franken. I'm not an ally to Al Franken. Al Franken is not my ideological ally. I'm just explaining to you how Republican operatives work. And we keep falling for it. They did that to move the conversation away from Roy Moore's child rape allegations, and they did it successfully. Yeah. Also, the person that Lindsay Fifield, apparently, Schumer dodging and Slotkin. Okay, I'm sure Slotkin will have an incredible time shitting all over Graham Plattner. Just asked Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer if he still supports Graham Plattner and ignored the question and walked on the floor. Here is more background on this person. Where the fuck did it go? Didn't I just pull this tweet up? Where the hell? Yeah, she made all of her social media accounts private, but here she is blatantly lying about why Rumeysa Öztürk was targeted by Rubio's State Department. Mahmoud Khalil and Rumeysa Öztürk were not targeted for advocacy against Israel. They are being held accountable for destruction of property, organizing violent actions, making threats to Jewish students, and distributing materials funded by state-designated terror groups. You'll be surprised to learn you can't promote terrorism and death to America while you're here on a student visa or a green card. Let's see an update. This 3-year-old American girl will be spending Thanksgiving in the hands of dangerous Hamas terrorists, McCain wrote. She's the youngest American held hostage in Gaza. I have a daughter nearly the same age as this American citizen. It's hard to fathom my Alice could be kidnapped by terrorists and held for over a month and not be a household name, wrote Lindsay Fifield, a visiting fellow at the Independent Women's Forum. We will make a place for Abigail on Thanksgiving, and everyone should. Washington, D.C., on the solemn one-year anniversary of the devastating October 7th attacks on Israeli women and girls by Hamas terrorists, Independent Women's Forum, Center for American Safety and Security, is renewing its call for the Biden-Harris administration to take, this is where she worked, to take stronger, clearer action in addressing the surge in violence against women and girls. The Muslim American Leadership Alliance joined IWF in issuing a demand letter. Whoever blesses Israel will be blessed, and whoever curses Israel will be cursed. And Bethany Mandel. I've been close friends with Lindsay Fifield for 15 years. I've known about Graham since they began dating. She carried a lot of trauma from their time together. I'm so proud of her for her bravery in coming forward. Wife of Seth Mandel. Bethany Mandel. Chakic. She's a professional fucking liar. She's a professional fucking liar. The thing that really distinguishes the stories about Platinum from the far worse stories about, for example, Max Miller or Ken Paxton or Tony Gonzalez is that they abused Republican women whose Republican senator fathers got sick enough of their shit that they finally publicized it. None of this Fifield chick's friends will corroborate her stories. Come the fuck on. Yeah, well, Bethany Mandel did. Bethany Mandel, of course, is not exactly an impartial observer of events. Kirsten Gillibrand and John Fetterman. Oh, expected. Gillibrand. Wow. Gillibrand's spokesperson said her comments were, "We are still going to win Maine." It's over. It's done. Kirsten Gillibrand was the person responsible for the Al Franken knife job from the Democratic Party side. It's okay. You're going to get, it's done. It's over. You're going to get fucking naysayers from John Fetterman, possibly. John Fetterman, top Platinum critic, told me it's time for Maine voters to get behind Janet Mills. I need you to be extra critical going forward of people that are viewed as a threat by the forces of capital and also Israel. Okay? If you don't do that going forward, if you fall prey, if you fall victim to Republican engineering, we will never build a fucking coalition at all, ever. Okay? It's not going to happen. It will never take place. It's over. It's done. If someone who is pro-Israel and someone who's pro-Republican Party, a Republican Party operative, pro-Israel, and also on top of that, working for, I don't know, some fucking healthcare lobbying firm or whatever, comes out and says, this person actually violently abused me, but offers no evidence, for example, which this person didn't do, okay? You have to be way, way, way more skeptical of that claim. Sorry. You have to. Because these guys are not playing the same fucking game as you are. You are running around with your endless fucking naivete, thinking that the world abides by your standards. You run around and you think, well, everyone is honest, right? To a certain degree. No, they are not. And if there's one group of people that are exceptionally dishonest, it is always going to be people who are working for the Republican Party that are also on top of that pro-Israel. Okay? I'm sorry. For the past fucking 3 years at this point, how many articles have been written about me? How many things have my enemies said? And they're not just, people who are pros, but how, you see it. You're in here every fucking day. You're in here every single day. So you know the truth. And you know the way that other people refer to me outside on the internet. Oppositional figures. The way that they present me as the biggest villain of all time. There's a reason for it. What is this? The Steyer drops. We're so back. It's so over. We're so back. Guys, I'll tell you a story. Story of Kareem Khan. Okay? Kareem Khan is a British lawyer. Kareem Assad Ahmad Khan is a British lawyer who has served as a prosecutor for the International Criminal Court since 2021. You might recognize him as this handsome bald man. Karim Khan was hand-selected as an appropriate prosecutor to the ICC by those who are sympathetic to Israel. Okay? But Karim Khan had a problem. There was far too much evidence that Israel was engaging in war crimes. So Karim Khan, as a prosecutor, started doing his job. Shortly thereafter, Karim Khan had sexual assault allegations. Like almost when he first came into the job, Israel was like, yeah, this is a good guy. We're fine with him. Far better than the previous prosecutor that we spied on, that we sanctioned, that we got America to sanction. Okay? As soon as he moved to prosecute, Israel, sexual abuse claims. I'm sorry. But at a certain point, you have to be a little bit more careful with what you are listening to, what you're believing. There's a difference between a drunk asshole from a rich family or something and the motherfucking chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, or one of the prosecutors of the ICC. ICC Chief Prosecutor Khan cleared of sexual misconduct by judges. Do you understand? Something similar took place with Julian Assange. Julian Assange rape investigation dropped by Sweden. Julian Assange was the famous journalist that was responsible for WikiLeaks, where a lot of things that the American State Department did not want anybody seeing was published. The American State Department, the CIA, and its officers openly talked about murdering Julian Assange, talked about how they would potentially murder Julian Assange as he was I believe he was in exile, right? He was in his embassy. In Ecuador. He was in political asylum. Wrote about the time the New York Times killed a story about a girl impregnated by the Meir Kahan, the terrorist idol and spiritual leader of Smotrich, Ben-Gvir, and modern Israel. The cover-up struck me as the most succinct distillation of the breathtaking hypocrisy demonstrated every fucking day by America's genocidal class of self-appointed respectability gatekeepers. The girl jumped off a bridge, his breakup letter retrieved from her purse. The heartbroken rabbi started a nonprofit in her name for Israeli orphans, he said, but blew all the cash on plane tickets and bar tabs. Am Rosenthal thought publicizing any of this would create anti-Semitism. The guy was a fucking literal terrorist, but also a CIA asset. This is not about maintaining some kind of moral purity or an even moral standard. Okay? Sometimes you have to look beyond the claims being made and try to understand who's making the claims and why they're making it. And sometimes you have to judge people's reception of these claims by where their ideological priors fall. Okay? That's why I kept repeatedly bringing up the fact that if Graham Plattner, and people are going to call me a misogynist for this too, so just wait. Ironically enough, people who have defended rape, pedophilia, and numerous other horrible things are going to turn around and say, oh, Hasana's defending Graham Plattner. He's a dude bro misogynist. So just get ready for that. That's going to happen. Okay? You have to be a little bit more critical. That's why I always say, ultras turn into rad libs on a dime. It's not even ultras. Would this be a story if Graham Plattner was not a left populist / anti-Zionist? The answer is no. If he was a run-of-the-mill Democrat, fuck no. Absolutely not. But once again, the easy thing in this circumstance is for me to... God, cuss. I'm not going to respond to this statement. I'm just going to ban you, actually, for a week, because I don't think you intend to do this, but I think you're personally baiting me right now. So I respond to something that you're saying that is like unbelievably cynical, and it will be headlines tomorrow, my response to you. Okay? We have to be a little bit smarter, buddy. Please. These conversations are like the inoculation process in union organizing, which prepares workers for the tactics and deception they will be faced by union busters. Not inoculating is the biggest reason union organizing fails. I would love to see a daily or weekly segment just on this topic so people can see how the capitalists are manipulating leftist organizing so they don't fall for this shit. My entire stream is that. My entire stream is to... Every time I'm yelling at a chatter for falling for something, is that. That's why I'm doing it. I try to utilize this, like I try to showcase wrecker behavior in other instances. I'm not talking about this one, but I try to utilize teachable moments like that to explain wrecker behavior, people who are overzealous, and people who are organizing poison. Nithya Raman is starting to dominate. Might actually free us from Spencer Pratt. Raman's rough benchmark against Pratt is 11.2%. So this is an 2-point overperformance, though turnout could change that. In any case, as far as Graham Plattner goes, yeah, he's not the best guy. Okay, he's not a good guy. I mean, numerous tours, Blackwater, totem cuff tattoo. He's not. As long as he's a reliable vote for Medicare for all and a reliable vote against Israel, that's the calculation that Mainers are making, I hope, because he will still serve a far better purpose than Susan Collins. Yeah. Edinger Mentum, good tweet. Remember when Abdul El-Sayed's scandal was that he has a PhD and MD but hadn't done his residency yet? Don't downplay that shit either. He shouldn't lie about his qualifications. I love this guy. This guy, what a freak. Yeah. I'm reminded of Bernard Sanders' statements. He's not a saint, but I don't see many of those around here. And Bernard is right. Speaking of Bernard, many of you probably don't remember, but he wrote some pervy fucking poems back in the day. Okay? If you think I gave a fuck about that shit and leaned into the idea that he was a misogynist for writing pervy fucking poems in his youth, you'd be delusional. Except because I was like, who gives a fuck about some pervy poems that he wrote in like 1913? Are you insane? Everybody said Bernie bros are misogynistic. And it's crazy because he was being freaky unk. He was being freaky unk. Freaky.
And pussy too.
But people forgot 2016. They forgot 2020. They have not built the backbone necessary to do this fucking work. Some of you are too young. And you had your socialist awakening in the last couple of years. So you didn't see what an ultimately hostile media environment will do to someone that they deem the opposition. You haven't been around the fucking block yet. No one is perfect. We're all human beings. We're all imperfect. We're all on our own fucking journey. We do bad things. We do good things. As long as you try to be the best version of yourself every fucking day, that's what matters. Jesus Christ. Focus on the issues. This is why the CIA does not need, the FBI does not need to do COINTELPRO. Okay? They don't need it. First FBI leak on Martin Luther King, and half of this chat would have been like, excuse me? Excuse me? Again, not a comparison between Graham Plattner and MLK. Before you fucking get on me on that. Not a comparison between Bernie Sanders and MLK. The reason why I'm bringing up MLK is not because of those other two instances at all. Before you dullards try to make a comparison that I'm not intending to make. What I'm talking about specifically is about the tendency of a lot of people on the left and liberals to immediately fall for the oppositional framing coming from unbelievably reactionary neo-Nazis. Okay? Fascists will run circles around you every single time. Every single time. Slander like this happens towards you all the time too? Yeah, no, I saw. For those suggesting Hasan wasn't actually sharing news in the original clip, the clip came from the same event, ShitCon 2021, hosted by Nick and Milena. As this clip where Misgive stating Hasan was sharing news and Hasan confirmed it. They were porn stars, but okay, and he wasn't showing me them. I saw them over his shoulder. This is nothing. Does it matter? Of course not. The replies show just how many people are operating in bad faith to the point where basically anyone who is normal would see it. That's it. These people are villains for a reason, okay? They're villains for a reason. They're not just like people that have bad opinions. They act out on those bad opinions. Some of y'all have to be a little bit more fucking intelligent about this shit. Like, do you really think someone who's willing to fucking lie at the behest of a state that is doing a genocide and rapes and mass destruction of all civilian property would ever go so far as to embellish their personal experiences with a person that they now see as a threat to their emotional support apartheid state doing a genocide? What? You must not believe women. Don't be fucking stupid. Someone who will defend the Nazi state will absolutely fucking go the distance. I'm honestly shocked that there wasn't even worse shit that they came up with. Jesus Christ.
Help Collins campaign, but I believe from the New York Times reporting, they reported that there's been no coordination between the two. And so, you know, these allegations, I will say that I think the Nazi tattoo was enough to find him disqualifying, in my own opinion. But hearing these allegations as well, I just think that it's appalling and that we should demand better of our public servants. And I think that goes on both sides of the aisle. But all of these things coupled together, I think that Maine voters are going to have a really difficult decision, because I read that story and I'm outraged, because I know women who have been put in situations like that with men. And I
think I'm more of a real one than these centrist liberals as far as like my advocacy for any kind of check to Donald Trump's unchecked fascism, as far as having a fucking blue Congress. Straight up. I don't give a fuck if ultras will say, oh, you want liberal, Zionist, genocidal Democrats to fucking win elections or whatever. I want there to be some kind of fucking stoppage, some kind of stopgap measure against a motherfucking Republican acceleration towards fascism. Okay? That's what I want.
Asked him, is there going to be more?
You clearly
as part
don't.
of the exchange. Is there something new you want to get ahead of?
No, I mean, like I've lived my life. I've been there for the whole thing, and because of that, like I know what I've been through. I know what my behavior has been when they dropped the opposition research stuff on us, and the whole time there was always this like, oh, there's more coming. I'm always like, I don't know like what this more is going to be. I don't think anything I've ever done has been outside of the realm of like what people do when they struggle, when they suffer, you know, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that didn't age well. Listen, this is what I think. Can you trust Graham Plattner? That is the question that I think Maine voters are going to have to, at this point, decide. He wants to paint a narrative of like the redemptive arc, that this was him at a period where he was in a dark place. This has been widely supported, that, you know, he was suffering from PTSD after having served many tours in the military. He and I were in Iraq at the same time. It was a really brutal time that he was there. And so, you know, that is one of the narratives. But the problem is that some of the information that has come out doesn't match up with how he's explained it. The Nazi tattoo, when he knew about it, the fact that he is on this redemptive arc, but he was sexting with women just a few years ago when he was supposed to be happily married and recovered. So, you know, the problem is not just that these allegations keep coming out, but they are actually coming out and they are in direct opposition to some of the things that he's been saying.
And what he said, he gave a statement saying, throughout this campaign, I've been open about what was a very dark period of my life where I struggled with undiagnosed PTSD, too often self-medicated with alcohol, and with a far from perfect boyfriend. I take responsibility for all of that and wish I'd been better. Any characterization beyond that is false and I believe politically motivated. I'm not proud of who I was then, but I am proud of the work I've done since and the movement we're building in Maine. Andrew, do you think there will be more coming out?
Well, I feel like we're seeing a new story about Graham Plattner pretty much every other week, where he has to issue an apology. A couple weeks ago or last week, it was the sexting story. This week, it's this story. The thing about those Reddit comments is, you know, the Republicans have not even really revved up their attack machine on him. So whether more stuff comes out, you know, that is to be seen. But I don't think we're going to hear the last of any of these allegations or the Reddit comments or the sexting or any of this stuff.
And then I think it's interesting what Sarah said too. There's all of this, and then there's this Nazi tattoo.
Yeah.
Which, you know, in a sense, it's amazing this all got past go.
Yeah, I think that's worth us gut checking on. There's been several of these scandals, and we see an electorate that's increasingly willing to look past imperfect candidate on D and R side for who they think projects authenticity. So I would say that. I don't think that what we're seeing in these allegations matches up to his narrative, as Lulu said, matches up to his statement about far from perfect boyfriend, things like that. Like, these things are serious, and more of those things come out, particularly as we get to the fall. I think that they really complicate this campaign. But the biggest thing I think has happened so far is, like, we haven't even talked about Susan Collins, right? Like, this was supposed to be a race that was about Susan Collins being rubber stamped for Donald Trump, and that was their path to victory here. I think this has become a Graham Plattner referendum. And I just think that's a more difficult place for Democrats to be in an already tough race than they were 6 months ago. But the last piece I would say is, I also think the Graham Plattner phenomenon is also because of who the establishment Democrats put up in that race. Janet Mills, for all of as much as DC or whoever, Chuck Schumer may like her, did not move the needle for those people. And that allowed Plattner to occupy this space. And so I somewhat think that even beyond the questions of Plattner individually, which are very real, we need to start, like, if the kind of establishment lane of Democrats wants to marginalize those left candidates, they need to find people themselves who can energize people. And because the part to have this conversation was the primary, and they missed that window.
All right, thank you all very much.
Rob,
and next, a search
Hamawi?
underway tonight for an American college student who vanished without...
Wait, I'm coming at this from not a lib or ultra perspective. I would be okay with Graham serving in the Senate, but electorally, I'm worried that these hits on him are fundamentally and materially different than those levied against candidates like Zoran, Rob, Hamawi, etc. Yeah, of course they are. Of course they are. Because Zoran, Chris Rabb, and Adam Hamawi are morally infallible characters. Okay? They have to be. Chris Rabb is black. Zoran is a brown Muslim man. So is Hamawi. They have to be saints. Of course they have to be infallible. In order to arrive at the positions that they arrived at, they had to be infallible every moment of their lives. They had to be perfect every moment of their lives. Same with Barack Obama. Same with fucking Barack Obama. That's why I bring up, like, Barack Obama's done shit, obviously, when he was president, that are horrifying, you know, war crimes and whatnot. But, like, to get to that point, you think Barack Obama could have gotten away with any of this shit? What are you, fucking crazy? He's black. Abdul El-Sayed too. Some of you, I think, don't understand. Maybe you've never encountered like a white boy with politics that resemble yours or something, or maybe you don't recognize that you are that white boy. But you can't get to this position. Hasan Piker claims California wants homo-fascism after his favorite candidate loses to gay progressive. This wasn't even about Scott Wiener. Oh, that's so funny. Anyway, this kind of stuff is so stupid. Dems' reaction to the Plattner making it transparently clear that vote blue no matter who was always just the way to make leftists shut up and vote for centrists, not an actual principle. Yes. The current move on lib Twitter is to take the Plattner scandals and say this is why Abdul El-Sayed should drop out. Candidate quality matters. Republicans are going to feel it with Paxton and Texas, but Democrats aren't immune either. El-Sayed and Plattner. What are you talking about? El-Sayed? What are you talking about? Is Abdul El Sayed scandal being Muslim or Arab? Which is it? They're giving the fucking game away, dude. They're giving the fucking game away. This doesn't actually end up hurting Abdul El Sayed. It actually gives the game away about what the fuck their approach is. If you're for Medicare for all and anti-Israel, you're the threat. This guy works for fucking Vote Hub, doing forecasting. This explains it perfectly. Average Mamdani scandal. Here's a video of Zoran saying Palestine will be free and the NYPD must fall at a rally in 2021. Average Abdul El Sayed scandal. He has 2 medical degrees, but can he call himself a doctor? Average Plattner scandal. Here's what Graham Plattner texted his mistress while standing on the skeletons of dead civilians in Fallujah, according to his Reddit. Okay, dude, chill. I like you, I do, but this is your worst position. Wait, what is... This is not about Graham Plattner. This is not about Graham Plattner at all. I need you guys to understand this is fundamentally something that you guys need to be a little bit more aware about, okay? If you are... if you're leftist, if you want to organize, if you want to build a movement, you have to be a little bit more skeptical of narratives being formed by your opposition, okay? This is how your ops are covering the new squad members.
The arrogant scholars believed that only the intelligent deserved to live on O'Hara, so they began conspiring to wipe out the normal citizen in a terrible genocide. The world government learned of their evil plan and sent a Cypher Paul unit to resolve the situation peacefully. They pleaded with the scholars.
Okay, dude, I don't know why you're sending this to me. You see too much usefulness in a dog shit, bro. Just admit he's bad. This is sunk cost fallacy. Sunk cost fallacy into a bad candidate. It would be a story and was one with Eric Swalwell. You are not being sincere. He was fucked up from the jump and you see some worth in him to reach white men and it's crazy. You aren't being serious. He's a bad candidate. He's a patterned liar, inherently violent, and you give people too much grace in being redeemable. He's on your side for one issue that he came out and started speaking out about after it was growing the majority position. All this defending an inherently violent man for one seat in Maine. He was a fuck candidate to begin with. And because you wanted to trot around with this think like a chud bullshit, you can't even say if this is true, this is bad, because this is a sunk cost fallacy. You think you're making a fucking good point here? What the fuck are you talking about? You've literally made up different ulterior motives when I've literally openly explained to you what my fucking position is. My take on Plattner's stories regarding actually affecting the outcome is that Maine is bluer than Virginia, and we saw this happen last year. Not only that, but electoral conditions have gotten much worse for Republicans since this election. Just to get a read on the situation, hypothetically speaking, if there was another viable Dem primary candidate with a decently progressive platform and far less oppo than Plattner, would we still be behind Plattner? If they had identical positions, of course I would get behind the person that didn't fucking join Blackwater. But there is none. If I'll give you one more thing. Yeah, there's no stopping Trump without Maine, by the way. So this conversation is ridiculous. And it's kind of funny that it's like leftists that kind of understand the severity of the situation, the severity of the crisis. Like there's candidates that are running or going to win their reelection, like Cory Booker. Okay. Cory Booker is a pro-Israel stooge. He's a fucking, he is, you know, Israel's top guy. You think I'd be in favor of Cory Booker being replaced by a Republican who will also be Israel's top guy regardless? What are you, fucking crazy? No, of course not. Like I hate Cory Booker. And Cory Booker is still far better than another guy with a R next to their name that's also going to be Israel's top guy anyway. And if there was someone out there who was running in opposition to Graham Plattner and was pro-Israel and anti-Medicare for all, but had a beautiful track record. Like they went to every single one of his girlfriends and they were like, this guy, best guy around. Literally could not find a better guy. He saved puppies from orphanages that were on fire. Okay? I would still say vote for Graham Plattner over the other guy who was pro-Israel and anti-Medicare for all. It's that simple. I don't give a fuck. You're a servant, okay? You're a public servant. Put the fucking policies in the bag. Some of you are operating like you want to be best friends with these motherfuckers. I know some of these motherfuckers and I'm not operating like I'm best friends with these motherfuckers. Yeah, just one seat, and that one seat in the narrow Republican majority Senate. Yeah, that one seat is the seat that allows the Democrats to fucking open investigations up, like to stop any kind of Republican advance in policy making. Yeah, every one of Janet Mills' boyfriends vouched for her, by the way. Well, yeah, look at this motherfucking map, dude. You crazy? You fucking crazy? The rat fucking continues. Of course, Jake Tapper is probably having the best time with this. Again, guy who has no issue with his emotional support apartheid state that had a pro-rape January 6th riot is going to turn around and be like, wow, he was a toxic lover, toxic boyfriend. No, we're better than this.
Lead new allegations against Maine Democratic Senate candidate Graham Plattner, this time from a handful of women who previously dated him. The New York Times interviewed 6 of these women, 3 of whom described their relationships with Plattner as volatile and toxic. The Times adds that these women accused Plattner of heavy drinking and infidelity, demeaning behavior toward women.
This is your worst position on vibes. Your tone on this is not good. Like, I'm sure this will be the next Hasan controversy from both the left and the right. You're arguing with vibes, not arguments. Wait, what? Both will be entirely misrepresenting your actual position on this. You're arguing with vibes, not arguments. Wait, what? I just gave you the argument. There is no Senate Democratic majority, which is the only way to at least curb back Trump's accelerationist madness, without Maine. I don't care about the personal character of Graham Plattner. I don't care about the things that he's done unless it's like literally irredeemable. I think he's done irredeemable shit in service. And even then, I'm willing to overlook the possibly irredeemable things he's done in service. Okay? I'm saying chatters are not understanding what you're saying. No, I think they're understanding it.
And in one account, physical intimidation. In a statement to CNN, Plattner says, quote, throughout this campaign, I've been open about what was a very dark period of my life where I struggled with undiagnosed PTSD, too often self-medicated with alcohol, and was a far from perfect boyfriend. I take responsibility for all of that and wish I had been better. Any characterization beyond that is false, and I believe politically motivated. I'm not proud of who I was then, but I am proud of the work I've done since and the movement we are building in Maine, unquote. The panel joins me now, and Robert Bluey. We should note that Lindsay Fifield, who is one of the 3 named for want of a better word, accusers.
Do you officially endorse Plattner? Genuinely asking. I think he's fine without my endorsement regardless.
And Plattner, and in fact suggests that he, in addition to being emotionally abusive, was sometimes physically tough. I don't want to know what word, but grabs her by the shoulders, leaves marks, etc. You know her. You've worked with her. She is a Republican activist. Do you find her to be a credible person?
I do. I think it took a tremendous amount of courage for Lindsay to come forward and tell this story, along with the other women who are now speaking out. I was Lindsay's boss for many years at the Heritage Foundation prior to my role at the Daily Signal today. And Lindsay and I think many of the other women are doing something that they feel is important.
Yeah, the other women didn't even corroborate what Lindsay said. The other women were like, yeah, he was fine. We're still friends. I'm voting for him. They're making it seem like 6 women came forward with like damning allegations of domestic violence, physical abuse, like Graham Plattner running around beating them up. 4 out of 6 literally were like, yeah, he was chill. It was, not the best relationship, but not the worst. He was fine. This is what I mean. There's always a game of telephone that is also deliberate. One of them said he was a gentle giant, but there's a game of telephone here that is designed in the way that people cover this stuff, okay? Multiple witnesses, multiple victims is what it turns into. We interviewed 6 of Graham Plattner's former girlfriends. 4 of them had only nice things to say. One of them had one bad experience, but overall was, fine with the relationship. And the other one that happens to be a Republican operative was the one that delivered damning evidence, which was not corroborated, which, by the way, the article itself says was not corroborated. Okay, you're main girly. I met Graham Plattner and live to tell the tale, lol. I'm glad you survived the interaction. And there have been women who said nice things about Trump, so he's a good guy. Wait, great question. There aren't. Actually. No, there aren't. Like in terms of percentages, if Graham Plattner had 7 relationships, 1 is his wife, obviously, and stands by his side, and 4 have said he's actually fine, okay? You can't get that same percentage with Donald Trump. Who? His ex-wife that's now buried under his fucking golf course? Who wrote about how Donald Trump raped her?
Important now, Jake, because frankly, the voters of Maine need to make a decision, and that decision is going.
Wait, what is this? Is it worth at least considering that Plattner might be a bad guy? I don't think he's a good guy. What? I don't know the guy. I don't think he's that good of a guy at all. I don't care. Like, what do you mean? That's not the calculation. He is no Tony Durden. Let me tell you, okay? He's no Toby Durden running for South Dakota governor. Toby Durden, defeater of Dusty Johnson. Now, that's a great man. I am going to repeat my position one more time. Put the policies in the bag, little bro. That's it. He's not running to be my boyfriend. He's not running to be my best friend. He's running to unseat a Republican in the Senate so that the Democrats can take fucking majority in the Senate and at least start the process. And there will be fucking spoilers in this process too. Just wait. So, because the battle is not over at that point. There's going to be some motherfuckers. There's John Fetterman, for example, is going to be a massive hurdle in the Senate. So we're not even entertaining that conversation yet. Okay? Yeah. Maggie Hassan is sitting in the sidelines, licking her lips, going, ooh, I can't wait to fuck this shit up. Okay? Who's going to be the next rotating villain? Ha ha! Is the thing that we also have to think about. I just failed to see how any of these spectacles put on by the likes of Jake Tapper will convince the crazy boomers you saw at the No Kings rally, who you yourself said were ready for the Second American Revolution. You saw yourself, the Dem base isn't falling for this kind of shit anymore. Larry Roden, Dusty Johnson. What is this? I mean, I do think we should have some base standards for decency and politics above Republicans, but I also recognize we live in 2026 and that's lived up and we need to embrace dark woke. I mean, it's just like, at the end of the day, yes, if he was actually fucking like sexually assaulting or like actually actively, abusing physically his exes, okay, that's a different conversation. That's a different calculation. And who knows? Maybe something will come out. This is the funniest aspect of this, though. The more, like, I have grown more defensive of Graham Plattner since the attacks started rolling in. Because initially I was like, oh, I'm a little worried. If you remember, during the Totenkopf saga, I was like, oh, this guy's fucking bad business. And ever since then, the more people attack him, the more objectively evil monsters attack him, the more I think to myself, well, the people attacking him are not exactly forces for good in this country. Personally, I believe Graham Plattner should have died in Iraq, says Mohammed, and I just don't give a shit about electoral politics. But his Republican accuser has no issues making up bullshit about Mahmoud Khalil, Rumeysa Öztürk, and other Palestine supporters, so her credibility seems bad. I'm looking at the comment section of the New York Times Facebook post of this article, 100% support of Plattner. I think it's also good to get this audience and just like liberals in general on board with having a little bit more appetite for controversy. Because for the longest time, I feel like people immediately have pulled out the ripcord whenever they smelled a little bit of controversy in general. And Republicans play you like a fucking fiddle, dude. Check logs for hypocrisy. My stepmom tried to disavow Plattner. She worked for Ted Kennedy after Chappaquiddick. I met a guy in Scotland who fucking hates Brian Mast. A lot of chatters on both ends of the spectrum, pro or against Plattner, are really only interested in being right and gloating, all while minimizing or weaponizing sexual assault for their own talking points. Sexual assault isn't a talking point, chat, and I hope we can operate with empathy, charitability, and nuance. Love y'all, and I'm thinking of the survivors today. It's hell. Yeah, the framing is interesting. They likely got the info from the Republican operative girlfriend first, And then they went and interviewed a bunch of other exes who didn't corroborate, but they still focused on the one person with bad credibility. Statement from Rokana, who's scheduled to visit Maine tomorrow. He said, beast mode. The behavior described in the New York Times story was wrong and toxic. Graham has acknowledged that and saw redemption. The people of Maine deserve a senator who's going to stand up for the billionaire class against genocide and for the working class. Your average voter hates Republicans more than anything else. They see their wallets getting touched in ways they never knew could happen. They know that the Republicans are the ones doing this shit and want them gone. Yes. Most people who are mad in here assuming you're on the it doesn't matter if he did abuse St. Platner train, when instead you're saying abuse is bad, don't dick ride Platner to deny abuse. Just realize the political reality of Maine and that he should still win even if be investigated if needed. Yeah, it's not even that though. I'm also taking it one step further, and I am saying that the My Totem Cough story doesn't seem real. I'll say it. I didn't even believe Graham Platner's initial statement about like, oh, I didn't know it was a Nazi tattoo. If you recall, I talked about it extensively. And now that I've heard someone who's been like, well, Rameza Öztürk was actually trying to kill children and was supporting Hamas and therefore should be deported from the country, organizing violent actions and threats to Jewish students. I'm like, yeah, okay, I don't believe you. Sorry. It's a little ridiculous. Yeah, and it wasn't sexual assault, for the record. None of this would even be a conversation if Platner was a centrist. We wouldn't even know about it. Most likely.
Have big implications about whether Graham Platner is going to move forward, and I think these past allegations need to be thoroughly vetted.
Yeah, and just to note, Tuesday is the Democratic primary in Maine, and the former governor, current governor, former candidate Janet Mills is still on the ballot. So, Mo, in terms of Lindsay Fifield, she denies any political motivation. She says she would be doing this even if he were a Republican, as opposed to.
I don't believe that statement. Even if I believe some of her allegations about like being like feeling like she was physically threatened by Graham Platner, which is again unacceptable, certainly toxic. And don't believe the totem cough thing that she was saying, specifically because it just seems too good to be true. Like too good for the it seems like it's the exact verbiage that someone who wants to claim Graham Platner is a Nazi, a secret crypto Nazi, would want him to have said privately in his personal affairs. Okay. However, regardless of where you stand on this, and I vehemently disagree with all of them, it would be electoral suicide to say otherwise in this district. Every New York 12 candidate in debate declines to say that Israel's actions in Gaza are genocide. Yeah, look, I don't care. I don't agree with that. I think, you know what I think. I think fucking Boris is annoying and should have said that. Should have said the truth.
Democrat. The Times says she dated him from about 2013 to 2015. The Times writes, quote, Mr. Platner could be rough with her, Ms. Fifield said,
Democrats are more aware than ever
drinking.
about how the effort to hold Trump accountable will, of course, require flipping seats in the currently Republican majority Senate. and lots of political observers agree that one of their best shots at flipping a seat should be in Maine. It's a state that Donald Trump actually lost 3 times. He lost it to Kamala Harris, to Hillary Clinton, to Joe Biden. It is represented by longtime Republican incumbent Susan Collins, who has held that seat since 1997, even as the state has elected Democrats at other statewide offices and for president. And Collins has long been an electoral powerhouse. So Democrats feel like this November is the time to finally unseat her. And she has been polling behind in head-to-head matchups for months now.
Yeah, if Dems flip North Carolina, Ohio, Maine, and held Michigan, they still would not win the Senate. They need to flip Texas,
contests in the country. And you might remember
and Montana
or
a
little-known oyster farmer named Graham Plattner took the state by storm with a barn burner of an introductory political ad. That's the one we're playing on your screen there. It's pretty memorable. You probably saw it.
Alaska, too.
And it's also very clear that Plattner is a very natural, high-level political talent. He's been able to draw large crowds throughout the state, sometimes in small towns where half the town's there. He has barnstormed basically nonstop, doing event after event after event. It's also true that Plattner is a political
we need to veteran. No, it's not even that. Fetterman is going to flip. I'm telling you right now, Fetterman is going to flip. He's not going to be a reliable vote. So you probably need to flip too. I hope Democrats understand they need to flip more than just Maine, Michigan. Like Fetterman is. You're going to need 52. You're not going to be fine with 50. You're not going to be fine with 51.
And then he did not know what the symbol meant at the time. He has since had a tattoo covered up. Later came the revelation of stuff that Plattner wrote on his Reddit account as a private citizen, and some ugly stuff denigrating women, insulting rural voters. His campaign says the comments are representative of a lost man struggling with alcoholism and PTSD after leaving the military. And they argue his story is one of redemption, and Plattner relying on his community in Maine to lift him out of that dark place. Now, Plattner has addressed many of these issues with voters in Maine, and we should just be clear here. When some of these revelations came out, people expected the polling to veer away from him, but it didn't. And in some cases, it got even stronger. Both the polling data and reporting from on the ground in Maine have indicated pretty strongly voters, these are Democratic primary voters at least, right, were willing to forgive the tattoo and the stupid posts. They liked what they were getting from Graham Plattner. The narrative did change a bit last week, I think, when the Wall Street Journal reported that Plattner's wife, Amy Gertner, had previously confided in a former campaign aide at the beginning of their campaign, when they're sort of going through vetting, that she had caught her husband sending consensual, sexually explicit text messages to other women shortly after they were married in 2023. Now, that was before Plattner was a public figure. The campaign aide subsequently told the story to the Journal. Republican critics, not surprisingly, pounced on the story, partly because they just nominated Ken Paxton in Texas and wanted to direct attention away from that. And some Democrats began to fret about widespread rumors that this wasn't it, that other shoes would drop. Well, this afternoon, we have this story from the New York Times, right? The New York Times published a story. They cite a number of women who had previously been romantically linked to Plattner. Per the Times, many of the women described a thoughtful, caring partner. 3 of them, in fact, still friends with him. 3 others described a more troubling situation. The most troubling, I think, was one of the women who's named Lindsay Fifield. She met Plattner 13 years ago, and she made specific allegations about Plattner acting roughly or threateningly with her, including yanking her out of a cab, twisting her arm. She said she was hurt but not injured. She also says Plattner never punched or hit her, and we're going to address those allegations at length with Mr. Plattner in a moment. For his part, Plattner's campaign called Fifield, quote, a longtime GOP operative who's dedicated her career to electing Republicans. Now, the Times describes her as a Virginia conservative who has worked for right-leaning groups and Republican campaigns. She's made statements supportive of Susan Collins. She's linked to a conservative group that's worked with Collins, though she says she has not been active with the group recently. But Plattner's campaign does not deny he has shown poor judgment in the past, as we just sort of ran through, right? That has been part of the story of who this guy is and how he came to this moment. In a statement to the Times, he said that in the past he had, quote, too often self-medicated with alcohol and was far from a perfect boyfriend during what he described as a very dark period of my life. I take responsibility for all of that. Wish I had been better, he said. Any characterization beyond that is false and I believe politically motivated. I'm not proud of who I was then, but I am proud of the work I've done since and the movement we are building in Maine. Graham Plattner, Democratic candidate for Senate in Maine, joins me now. Mr. Plattner, it's good to have you on. Thank you so much for doing this.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I really appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
I just want to say at the start that, like, you know, we've had you on before, and I think you and I are both people that in other contexts talk about income inequality and healthcare and all those issues, which are extremely important, and we devote a lot of time to on this program. This is not, you know, the thing that we spend a lot of time chasing. But, you know, there's some serious stuff there I want to go through with you, and I think voters have a right to know about it. And I want to start with what Ms. Fifield says about being rough is the term the Times. And I'm going to just read you the account so you have it. This is from the Times. Mr. Plattner could be rough with her, Ms. Fifield said, particularly when they were drinking, leaving her shaken and sometimes afraid. In the interviews, she grappled with how to process her experiences. She was quick to note, he never hit me, he never punched me. She said he regularly grabbed her by the shoulders, sometimes hard enough to leave marks. On one occasion, yanked her out of a cab by her wrist after an argument in which she wanted to stay in the car. During one argument, she recalled he twisted her arm behind her back, shoved her into a bedroom, and held the door closed from the other side so she couldn't get out, telling her to remain there until she was calm. Eventually, Ms. Fifield said she fell asleep and left the next morning. It hurt, she said, but she added it didn't cause any injury.
What Kami says, thank you for the 20 gifted.
Did that happen?
No, it did not. There are some allegations in this piece that I just want to be kind of unequivocal about are simply not true. Anything alleging physicality, anything alleging that I knew what my tattoo was, these are the statements of someone who's politically motivated. In this piece, there's a lot about my struggling, not being a good boyfriend, certainly self-medicating with alcohol, and I've been very upfront since the beginning of this campaign that was a pretty dark period of my life after I came back from my combat service, and that's what that kind of life looks like. And so there are things in this that I absolutely will take responsibility for and have been speaking about openly for months now. But those serious allegations are just not true.
You did not grab her by the wrist. You did not put your hands on her shoulders. You did not push her into a room that you closed the door on. She's lying about that, is what you're saying.
Yes, that is not true.
You mentioned the tattoo. So I want to talk about that because I think this was troubling to a lot of people, and I think, again, your account of it assuaged some of that fear, clearly in Maine voters, as reflected, again, by reporting and polling. She says, same person, that you referred to the tattoo as my Totenkampf, which is the German word for this particular Nazi symbol. There's other reporting in Jewish Insider in October in which an anonymous acquaintance says you used that same phrase. Did you know what this tattoo was about before last October when you said you first became aware of it?
No, I did not. And I also think it's important to note that
Republicans are mad that he was in a relationship with someone over the age of 18. That's what they're actually pissed off about. They're like, what the fuck?
And so I feel like, we're kind of rehashing the thing we've been through. I had that tattoo for 17 years. It's a skull and crossbones. I got it with other Marines who I served with in Iraq, in Croatia. And in the time that I had it, I got a security clearance with the State Department. I re-enlisted in the United States Army, where I was screened for gang and hate tattoos. And I took my shirt off in front of my family, many of whom are Jewish. We even released as a campaign a video, which you're putting up on the screen right now, of me dancing at my brother's wedding to his wife, who is Jewish, and her fully extended Jewish family. And I would not have taken my shirt off in that context if I had known. And so any statement saying that I did know is again, totally false.
I do want to follow up one place on this, and I don't want to get too
I love the Jews, bro. The Nazi tat means nothing. I mean, you're a little fucking stupid if you. I mean, that is probably the worst location to take your shirt off if you are knowingly sporting a fucking Totenkopf, knowingly being the operative word here.
And she joked about how she's going to go volunteer for Collins. Now, again, this is a text that got sent, so like we can place the time, right? This is in August. How does she know it's a Nazi tattoo in August of last year, and you don't know it's a Nazi tattoo in August of last year?
Well, she certainly didn't send that text to me. So whoever she sent it to and was talking to, I can't say why, but I will say that I certainly didn't know. And the text messages she's sending to friends who may have recognized it, they didn't tell me that, so.
Can we talk? I want to talk about the piece that came out before this, which was about what your wife had alerted your internal campaign folks to, and just to sort of stipulate to get out ahead that, like, I think some people view this as a real betrayal by your former campaign manager, and that may be true, and I understand. And I also watched the video that your wife put out, which I found incredibly compelling and moving, about what you worked through. But just to
Hasan didn't know what it was until recently. Yes, I did. No, I knew.
This is you facing Maine voters.
The fuck are you talking about?
And also a general election that's going to happen.
Of course I knew.
We all know that, right? We're all on the same page.
I have a PhD in racism.
Were you sending sexually explicit messages to other women back in 2023, 2024, as reported in the piece?
So this is the first time in my life that Amy and I's marriage has been the interest of people besides Amy and I.
Yes.
And it's definitely a bit jarring, a bit strange.
Yeah.
It's also a marriage that is very strong and that I do believe we deserve some privacy in. I will just say this. At the beginning of our marriage, I made mistakes, and Amy held me accountable for them, and we worked through them. And the work that we did made our marriage significantly stronger. And who we are today is an incredibly faithful and happy married couple. Amy is my best friend. I love her more than anything else. And quite honestly, the hardest part about this whole campaign is I don't get to spend as much time with her as I like to. And so it has been it's been a hard experience to have gone through this together as a couple long before our lives were brought out into the public. And then to have it essentially outed by someone that we put our trust in, who then turned around and betrayed Amy's trust, and has now turned, frankly, our private parts of our marriage into a bit of a public political spectacle. It's hard, but it's our marriage. And it's a good marriage, and we're very happy in it, and very happy with each other. And I thank my lucky stars every single day that Amy is my wife, and that she has given me a lot of grace and a lot of love over the years, and I'm a lucky man for it.
I'm here from you. You don't want to get into specifics and details, and I can respect part of that, but I do want to just make sure on the timeline, right? Because I think there's two things going through people's heads a little bit here, which is, you know, you have talked about self-medicating with alcohol and being pretty messed up when you got back from the service and trying to figure out what you were doing and doing things maybe you wouldn't stand by now and saying things you wouldn't stand by. But this is 2023. And so there's a difference in the time. And I think the first question is, like, when did this stop? If there was stuff that you're not proud of that you worked out with your wife, and you don't want to talk about the details, when did it stop?
Oh, it stopped when it was happening. I mean, like, it was Amy and I, it happened soon after we got married. And we dealt with it very,
bad
very
at
early
fucking
in our
answering these questions. This is literally the reason why after the New York Times interview, I was like, I don't know if I trust him. Like, my confidence in him reduced, for sure.
Yours floating around out there, which, again, maybe from a time capsule, but people, I think, are understandably a little nervous. Maybe you'll be the nominee, probably be the nominee for the Maine Senate on Tuesday. And then it's October
when it was happening.
10th. And here's a text or picture of Graham Plattner that is not the kind of thing that you want to see. Like, are you worried about that? Are there texts like that?
I'm not worried about it. I mean, I went, as I've talked to him, I went through my life through a number of years struggling and not exactly acting with the best behavior.
Bro, just say powerful forces are up your ass. Just push back. Best defense is a good offense. Do strong offense. Just literally be like, we all know why this is happening. Talk about how the Republicans are rapists, pedophiles. What the fuck, man?
These are things that happened before I became a public figure, before I got into politics.
I don't like this defensive back foot shit. You can't be
talk about the struggles within. And so I do think that as we move forward, you know, what we've built up here is really something quite spectacular. It's very new. And I think one of the reasons why it's worked so well...
Dude, this is a post-Trump universe. Even if you are genuinely reflective of your past mistakes or whatever, you should literally just be like, look, I own up to it, and I will not be talked down by people who defend Israel. I will not be talked down by people who defend Donald Trump, the Epstein class. Yes, I have disrupted and offended all of these forces, but these are some of the most evil forces we have ever seen, and I'm willing to battle them, and that is the reason why they're coming after me with unlimited scrutiny.
Transformation. And I'm very happy to talk about that earlier part in my life, and
Stop
I have
going
no
defensive.
doubt that people will
Go
attempt
offensive.
to continue to
Republicans
revisit
elected
Reddit posts,
an Epstein
continue
affiliate.
to try to revisit parts of my past. But I think what's really important to note here is that these are things that I talk about in my past, things that I'm not proud of, but it is a past that I had to go through to get where I am today, and I'm very proud of who I am today, and I'm very proud of the movement that we've built up here in Maine.
Just to be clear, just about revisiting, right? I mean, I think channeling concerns, I think, of Democratic voters and Democratic officials and a lot of people, right? That it's not a question of revisiting, right? It's new revelations, like vis-a-vis, texts or pictures. I know you want to give some privacy in marriage, but I really do feel like I need to get these answers from you, which is like, the people you were texting with, whatever that was, in whatever context, they were adult women, you knew that, and it was consensual. Is that true?
Yes.
And you have that you confirm that you knew their age.
Yes. Oh God. I mean, yeah. Yes, of course.
I want to play something for you that was a reaction of Senator Alyssa Slotkin as this story came out.
Here we go.
She was talking to MS Now, and she had this to say. Again, I don't even know if she had gotten a chance to read that story yet, so she may be reacting to essentially the headline.
A person of profound moral character, by the way.
I have not read the whole thing. I look forward.
Literally, CIA agent that went to Iraq to torture Iraqis.
Every single week, a question about bad behavior by another dude. I'm look forward to that day.
You and me both.
On camera, live. I look forward to that. And I haven't read like the piece, but what my team told me, like, look, first of all, I think about the women who are coming forward. Second of all, I think if there are allegations of violence, I got a real problem with that. And it doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or Republican. If there's violence, that's not okay. So I haven't gone into the details. I'm sure I'll have to get just like every week, the same briefing from my team on what happened and what, but frankly, I'm sick of it. We got a lot of bigger issues to, fry here.
What's your response to that?
I mean, response is that I agree. If there was violence, that's a huge issue. But those allegations are false. And I also agree with the senator that we do have much bigger things to fry here. We are talking about a moment in American history that is going to go down as quite unique. We are facing incredible challenges across our society. Here in the state of Maine, we're facing the fact that our healthcare system is collapsing and people can't afford homes, and the average Mainer is struggling just to pay their bills because the price of goods and services continues to go up. And that's why we built this movement. I will say that, the people of Maine are the people that I'm trying to answer to here. The opinions of the pundit class, the opinions of, frankly, just even establishment politicians, that's not my audience. That's not who I'm trying to appeal to, and they can have their opinions, and they're entitled to them. But to me, it's the people of Maine who I'm going out to, listening to every single day, and trying to make sure that I can represent their values and their will in the United States Senate. And that's why I go out and will continue to go out and face my future constituents day in and day out.
Part of that, though, in people in Maine, right, is that like they're going to react to new information, right? They're going to keep forming an opinion, and you're going to run a very, again, if you are the nominee, as it appears you are headed to be, a pretty brutal campaign against Susan Collins, who has been a real electoral colossus and has beaten back, nominee after nominee, and did beat Sarah Gideon by however many points after she was polling up 9. And when people think themselves, and I know this was the meeting that you had in Washington, right, where you stood in front of Democratic senators and said, the worst rumors you've heard aren't true, I think was a sentence that was reported. At this point, I guess people have to take you at your word that that's true and that there's nothing else. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, of course. And even this new reporting, the new things are false. And the fact that I was, a bad boyfriend a decade ago, that's something I've talked about openly at length for quite some time in multiple places. So there is an element where, now I have no doubt, like I mentioned earlier, that this is a dirty campaign. I do expect the Republican Party to fight as dirty as possible. And I expect them to try to create things. I expect them to try to drag stuff up consistently. But there won't be anything new. It's going to be a rehashing of essentially the same stuff. And I honestly think that's why it's just going to fall flat, because I've been incredibly open and accountable for everything throughout this campaign. When we've been faced with allegations of things, when people have brought up stuff from my past, I don't run away from it. In fact, I lean into it and we have a deep conversation about it, because I do think people need to see that it is possible to really change over time and become a better person. And every single day, I wake up trying to be a better version of myself than the day before. And that's exactly what I'm going to continue to do. And I think it's a pretty core part of our message and a core part of the campaign itself. And whether it's being accountable for my online behavior at an earlier part of my life, whether it's realizing that a tattoo I had was harmful to some folks, I immediately got it covered up, whether it's being accountable to my wife, which everybody has very publicly learned about. These are things that, accountability is important to me. And I'm going to continue being honest and accountable about things that are real, but I am going to push back against allegations that are just patently untrue.
There was a statement from Janet Mills, who was the governor and was running against you until she dropped out. And she said this after the story about the messaging or texting with women came out. She says, "People have the impression that I withdrew or dropped out, but I simply suspended active campaigning. I am still on the ballot." How do you understand that comment?
I mean, I'm not going to really speak to what the intent of the governor was there. I think a lot of people can probably draw their own conclusions. She is correct. She is still on the ballot. It is a statement of fact. I do believe that, it's a bit of opportunism, but I think, that's kind of, anybody can sort of see that, so.
At any point over the course of the past week, have you considered dropping out of the race?
No, not once.
You're someone who, I spoke to you very early in this campaign after that campaign ad came out, and you're not a person who's been in public life. You haven't run for office, and I think that has been incredibly appealing to a lot of people. Sometimes say, why don't we get other people in public office at a broader pool, and then, you run for public office and it's a lot, right, is going to come out.
Yeah,
and given, and I got to say, watching your wife's video, which I found very affecting, very compelling, and very moving. Do you regret doing this?
No, not in the slightest. It is, Amy and I knew when we got into this that we were going up against an entrenched political machine. We were going up against, frankly, the entire political apparatus. The message of our campaign is that we need to have a political revolution and change how we do politics in this country. Part of that really has to be making politics accessible to people who have lived regular lives, not just to people who prepared for it. And we knew that because we had lived regular lives, with all the challenges that come with that and backgrounds that come with living a life, that we were going to see everything torn to pieces, and people were going to go through everything with a fine-tooth comb and try to find anything to attack us. And that is exactly what has happened. It's not surprising. I mean, this is, and I hate to say it, but it's also why most regular people don't want to get involved in politics. We don't doubt what we've done. We are very proud of what we've built. We believe deeply in our politics. But it's hard. This is a hard experience. It's been hard on my family. It's been hard for both Amy and I. And it's just hard in general to have to go through life having been a private citizen when nobody was paying attention to suddenly have the entire world really, really caring or digging through everything that you've ever done. It's an unpleasant experience. And I get why people look at this and think, yeah, I don't want to do that. I'll say this, though. We need to change it. It shouldn't be like this. We need to have a politics where we're talking about policy, where we're talking about the future, where we're talking about really the kind of political system we want to see. And the only way that we're going to get that is by getting more regular people into it. And those of us who are going to really start off, we're going to take a lot of lumps. But somebody has to. And Amy and I knew early on that we were going to take lumps, and we're dedicated to this. And it has never crossed our mind to drop out of this thing. I'm fully committed to this till the end.
I want to connect this to policy, though, because I do think I agree, and like I said at the top, right, like that's a lot of what we spend our time on here. Truthfulness or candor or people feeling like they trust you is connected to policy, right? Because if they don't feel like they trust you, if they feel like, well, if you're in a bad situation, you're going to say whatever gets you through the next interview, the next week, then you could do that about policy. You could do that about what your core principle commitments are, right? So for like people that think, he says he didn't know what the tattoo was. This person says he did. He says that he never put hands on this woman. She says he did. People can just decide who they want to believe there.
Yeah.
But your candor, the fact that like whether people can trust you, you would agree is a legitimate issue for voters to consider. That's not some trivia.
God damn,
no,
Chris.
No, not at all. I mean, and honestly, that's why I've run the campaign that I've run. I'm sick and tired of a politics where politicians come across as these sort of focus group tested two-dimensional figures who just repeat talking points. It's the reason I've been willing to go out and talk to everyone and talk about really private parts of my life very publicly, and to make sure that people can see that I am open and I am honest, even if it's uncomfortable. I've been doing that the entire time and will continue to do so. Look, at the end of the day, people can say things, and if they're not true, then I'm going to point out that they're not true. And that is, of course, up to someone to believe who's telling the truth in that. But I do hope that the kind of campaign that I've run and the way that I've been accessible to people, and frankly, the candor that I've just displayed the entire time, I really do hope that it engenders in Maine voters an understanding that I'm going down there to do what I say that I'm going to do, which is to represent the working people of Maine and to fight back against a political system that doesn't care about them, and to fight back against an economic system that is rigged against them. And I think people understand that.
Final question for you. Have you had any communication with the folks at the DSCC or Democratic operatives who have talked about dropping out, who have talked about other options? Have you received any communication today about that?
No, I have not. And I expect that we will not, primarily because what we've built up here, it's robust, it's very strong. I mean, even just the past couple days, the outpouring of support that Amy and I have seen has been deeply humbling. We have people dropping off food at our house. We have neighbors coming across with eggs. Everybody's incredibly concerned about our well-being because they feel like we're being attacked in some way and they want to help protect us. And it is that kind of feeling of community, that feeling of standing up for each other, that I really think embodies this whole campaign, and that's why we're going to beat Susan Collins in November.
All right. Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner, who will be on the ballot on Tuesday in Maine. We will be covering that here. I do appreciate you taking all that time today to do that interview.
No, of course. Thanks, Chris.
Okay. What the fuck is this?
And an MS Now political analyst, Tim Miller, was a spokesman for the RNC.
Oh, God.
Oh,
no, not her. Oh, no.
Well, that was a lot. Claire, your thoughts?
Wait, I got to hear what.
Well, there were two versions of Graham Plattner in that article, and we could talk about that article and how well it was done and whether it should be done, but there were two versions. And Maine's going to have to figure out which version rings true to them. I thought he did a great job of emphasizing one important fact. You know, it's ironic that Republicans are doing this. And I don't think anybody should take a lecture from the Republican Party about the morality of people that run for office.
Okay, never mind.
I mean, give me a break. And the difference between Graham Plattner and Donald Trump is pretty stark when it comes to
She's in the
owning
background.
his bad behavior.
She's on TV in
He's
the
been
background.
pretty good about saying, you know, I went through a really dark time. I was self-medicating with alcohol. I said things that were terrible. And he's done that every time he's been confronted. He's been pretty consistent. He's never tried to like, oh, I was too sick. I didn't know any better. He just said, hey, you know, I had a really bad time in my life. And I think that the people of Maine are going to appreciate that. And I think the sooner he can get back to talking about how much they're paying for fuel up there and how cold the winter is going to be and whether or not they can afford to keep the heat on, the better off he's going to be. Assuming nothing else comes out, and you kind of alluded to that, Chris, I think that
You were spot on. White candidate privilege is crazy. No, I'm actually surprised that Claire McCaskill is actually hitting these lines because I would have thought that she would be like, oh, he's bad. We should actually vote for Janet or Susan Collins.
You know, we live in the Donald Trump era, right? So everything is sort of, in some ways, been transformed. I mean, I was saying to someone the other day that if the article that came out today said a woman is accusing Graham Plattner of raping her in a dressing room, like, that would be it. It would be over, right? Like the thing that E. Jean Carroll said about Donald Trump, that, you know, it was then essentially sustained by civil juries under a preponderance evidence standard. Like that would be it in this context. And that's also not to say like that it, like a what about response, because the other thing I tell myself is the moral ruin of the Republican Party has been its inability to do any line drawing. And so that also can't be the kind of model for how Democrats deal with whatever era we live in now, with whatever rules there are.
Yeah. We don't want to copy them. I mean, I left the Republican Party for a reason. It's nice to have some standards. But I don't think, obviously, that Graham Plattner is Donald Trump for a million reasons,
To be very
including
clear,
the one
yes.
that Claire McCaskill laid out. You know, the fact that he's apologized for what he did and he's trying to become a better man. I don't think I've ever heard Donald Trump say what Graham Plattner just said in that interview, that he's trying to become a better man every day. I don't think he is. I think he's doing the opposite. You know, so look, I think that in addition to what Claire said, I just add a couple things. One is he's obviously resonated in Maine with people of Maine, and it's been his political message that's resonating. And he's a very talented politician. And if we're going to be part of a big pro-democracy movement from former Republicans to quasi-socialists with Claire McCaskill in the middle, like you got to respect democracy. And that's kind of what democracy is. You know, a candidate putting themselves before the voters, offering a platform, and looking for voters that decided that's the platform that they.
Biggest issue here for those who don't know is I'm going to go back to Jeremy Corbyn here. Okay, not even a remote comparison to Graham Plattner in any way, shape, or form. A person of incredible character. Okay, a moral beacon of light in an otherwise unbelievably dark world. I was talking to him earlier this morning for Politics Joe podcast. It's going to come out soon. So he's been on my mind. With Jezza, in 2017, the anti-Semitism allegations were bullshit. And perhaps the impact of the anti-Semitism allegations were overstated. It wasn't the fact that people thought Jeremy Corbyn was an anti-Semite that actually did him in. It was the fact that he constantly found himself having to address that issue and that issue only that became a problem. So my advice to any Politico out there listening is, if you're an advisor, if you're a consultant, if you're working for a campaign, if you're working for a politician, or if you are a politician or you want to be one day, is to constantly take conversations back to the opposition and never abide by the oppositional framing. Zohran Mamdani did this expertly. They tried to always gum up the works. They were like, well, don't you think you're an anti-Semite? And what would Zoran do? He would say, look, this is a foreign country. I said what I said. New Yorkers are going to vote for me because I'm fighting for them. I'm fighting for affordability. I'm fighting for fast and free buses. And he would always turn the conversation back and reframe it to why people should vote for him. What Graham Plattner did here was a mistake. Okay? Because the conversation is not about whether or not Graham Plattner is a person with bad morals, bad character, why you shouldn't vote for him for this reason or that reason. The conversation being had is robbing Graham Plattner, or any candidate really, of the opportunity to be on camera and come out with his policies to as broad of an audience as possible. This is how you flip a very bad situation into one where you apply defense and then very quickly go on the offense and turn it in your favor. Okay? So what Graham Plattner should have done in this situation is to be apologetic, understandable, right? And then quickly turn around and say, look, part of the reason why, don't defend him, shut up. Shut the fuck up, chatter. This is not even about Graham Plattner. This is just in general. Okay? I'm using this as a jump off point. What you should always do is go, look, I'm an imperfect being, as we are all. Okay, I've done things that I'm not very proud of, but who I am now is a fighter for Mainers. Okay? I'm fighting for Medicare for all. I'm fighting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. And I'm fighting to make sure that we no longer spend our tax dollars fighting endless wars overseas that left me a broken man. My voice cracked. That's how powerful this message is. Listen to what I'm saying. Because there are millions of others just like me in the United States of America who joined the service thinking that they were doing something objectively good. And once their service was done, came back to the United States, the country that I love, the country that I fought for, the country that I almost died defending, and realized that all of that service amounted to death and destruction overseas. Now it's time for our nation to heal. Okay? For far too long, we've engaged in these wasteful wars that destroyed these countries and destroyed the bodies of the men and women, the young boys and girls who thought that they were serving a higher purpose. I'm willing to change that. I'm willing to change the American trajectory, one vote at a time in the Senate. I'm Graham Plattner, and I'm here to serve Mainers. And that is what's frustrating to these Republicans, because they want to do business as usual politics that has robbed you blind. They will stop at nothing to disparage someone who simply wants to put Mainers first, because they are fearful. They're fearful of the fact that if the American population regains confidence in their elected representatives, that they will demand more from us. And I'm here to make a promise to all of you that you can demand more from me. That's it. Boom. That kind of thing. Because here's the thing. Like, this is the fucking big leagues, okay? Knives are out. You can't come out and be like, fuck Israel, I'm for Medicare for all, and not expect for every powerful institution in this country that is securing billions of dollars of profits to turn around and let that slide. They're not going to let that slide. You're an enemy. You're a fucking enemy. You're an enemy to them. This is exactly why I'm voting for Toby Durden in South Dakota governor's race. Because Toby Durden wouldn't be caught dead in a controversy such as this one. Toby Durden for president. He defeated the evil forces of Brandon Johnson. That's right. Dusty Johnson. He defeated the evil Dusty Johnson. Toby Durden did that now. Rot in hell, Dusty Johnson. You goddamn cattle thief. That's the highest pejorative I could use in the state of South Dakota. Cattle thief. We haven't forgotten your crimes, Dusty. Yeah. You yellow belly coward, you.
Leaving her shaken.
Just saw a Pegasus video on YouTube. That thumbnail was diabolical. Wait, I did a Pegasus video? I posted. Did my YouTube page post a Pegasus video? More Pegasus just ruined his life. Prison time. It's the same thumbo that he uses. Oh, the editor's cooked with that one. Let's go. Oh, that's fire. That's fire. Yeah, more Pegasus, more like more caning, dude. Now I seen that podcast guy in that shirt on MSNBC. I understand why you upgraded to the suit. I fear I may need to do the same in my own life. Good. Steyer just took second in Cali? No, he didn't. You're fucking lying, dude. Why are you lying? Aspen Gold is crying again. I like that we're using their tactics against them now. Fuck it. Why not? He's getting dumps, but he's not running. He's not getting up to second place right now. That's crazy. Just in, Nithya Raman surges in late mail ballots, overperforms, and is on track to unseat Spencer Pratt for second place unless something changes. This is unreal. Raman just netted 4,000 votes on Pratt across one drop, winning 33.5 of the latest mail per LA Vote Hub. Nearly 300,000 votes remain. Raman must only make up nearly 33,000 ballots now. I think we see where this is going. California needs to be banned from doing this. Oh, send in the mules. More mules. They're stealing it again. They're stealing it again. Start to steal, buddy. Steyer gained 11.3 points on Hilton in today's Orange County drop, up from 10 points yesterday. That makes three major counties, Santa Clara, Los Angeles, and Orange, where late mail has shifted 1 to 2 points left from yesterday to today. Ramen, I guess the Hasanabi effect is real. I'm not taking credit for that. Are you kidding me? If anything, the interview that I conducted with Nithya Raman was somewhat a disaster for her. What is this? It's over? What are you talking about? This is Yuba County, dude. 4 voters versus 13. Are you okay? Fucking Yuba County. That's where they voted for Dusty Johnson, that filthy cattle thief. Oh, God, how dare you? The fact that we're not even going to know these results until next week, San Francisco stopped even counting any ballots for the whole day. Who up Yuban their county? What's the Toby Durden lore? What do you mean? He's the GOAT. He's the man who will save. Ramen and Steyer will make it. Will they change their false headline? Twitch streamer Hasan Piker loses big in Dem primaries. Wait. Okay. Why is fucking Newsmax writing about this? This is not newsworthy. I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. What is happening, bro? Like, even if this was objectively real, even if I was like, oh, I'm really in the tank for Tom Steyer and Nithya Raman, like, this actually is shocking. Like, I think these guys think I'm a more significant threat to the established order than I actually am. They are greatly overstating. They're greatly overstating my fucking impact. Like, first of all, this headline makes it seem like I lost the race. I'm a fucking chud-ass loser. I talked about my shit schedule earlier, man. What the fuck is happening? I literally went into great detail about my bowel movements only like 3 hours ago. Ha ha ha, Hasan, you can't get into the UK. Maybe don't be terrorist supporter, you fool. It's kind of wild. It's kind of wild because, like, what's interesting about this is that, like, there is genuinely a handshake between, like, Twitter liberals and some of the most reactionary elements in American society. And I can't do anything other than just point to it every day where I'm like, do you see what these guys are doing? And I hope other libs are aware, like, you know, kind-hearted libs that just want to defeat the Republicans see some of these, like, right-wing liberal operatives that claim to be Democrats but actively work against Democrats while I'm literally working for Democrats. And they see this shit and they go, okay, I know whose side I'm on, you know? Don't forget the ultras. No, the ultras are irrelevant. The ultras are completely irrelevant at the end of the day, right?
I mean, like, it was a...
Oh, Jesse Waters is covering it. Let's see. Jesse Waters is going to endorse Graham Plattner because he'd be like, I read the article and I liked what he was doing.
In our relationship. And so that's when it stopped.
And the women, well, were they at least of age?
They were adult women. You knew that? And it was consensual. Is that true?
Yes.
And you have that you confirmed that. You knew their age.
Yes. Oh, God. I mean, yeah. Yes, of course.
Hayes asked if he ever considered dropping out, and he laughed. Said never. So
why would he?
not going anywhere.
Why would he fucking drop out? This doesn't make any sense.
Of Fox and Friends. So you've gotten a read on this guy now. You watch the.
Let's see if Jesse can be not creepy for the next 5 minutes here.
Something that shocked all the women in the green room before the show. This came out in the New York Times article. One of the girlfriends, one of the ex-girlfriends, says he regularly grabbed me by the shoulders, sometimes hard enough to leave marks. One occasion, yanked her out of a cab by her wrist, twisted her arm behind her back, shoved her into a bedroom, held the door closed from the other side so that she couldn't get out. And then she ended up, he said she can't get out until she's calm. And then she ended up falling asleep and waking up the next morning. So he was asked about that from Hayes, and he said those allegations are not true. Anything physically that they're accusing me of is not true. Someone who is politically motivated, he said, and he was in a dark place when he was asked about the alcohol, because this report in the New York Times said physically threatening, drank heavily, regularly unfaithful, and did know that the tattoo was a Nazi symbol. And he said, I've said that. I've addressed the drinking allegations. I did have a problem with that. I was in a very dark place.
So the politicians on the left are going to have to react. They're going to be asked about this all tomorrow. What do you think they're going to say? This is a whole nother level.
They've been defending him this entire time. You saw what Sonny Hostin said on The View. I know he's a creep. I know what he's done. This is horrible, basically. But I'm voting for him anyway, or I suggest that people in Maine vote for him, because we have to take that seat. That's how deranged they are. Susan Collins voted for impeachment of Donald Trump, and they still want her to lose.
I mean, she's like what a Democrat would want in a Republican Senate in Maine, but they're going for this wild animal. As a woman, if you hear allegations about grabbing by the shoulders that leave bruises,
dude,
the arm behind the back is pretty wild. I mean, is that what you would consider physical abuse?
Do you think the female Fox News hosts, while they're covering this story, think about what probably happened in the break room prior to them going on stage and how much worse that is than the allegations being presented in the New York Times article? Not even talking about the veracity. I'm just straight up saying, like, because we're talking about Fox News, right? Like, Fox News had such a bad rapist culture that numerous high-profile women had to leave Fox News. Numerous high-profile men were sued.
And he likes the control and he likes the dominance. And so he continues to write her and call her. And that's
Jesse Waters is notorious for describing what he thought was a cute story of how he met his wife. He lowered the tire pressure on his producer's car so that he would have an excuse to give her a ride, or they would be trapped in the car together.
Book.
Thank you.
You got a big book out now.
I do.
Tell us about it. America, I'm so glad you were born.
Well, I brought one for you to give to your precious children,
Thank
Jesse.
you.
So when my mom passed away when the last book
about Trump, Fox and Friends co-host Ainsley Earnhardt co-opted that language, saying the allegations were definitely coordinated, employing the same charge the Trump campaign has used against the New York Times, one of the outlets to publish the accounts of the alleged victims. 5 women coming out the same day. That has to be coordinated, Earnhardt said, before turning her attention to the Clinton machine being in bed with mainstream media. Democratic wins media breaking. We were proud to be with Janet Mills before. We're proud to still think she's the right person for Maine. Let's make it happen. When Plattner wins the primary, Democratic wins media, will you support him against Collins, or are you a MAGA op? Yeah, by the way, this is Ethan Wolf, who did support Andrew Cuomo over Mamdani. So we know. I think the real comparison here that a lot of people are not making, like I said, and I made this comparison earlier, is to fucking Pete Hegseth. Like, all of these Fox News guys are like, I can't believe this is what Graham Plattner was doing. How dare he do such horrible things? It's like, dog, Pete Hegseth, the current Secretary of War, was your fucking coworker. Okay? Pete Hegseth was literally your coworker and was a notorious drunk rapist. Like, if you want to talk about Nazi tattoos, Graham Plattner's Totenkopf didn't get dinged by the military, which again is more of a diss on the military, if we're being honest. But you know whose tattoo did get dinged? Pete Hegseth's Nazi tattoo. That's right. Pete Hegseth's Nazi tattoo is the reason why he couldn't serve as a part of the National Guard during the Biden inauguration. So what the fuck are you guys talking about? He wrote a whole book about it. And unlike Pete Hegseth, Graham Plattner covered his Nazi tattoo. What the fuck are these people saying? I feel like I'm losing my mind. The standards are so out of whack, dude. We just never look at Republicans. We never look at Republicans. They can do whatever the fuck they want. They can literally murder, cheat, steal, rape, do whatever the fuck they want. And everyone's like, well, just because they're doing it doesn't mean, you know, our guys should do it. It's like, well, our guys are not doing that, okay? If our guys were doing that, then yeah, that would be a problem. But they're not even doing that, and you're making that equivalence as though they are by guys who are literally either A, doing the things that they're claiming Graham Plattner is doing, or defending the things that they claim Graham Plattner's doing, and then some. Mr. Piker, when you realize the mainstream media is in bed with the Republicans, I am aware of it. I'm just more mad about like liberals who fucking fall for this shit every time. Yeah, intelligent is right. Randy Fine is allowed to walk around being too sexy and no one does shit. I mean, the party just forced Swalwell out and we're going to pretend we're just being partisan for no reason? Wait, yeah, no, that's the other thing. You can literally point to Swalwell, right? You could be like, well, there are people who have done things on the Republican Party side that are legitimately fucked up and they've been forced to drop, right? Eric Swalwell is a great example. It's like, yeah, the allegations there is an actual sexual assault against a staffer, right? Like, there's no comparison. Like, Swalwell committed crimes, okay? The allegations that he committed a crime multiple times, actually. You mean the Democratic side? Wait, what did I say? You said on the Republican Party side? Yeah, my mistake. Mamdani points to how Trump released a Columbia student and his request in response to Reynoso's jab. I'll leave it to the Border Patrol to explain why he would prefer New Yorkers to continue to be unjustly detained by ICE. Then I meet the president in the Oval Office to secure their release. I don't think we should be visiting the White House and talking to Trump. This guy's terrorizing our neighborhoods and committing war crimes. I think we should be getting ready to impeach him instead. Got him. I am once again reminded of my rant. Your guy's hiding it, sponsored by Fight Agency with no remorse regarding killing Iraqis and still endorse him like his lesser evil. No, seriously, why condone him? At least Republicans are openly racist. We don't have to do the legwork to debunk them that they're racist. Wait, what? Sponsored by Fight Agency? Are you saying I'm sponsored by Fight Agency? I'm confused. No, seriously, why condone him? At least Republicans are openly racist and we don't have to do the legwork to debunk them that we're racist. I'm confused by what you're trying to say. FD said fight only run white people. Zoran is not white. But I mean, Fight Agency didn't run Zoran. And I don't even think Fight Agency is who found. Fight Agency is just a fucking political ad agency. Okay? I think a lot of people are confused by how this stuff works. They get paid by the candidates. They don't find candidates and then run candidates. They get paid by candidates, right? And they might have good ads and you know, a decent approach to you know, a media strategy, right? But ultimately, Fight Agency is just an ad agency. They are working with Michael Lasher in New York 12, for example. It's a hired service. They're working with Tom Steyer in California. It's a hired service, okay? They're mercenaries at the end of the day. They might have good politics for the time being, right? They might work with some people that you like and some people that you don't like. But at the end of the day, they run ads, they make ads, and they try to manage a campaign, okay? They are not a political organization. And I need people to understand that. Okay? They're mercenaries. I like some of the things that Morris Katz has done. I like some of the things that he has said. But at the end of the day, I'm under no notion that Morris Katz is a socialist warrior that is ideologically committed to a revolutionary cause. I see him as a reliable ally for as long as he continues to work with some of these people that I think are good, right? Whether it be Zohran Mamdani or whoever else. But at the end of the day, they're an ad agency, okay? They're an ad agency. They're there to make money. This is very different than the Democratic Socialists of America, which is a political organization with well-defined goals, okay? A well-defined political goals. What is this? Bars? I asked Senator Bernie Sanders if there's concern sexual assault allegations come out about Graham Plattner after sent candidate privately assured Dems there's no credible forthcoming claims. Sanders, who are you with? The Examiner. Sanders, why don't we examine income and wealth inequality? Bars, check logs, please. Don't want to spam. A leftist friend of mine just said this about Planner. I think he's the kind of liar who thinks he can shape the narrative because he's smart. He started out claiming to be a humble oyster farmer who didn't know much about politics, but it turns out he was a comfortable kid who went to Hotchkiss. Running for Senate first is wild because none of this was tested in a campaign. More will come out toward November. Wait, what? I don't think Graham Plattner is smart. I wouldn't say he's smart. Dog, if he was smart, he would have gone through the regular route. He would not have been a fucking he would not have been a machine gunner for the Marine Corps. He would have gone through JROTC and then the officers program and then, you know, Harvard, regular PMC job, maybe a consulting career for a little bit. He did the opposite of those things. He did as a matter of fact, a big part of the problems that he's facing currently is because he didn't make the right decisions in his life that most people are comfortable with. Okay? Most people are used to political operatives, and they kind of take it for granted. They just don't realize, like, these people that aren't like regular fucking operatives are going to have things that they've done in their lives because they haven't been fantasizing about being president since the age of 12. Okay? Yeah, if he was smart, first of all, yeah, I was going to say, if he was smart, dog, buddy, tell your leftist friend, if he was smart, why the fuck was he sporting the third most popular Nazi insignia that was on the fucking helmets of every goddamn Nazi soldier for 17 years. It's the opposite of smart. Anyway. He made life more difficult because he believed in his grind. Yeah, he was so smart that he prominently featured his Totenkopf Nazi tattoo at his Jewish sister-in-law's wedding. Shirtless, dancing around, drunk style. I mean, that's like, by the way, that is literally a Larry David Curb Your Enthusiasm plot point. Like, Marine Corps guy who fucking has a Nazi tattoo that he got in Croatia, and he finds out that it is a Nazi tattoo when he takes his shirt off at a Jewish wedding. Except the truth is even funnier than that, because it turns out his extended Jewish family also didn't realize that it was a fucking Totenkopf, which I still cannot understand. That was shocking to me. This is what every extended Jewish family and non-Jewish family needs: a professor of racism. Me. Because the moment I laid eyes on that bad boy, I was like, that's a Totenkopf. That is the third most popular, third most well-known Nazi insignia. The first is the swastika, the second is obviously the lightning bolts, and then the third is literally the Totenkopf. It was shocking when I found out that Sam Cedar didn't know what it was. I'm willing to admit I didn't know what a Totenkopf was until Grand Platinum. Okay, some of y'all just don't even fucking listen to me. Because I know for a fact that we went through a lot of the Nazi insignia saga when, Russia invaded Ukraine, and Western news constantly kept interviewing people that were a part of, let's just say, some brigades of disrepute who were real enthusiasts about World War II history. Not gonna lie, far and few between are taking notes for 8 hours. What is this? Giving the game away? Plattner needs to withdraw. I think this is just wish casting at this point. Anyway, this is all I got for today. I'm tired. I'm sorry that I couldn't valuetain you guys. Big dumps are still incoming, and there will be more to cover. There will be more to cover. Hunter Biden on stream. When? Yeah, he's just like posting nonstop on Twitter, but I don't know My friend lives in Bucksport, Maine, and said his support is wavered locally. Yeah, I think Mainers have to fucking a KFC double down at this point if they want to fix the situation. I'm not in Maine. My services are not being called. I think if you guys want to maintain a fucking Democratic majority, the only pathway for that to happen is through Maine as well. You know, it's not my battle. I'm on the outside, okay? Bucksport is tiny. Yeah, my heart is with Michigan. Decision desk call for Becerra to advance in November. Big Steyer dumps. Yeah, I really wanted to get fucking value Tane today, but I guess, you know, it's not gonna happen this time, but it will happen. Do you support the Greater Michigan Project? I don't know what it is, but yes. I have no idea what that means, but fuck it, we ball, you know? Part-time Hossie. That'll be all for tonight. Love you all.
Just you wait. Just you wait.